Everyone thought Lin Yuan was just a weak shop owner struggling to survive. But after entering Mobius' locked space, he finally began to understand how terrifying his ability truly was. With enough spirit chi and the right materials, even ordinary phase could be pushed far beyond their original limits. The spirit-absorbing goldfish, which would normally be difficult for creation masters to raise, was upgraded from normal grade to elite grade in just 1 hour. But instead of being satisfied, Lin Yuan immediately noticed the cost. The goldfish consumed far more chi than a green radish, proving that every powerful evolution came with a heavier price. To solve this, he filled Mobius's space with energy ores, raising the spirit chi density until the space reached its limit. Then he tested the power of the locked space again by upgrading the web-spraying spiders, pushing them to epic quality faster than he expected. But this also taught him another truth. His ability alone was not enough. To evolve phase properly, he needed knowledge, materials, money, and a deeper understanding of evolution itself. As Lin Yuan studied spirit creatures, natural selection, survival instincts, and quality advancement, he slowly realized that true creation was not just about making phase stronger. It was about understanding their nature and guiding their future path. But would you believe this guy can't even evolve an ant? And what really happened to the world? About a century ago, spiritual energy awakened in the world, and it became the most sought-after energy in the world. Thanks to this, creatures evolved in 2 directions, and one was wild reversion, which enhanced physical energy, and the other was spiritual mutation, which focused on energy attacks. Humans also evolved various spiritual professions under spiritual energy. Living in this world is our guy, Lin Yuan, and he is the owner of a small spiritual creature shop. Even though humans in this world can use spiritual energy to promote creature growth, for Lin Yuan, it is more or less a fantasy. He's had a weak body since childhood, and starting at age 8, he couldn't perceive the existence of spiritual energy whatsoever. Lin Yuan also couldn't improve physical fitness through spiritual energy like everyone else, which is why he doesn't have a way to contract high-level spiritual creatures. Lin Yuan has plants that he looks after in his shop, and he cultivates them since most people don't bother cultivating low-tier spiritual creatures. Living with Lin Yuan are his 2 loyal spiritual creatures, Genius from the 100 Questions Beast species, and Sound from the Sound Bird species. He only managed to contract these 2 because they are low-tier creatures, but even this left him dizzy for 2 weeks. This is all he could do, and cultivating them was generally out of the question. Genius is the chatty one, keeping the household alive, and he soon spots another creature just like him outside the window. He tries to be friendly with the creature, but she trash-talks him, letting him know that she is well taken care of, unlike him. Genius is so pissed that he suggests that they settle their beef with rock, paper, scissors, but Lin Yuan comes in, urging Genius to calm down because there is no way he can play the game with his paws. Lin Yuan then decides to take him out to cheer him up instead, since they also don't have anyone patronizing their business. As they walk through a lonely park, Sound urges Genius to cheer up because he might not be as smart as his mates, but at least he is cheaper. Lin Yuan also hates the fact that he can't help his spiritual creatures since he can't perceive spiritual energy. Suddenly, a scary blunt armor pig emerges from the nearby shrub, scaring Lin Yuan down to his bones. He wonders if something happened at the breeding farm, but Genius, on the other hand, only sees food. He lunges at the pig, but Lin Yuan grabs him out of harm's way before he is trampled upon. From the way the pig is roaring, Lin Yuan could see that it is angry, and normally blunt armor pigs are gentle spiritual creatures, which means Genius's behavior shouldn't make it angry. Lin Yuan grabs Genius and dashes away from the angry pig, but he soon sprains his ankle, causing him to crash to the ground. Sound and Genius immediately step up to protect their master. On the other hand, Lin Yuan is getting lightheaded, and just then, he hears a strange voice call out his name. He soon figures out that he is being called by the copper ring that he lost when he was 8. This was a ring that disappeared after touching his blood. Out of nowhere, a bright golden light descends upon Lin Yuan, and the copper ring starts to form back on his wrist. Even Lin Yuan could feel the difference in his body. He could feel the spiritual energy that he hadn't felt since he was 8 returning to him. Meanwhile, Sound and Genius are running back to him after realizing that the pig is way out of their league, and the 2 beg Lin Yuan to do something to the raging pig. Lin Yuan gets up, and surprisingly, he is able to see the pig's stats and information just from staring at it. He realizes that the pig is currently at level 3, which is why his spiritual creatures, which are at level 1, have no chance whatsoever. He could also read the pig's movements, and he tells Genius how to move so the pig doesn't hit him. Genius moves at the right time, helping him to dodge the pig's attack. However, Lin Yuan knows that dodging alone won't help since the gap between them is quite enormous. He turns to the ring and tells it that he needs more power, and just then, he sees a faint light emerging from the ring. Surprisingly, the same light is radiating around Sound, and something important immediately clicks in his head. Lin Yuan realizes that his creatures are about to evolve, all thanks to the power from the ring on his wrist. Nonetheless, this still doesn't prove to be much of a difference because there is a huge gap between levels 1 and 3. This leaves him looking to figure out where the pig's weakness is, and he yells out orders. He tells Sound to sing to get the pig's attention, and any notes are just fine, but she just has to make it loud enough. Sound follows the instruction given and starts singing as loud as she can, which immediately grabs the pig's attention. The pig stops chasing Genius and goes after Sound instead. Sound screams out in horror because she has just drawn the pig's attention away from Genius. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to turn around to attack the pig's eyes because once it loses vision, it is definitely going to stop attacking. Sound acknowledges this and turns around to do as told, but she notices that she can't move as quickly as earlier. Lin Yuan realizes that his mental power is about to run out, and if it does, they have no chance. He starts begging whatever creature resides inside the ring to help him hold out just a little bit longer. A sudden burst of energy hits Sound, and she is able to attack the pig's eyes. Lin Yuan then turns to Genius, telling him that it is time for him to attack. But before he can tell him where he needs to attack, Genius rushes in to attack the pig's nose. The pig frantically turns around to hit Genius with his butt, causing him to feel dizzy. The pig ends up dashing off after being ganged up on, and it later runs into two adults, one man in a wheelchair, Li, and a lady, Zhang. Zhang notices the feathers on the pig's body and immediately figures out that they are from Lin Yuan. Zhang then tells Li that she's going to leave him to handle the pig as she has to find Lin Yuan. Li agrees to this, and Li whips out his spiritual creature to handle the armored pig. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is back in the weird space of the ring. He looks around and is blown away by how big it is, and is blown away because this is the first time he's been inside a Fae's internal space. He asks the ring if this is his ability, and in the process, he learns that the Fae is called Mobius. It is a normal grade 1 Fae, and it has space and mystery abilities. As for his passive ability, it helps convert complex information that is invisible to the naked eye into data. The other passive skill is the Calm Mind, and it helps stabilize the mind while having the effect of resisting negative status effects. Lin Yuan has already seen how the true data skill works since this was how he was able to access the pig's information. However, he wonders if the Calm Mind is a result of all the singing practice that he did with Sound. He then notices that there is an exclusive trait, and this is something that usually appears at the bronze tier, which means it is quite mind-blowing to have gotten it at normal grade. He starts wondering if Mobius is a legendary divine treasure or a fantasy species. Talking about Mobius, he is a locked spirit that has a space which can nurture Faes. However, it cannot nurture Faes which are levels above him, and Lin Yuan realizes that at the moment, he can only contract normal grade 1 Faes, so he has to cultivate them to make Mobius level up. It dawns on him that to contract one more, he has to cultivate a level 1 to advance to level 10. This is pretty bad because cultivating low tier already costs him a fortune. And even if he had money, he is going to go broke in no time. This only makes it worse since he is currently broke. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan is glad that he has it because it is better than having nothing. With this, he can at least sense mental power, and he hopes for a breakthrough later on. Just then, he starts hearing Zhang's voice in his head, talking about how he has been out for half a day already. Lin Yuan figures out that it is time for him to leave Mobius space and return to reality. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself in a hospital room with his two loyal Faes cuddling him up. Zhang and the nurse enter the room hoping to carry out another examination on him, but Lin Yuan tells them that there is no need for this. Zhang asks him if he wants a small problem to progress into something worse because he has been out for 10 hours, and Lin Yuan has no choice but to listen to the lady. Apparently, Li and Zhang live next door, and they have been the ones taking care of him and his sister, Chu-Chi. Lin Yuan concludes that he is going to keep the contract with Mobius a secret from Zhang in the meantime. The doctor then shows up with his elite recovery spiritual creature to help Lin Yuan recover. After he is done, the doctor leaves, assuring Zhang that there is no issue. Moments later, Li sent over a delicious meal through his terror rabbit, and since it is braised pork, which is Genius's favorite, he is already salivating. Before eating, Lin Yuan notices that Li's Fae, the terror rabbit, has always been mysterious, and it is not as lively as other terror rabbits. He tries to check out the rabbit stats, but he is met with question marks. Lin Yuan is completely blown away because they are dual exclusive traits, but the more surprising thing is that it is not even a terror rabbit. Days after leaving the hospital, Lin Yuan made it a habit to jog around for 1 hour every day. However, even a 1-hour jog still feels like a lot for him, as he is always panting whenever he is done. Since he was little, he didn't have the spiritual energy to strengthen his body, so this gets him thinking if it would be better if he gives up on combat professions to focus on life professions. He has just finished a jogging session when Li and Zhang show up teasing him for it. Lin Yuan smiles nervously, saying he has to stay healthy and strong. Using the true data, he realizes that Li is crippled thanks to a spiritual creature called Bone Rot Threadworm, and it is a platinum tier or higher fae. It has a biological toxin that is mixed with mental curse, and from what he can see, it appears that the spiritual energy profession rank is at least king tier. Lin is impressed that Li has been able to contain this scary toxin in his calf for many years. Talking about the rankings, the king rank stands above all other ranks. Lin Yuan figures out that the terror rabbit is like Li, who is terribly injured but has transformed into its current form for recovery. As the two leave, Li tells Lin Yuan to make sure he always calls if any problem comes up. In fact, he tells him to always ask for money concerning Tuchi's school fees, and Lin Yuan urges the old man not to worry himself. Lin Yuan wonders if there is a way he can heal Li's injuries just to pay him back for all the good things he's done so far. Lin Yuan enters his shop, and sitting on one of the shelves is a green radish fae, which is a grade 3 fae. Lin Yuan is blown away when he sees this since the fae was of normal quality just the day before. He wonders if his spiritual energy is being absorbed by the fae, helping them to evolve. Lin Yuan then decides to try again while increasing the difficulty. Talking about the green radish, it is basically equivalent to a regular plant and is mostly used as fodder. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan is able to upgrade another lily to elite grade, and the normal skills include healing external injuries. Basically, by upgrading the radish to elite rank, he has also increased the value more than 10 times. Lin Yuan then calls on Sound and Genius to come over. Apparently, Genius is a spiritual creature that can memorize things and accurately remember every tiny detail. Thanks to Lin Yuan's upgrade, the two have also enjoyed significant upgrades, and Sound talks about how her singing has improved a whole lot. Lin Yuan excitedly tells the two that he has found a cheat ability that can help them get rich. Suddenly, it dawns on him that this is far more than just getting rich because Fae evolution is incredibly difficult. Aside from the few naturally evolving spiritual creatures, most require creation masters to consume vast amounts of treasure materials and spiritual medicine to allow Faes that have reached the critical level to evolve with some probability. However, he doesn't need this since he can do it with just his own power. It immediately dawns on him that his power is one that would attract basically everyone. And if he is not careful, he might fall prey to scary people since he doesn't even have the ability to protect himself yet. The scary realization of what might happen to him if he is not careful forces sweat out of his body, and it dawns on him that he can't expose his power just yet. Lin Yuan realizes that to safely use his ability, he has to become a creation master and use the profession as a cover, or else it is going to attract disaster. Just then, Genius tells Lin Yuan that his phone is ringing, and it appears to be his sister. Lin Yuan excitedly picks up the call, and Chuki asks him about his health. Lin Yuan assures her that his health is much better than before, and he is even planning to tidy up the backyard. Tuchi is surprised to hear this, and she yells at her brother, reminding him that he doesn't have energy enhancement, so there is no way his body would be able to handle this. She suggests that he leave the backyard cleaning until she is back home. Lin Yuan tells his sister not to worry because it is just a simple cleanup and it is nothing serious. Lin Yuan reminds Tuchi of their promise, urging her to study hard at school and not waste her talent. Tuchi assures her brother that she won't let him down. At Tuchi's school, her teacher informs the class members that in the next couple of days, they are going to be contracting their first Fae, and she lets them know how important it is. The teacher says a Fae's quality and grade are decisive, but the spiritual energy professional's level also affects how well the Fae's battle power is displayed. She mentions that the compatibility range for each system in combat professions is generally different. And if it is not a Fae type that the contractor has an affinity with, it is going to be very difficult to contract successfully and may even suffer mental damage. She mentions that life professions like artisans and weavers need a long-term understanding of Faes to allow spiritual materials to fuse with each other. In the end, she lets them know that the pairing between Faes needs more careful consideration. After the class that day, the teacher told Chiu Chi to stay back. The teacher lets Chiu Chi know that she is aware of her family situation, but she urges her to reconsider the Faes that she wants to contract with. She lets Chu-Chi know that she has extremely high talent. And since the Federation 100 sequence selection will be coming up very soon, the teacher doesn't want Chu-Chi to miss the opportunity. Chu-Chi is completely silent because she knows that her teacher is telling the truth. Back at the house, Lin Yuan is celebrating after upgrading a couple of pots of jasmine lilies to elite grade. The pots that he now has are worth at least 20,000 federal coins. With this, he believes that he now has the hope to buy his sister a high-tier contract fey. Just then, his phone rings, but it is an unknown number. He wonders if it is a new customer, and he excitedly picks up the call, but it turns out to be Tucci's teacher. She screams at Lin Yuan, telling him that Tucci has plans to contract a gray armored beetle, which doesn't match her exceptional talent. Lin Yuan hears this and freaks out because a normal grade fey can be bought for 200 coins. And because of how useless it is considered to be food for high-tier insectivorous feys. The teacher mentions that Chuchi's affinity is basically defense-type feys, and this kind of aptitude is rare even in Redbud City where the school is located. The teacher tells Lin Yuan that he should at least prepare an elite-grade defense-type fey as her first contracted fey. Lin Yuan thanks the teacher, and he assures her that he is definitely going to send a suitable fey to the school in a couple of days. To get an elite-grade fey, Lin Yuan figures out that he is going to need at least 10,000 federal coins. Because of the urgency, Lin Yuan realizes that he has to cultivate all the normal-grade green radishes to elite-grade, then trade them to get Chu-Chi a high-tier elite-grade defense-type spiritual creature. The following morning, Lin Yuan is completely drained thanks to staying all night to upgrade the plants. However, he is glad that he is able to make it in time, and he plans to head to the spiritual creature market. To be careful, he wears a cotton band over the ring to keep his identity safe. Genius is safely tucked on his head, and he is hiding under his hood. Lin Yuan asks him if he is sure that he wants to come along, and Genius says yes, claiming that his bargaining skills are top tier. Moments later, they arrive at the bus stop, and the bus soon shows up with a donkey pulling it along. Genius is surprised because this is not how he remembers buses. Lin Yuan then explains to him that he has only been reading history books, not modern transit guides. However, after 100 years of spiritual energy revival, spiritual creatures have basically replaced steel machines. They sit comfortably inside the bus, and the moment the bus moves ahead, Genius almost flies off as he wasn't expecting the bus to be that fast. Lin Yuan is able to grab him before he flies off, and the bus driver tells Lin Yuan that today is his lucky day since he is heading to the spiritual creatures market. Lin Yuan asks him why this is, asking if there is a new supply of creatures, but the driver reveals that it was on the news some days ago. Apparently, a dimensional rift opened 30 miles outside the county suburb, and the Redbud guards spent 2 days and nights wiping out all the bugs that charged out of the rift. But as of the moment, they have finally gotten it under control. Nonetheless, they are still keeping 3 teams of Redbud guards on watch nearby. The driver mentions that the rift opened right next to a spiritual creature breeding farm, and a lot of creatures died while others were injured. He reveals that some of the employees who escaped set up stalls at the market to start selling leftover injured creatures. Genius then realizes that this was how the blunt armor pig got loose. The driver says the blunt armor pigs are one of the most common spiritual creatures that escape, and he even snagged one of them the day before. In fact, after cooking it, the whole village started fighting over it, and the rest were hung up as cured meat. Lin commends the dude, telling him that he is really something, and he suggests that he get off at the nearest stall. Lin Yuan is glad that he is going to the market during this time because seriously injured creatures won't cost that much, and it is just an avenue for him to grab a good deal. After they get off the bus, Genius starts boasting to Lin Yuan, telling him to let him know what creature they need to buy and how much they have so that he can use his amazing bargaining skills. Lin Yuan teases him, telling him that they are out to get an elite-tier defensive creature, which is about 100,000 federal coins at least. Genius freaks out, reminding Lin Yuan that their savings are not even up to 20,000. Lin Yuan lets him know that this is where the upgraded green radishes come into play. They walk past a plant store, and Lin Yuan is tempted to just buy out the store. Basically, he can now feel instinctual attraction and repulsion toward other spiritual creatures. The lighter the glow, the warmer and friendlier they feel. Lin Yuan is blown away at how broad his affinity is, leaving him to wonder if he is naturally close to healing and support types, while his sister is close to defensive-type spiritual creatures. Just then, Genius runs over to a store to bargain for a spiritual creature, and the store owner tells him 80,000, but Genius tells the dude that the highest he has is 20,000, forcing the dude to chase him off. Lin Yuan grabs Genius while apologizing to the stall owner, but Genius still believes that he would have gotten them a sweet deal if he had allowed him to bargain a bit more. Lin Yuan then tells him that they have to compare prices instead of stubbornly trying to buy it from a particular stall. They find a tortoise which is a defense type, but it is just a normal rank, so they ditch it. They also find an armadillo, but this is not impressive. After looking around for a while, Genius is already suggesting that they go back to reconsider the hard-shell rabbit he was bargaining on before, but Lin Yuan tells Genius that they just have to keep going. After looking around for a while, they finally get to the last stall that they haven't checked. Lin Yuan spots a sheep, which is an elite level 7 spiritual creature that uses its large horns to defend. It is basically the perfect Fae that Lin Yuan is looking for, as it also possesses the control type skill, Shockhorn. He rushes over to the stall owner asking him if he is willing to let go of one of the sheep for 100,000, but the dude tells him that he would have to call his wife to confirm first. Genius tells Lin Yuan that when he checked online the day before, ram horn sheep go for about 50,000 and 90,000 if it is rare, which means he is about to spend way more for the sheep. Lin Yuan then tells Genius that what he just did is called showing sincerity, while letting Genius know that he still has a lot to learn. After the call with his wife, the stall owner lets him know that the sheep is going for 120,000 federal coins, which is non-negotiable. Lin Yuan drops his head in sadness because it is just too expensive. Lin Yuan tells Genius that he doesn't think there are any other defensive creatures, and Genius lets him know that the worst case is that they overpay for the ram horn sheep. At least they are doing it for Chu-Chi, and just then, he spots a stall crowded with people who want to buy butchered meat. The stall owner, Yang, lets the customers know that meat is out for the day, and they point to the badly injured creatures inside, telling him that they can butcher one of them. The moment Lin Yuan hears that there are injured beasts, it dawns on him that he has finally run into some luck. Yang lets the customers know that the injured beasts left in the store are not to be butchered. He lets the customers know that they are free to come inside to buy any of the 3 beasts that are left. The crowd leaves angrily, telling him that no one has the time to buy injured beasts since no one has the money to hire a creation master to heal them. Lin Yuan rushes forward as the crowd leaves, and Yang assumes that he came for the meat, so he tells him that all the meat is gone. However, Lin Yuan lets him know that he is not there for meat, but he wants to see the beasts inside. Lin Yuan notices that Yang doesn't really look stable, and if he pushes too hard, he might reject him. Lin Yuan then proceeds to activate his calm mind skill to help him talk to Yang calmly. Yang then leads him into the store where he shows him the injured beasts. There are 2 web-spraying spiders that look like they are in decent shape at first glance, but from a closer look, their abdomens are torn so they have no more than 2 days to live. Lin Yuan then uses his skill to access their information. The first spider is currently an Elite 10 spider, and it is a poison-type spider which sprays a front-facing toxic web. Lin Yuan realizes that they would not have been able to advance to copper if not for the dimensional rift. Basically, a single spider will go for at least 300,000 coins if not injured. Yang lets Lin Yuan know that they are poison types and would have gone higher than that, but at the moment, the 2 can't go more than 150,000 together. Lin Yuan then turns to Yang, telling him that he wants both spiders, but he doesn't have enough cash. He asked him if he can trade creatures with him instead. Yang mentions that he actually plans to start a farm after he leaves the spirit market, so he might actually need what Lin Yuan is offering him. Lin Yuan then mentions that what he has are elite green radishes, and Yang is surprised by this. He asks Lin Yuan about the quality, and Lin Yuan assures him that he can guarantee that the quality is good. He suggests that Yang check them out first, and Yang is interested since he knows that green radishes are currently in high demand. Yang then points to the last creature in the store, which is a rhino rocky bull. It is from the horned cattle family, and it is also an Elite 10 creature. Surprisingly, it is a defensive-type creature that is stacked with several skills, like stepping up to take blows that are meant for its contractor when the contractor is injured. The moment Lin Yuan sees this, he loses his mind, and he immediately asks Yang how much he plans to sell the Rocky Bull. It is almost at the copper tier, and because of the type of creature it is basically the best choice for Chu-Chi. Yang asks Lin Yuan if he is sure because the bull is not feeling good at all. Lin Yuan doesn't even argue as he offers to pay 200,000 coins, shocking Yang, who asks Lin Yuan if he thinks he can heal the bull. At the same time, Yang assumes that Lin Yuan might actually have a creation master backing him. Yang asks Lin Yuan if what he is trying to say is that he wants all 3 creatures while offering green radishes too. Lin Yuan assures Yang that he has nothing to worry about when it comes to the green radishes. Even Genius comes in to back his master, telling Yang that Lin Yuan doesn't lie. Yang then decides to trust Lin Yuan, and he tells him that he is going to pack up the stall so that they can head over to his place to check out the green radishes. Yang mentions that he has a fey containment box with him, so they can load up the rocky bull and the web-spraying spiders into them to take them along. Yang throws the containment box to Lin Yuan, and the ever-curious genius asks him what it is. Lin Yuan lets him know that it is a fey containment box that was invented by Ostrich Logistics. It can store feys inside, and the size adapts to fit the box while the weight is negated, making it lightweight and convenient for transporting heavy feys. Genius is surprised that there is something this amazing out there, and he asks Lin Yuan why he hasn't used it for him and Sound. Lin Yuan lets Genius know that they don't have enough money to afford a fake containment box. Just then, the box opens up and it pulls the rocky bull in, shocking Genius. Yang mentions that the containment box is bronze tier, but he is afraid that the rocky bull will never get the chance to upgrade to bronze tier. Yang then whips out his fey, which is a crown fire lizard, and it is at bronze rank. Lin Yuan is impressed by this because it is an offensive type creature. Lin Yuan doesn't waste the opportunity to get close to the lizard to observe it, since it is his first time getting close to a bronze tier. Yang is surprised to see how cool and collected Lin Yuan is, making him believe that he is naturally gifted or there is an expert guiding him from behind. Lin Yuan gets on the lizard, and the moment it takes off, Lin Yuan's head almost flies off because the lizard is even faster than the donkey cart he took to the market. Moments later, they arrive at Lin Yuan's house, and Yang teases him that he lives around. He even commends him for being able to ride the lizard for the first time without vomiting, but little does he know that Lin Yuan has almost fainted. Lin Yuan, in turn, thanks Yang, telling him that he gave him the opportunity to ride a bronze-tier spiritual creature. He tells Yang to sit anywhere he likes because his house is pretty simple. At first glance, Yang realizes that the house doesn't look like a place where a creation master would be hiding out. Yang starts thinking of ditching Lin Yuan if the green radishes don't live up to the standard Lin Yuan was claiming. The moment he spots the green radishes sitting on the shelves, he immediately changes his mind because only a creation master could provide such impressive green radishes. Yang tells Lin Yuan that what he is looking at far exceeds his expectations because it is already of elite quality. Yang says that they are treasures that even on the star web, very few merchants would put out for sale. Lin Yuan tells Yang that before the radishes evolved, he added energy ore to the soil, so their root systems developed very well. He assures Yang that the quality is definitely no problem. Yang cuts the radish and is blown away by the abundant sap. He realizes that Lin Yuan didn't exaggerate because the radishes are top-tier grade elite tier. He wonders if he is finally having a turnaround in life. Apparently, to invite a creation master to help, one must offer spiritual materials that they like, and at his level, he has no absolute chance of obtaining such materials. However, he knows that he finally has a chance if he can form a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asks Yang if he is satisfied with the radishes, and Yang assures him that he is. So all they need to talk about is the price. Yang tells Lin Yuan honestly that the radishes would sell for at least 30,000 coins on the star web. Yang then tells Lin Yuan that he is willing to offer 33,000 coins per pot, and he is looking to buy 100 pots. Genius almost loses his mind when he hears this because he knows how much that is going to be. Lin Yuan calmly tells Yang that he can provide the 100 pots he wants, but deep down, he is drooling because of the huge amount of money he is about to make. Even Yang is surprised that Lin is calm even though the transaction money isn't small, and he is convinced that Lin Yuan has been exposed to the big world already. He believes that Lin Yuan's plain clothes and small shop are a disguise instructed by whoever is backing him. Yang asks Lin Yuan how many days it will take him to deliver the goods. Lin Yuan replies that he will be able to deliver in 7 days. Basically, one pot takes 1 hour and taking into account the 2 days that he has to deliver the fei to Chuchi. Lin Yuan has already calculated that 7 days should be enough. When Yang hears this, he almost starts crying because he has just run into his biggest blessing, and he assumes that he must have met Lin Yuan by some sort of divine connection. After they are done with the exchange, Lin Yuan tells Yang to come in 7 days to pick up the radishes. Yang agrees to this, but he asks Lin Yuan if he is sure that he doesn't have to pay for the other 70+ pots because he has that much capital. Lin Yuan tells him that there is no need for this, saying he should just settle everything together when he comes to pick up the goods at the appointed time. Once they are in agreement, Yang gets on his lizard and he rides off. After Yang's departure, Lin takes the bull to the backyard to start working on it. Sound and Genius are already complaining about how broke they are, saying they can't afford to feed the bull, but Lin Yuan lets them know that they have to save the bull first. Since the rhino is already weak, Lin Yuan figures out that he has to be very fast to save it. He wastes no time transferring energy to the rhino's body, and it starts healing up pretty fast. Suddenly, the rhino is enveloped with a light energy, and Lin Yuan is blown away because this basically means the rhino is about to advance to bronze tier. Lin Yuan starts feeding it more energy to help it easily break through the next stage's wall. After a hard-fought battle, the rhino finally advances to the next stage. Thanks to the upgrade it just received, it has also obtained a bunch of additional skills. However, Lin Yuan is asked to pick an exclusive trait for the rhino. There are 3 options to pick from, which are Scale Skin, Trekking, and Pain Absorption. Scale Skin allows the rhino to grow a layer of scale-like skin with the same composition as regular skin on the surface. As for Trekking, it can help conserve stamina while running. Lastly, the Pain Absorption helps absorb part of the damage received and converts it into life force. Lin Yuan is completely blown away by the realization that he can actually choose what trait he wants. After looking through the 3 traits, he realizes that there are 2 traits that are actually good out of the 3. Lin Yuan realizes that the Trekking is basically useless for a defensive-type spiritual creature. And for the Scale Skin, it creates a thick layer of scales on its body, but it is still a bit mid. However, the Pain Absorption, on the other hand, can absorb part of the damage taken and convert it to heal itself. This way, it becomes a tank that wants to get hit. Basically, the more it gets hit, the tougher it becomes. And because of this, Lin Yuan decides to pick the Pain Absorption. After picking the trait, Lin Yuan realizes that there is another skill, Rock Horn, which attaches metal to both horns to strengthen them. It helps launch a reckless ramming attack regardless of injury. Lin Yuan realizes that if the Rock Horn skill and Pain Absorption are used together, they form a positive cycle. Instead of calling it a defensive type, it is basically more like a strong offensive spiritual creature wearing a defensive shell. Lin Yuan realizes that this would be the best for the spiritual creature for Tucci to contract with. Genius mentions that this basically means that Baikuchi and the rhino have a Beauty and the Beast combo. Lin Yuan lets Genius know that Tucci's safety is what actually matters. Lin Yuan reminds Genius that he is also a beast. Lin Yuan realizes that not only did the rhino advance, but his own spiritual power also increased. He realizes that the higher tier Fey evolves, the more spiritual power feedback he receives. Lin Yuan is surprised that just by helping the rhino advance to bronze tier, he used up all his strength. He wonders how much the rhino would have grown if it were a top-tier creation master who worked on it. Genius then asks him how they are going to send the rhino to Chucky. Lin Yuan tells Genius that they are going to use ostrich logistics since they have made money recently, and they are in a hurry. Lin Yuan quickly places an order, and he lets Genius know that they will soon be there. Meanwhile, the city lord of Redbud City, Ling, is mixing strong ingredients elsewhere in the Radiance Moon Palace. The city lord is working with an associate, Sikong, and they are requesting the help of one of the 3 5-star creation masters in the Radiance Federation, Moon Empress. Sikong is a powerhouse since he is a king-tier spiritual master, and he is seeking the help of the Moon Empress for his Fae. The Fae crashes to the ground, rolling on the ground, and Sikong freaks out. However, the Moon Empress tells him that there is no problem because it is evolving into a legendary tier, and he just needs to merge the Will Rune with it so it can finally evolve into a fantasy species. Sikong is blown away by the help, and he starts offering the Moon Empress heaven and earth. However, the Moon Empress tells them that she is interested in the level-up exam that requires a 3-year wait where one can advance 1 level at a time. She says the duration is too long, and with this, they don't get to have multiple creation masters. Sikong immediately figures out that the Moon Empress wants them to allow consecutive level attempts, and the Moon Empress tells him that anyone who passes the level 1 Creation Master exam within hours can skip the 3 Lifestyle Professions exams to proceed directly to the 2nd level. Ling expresses her disbelief that the Federation's Creation Master exams haven't produced any exceptionally talented young people over the past few years. Basically, they even struggle to comprehend a single Will Rune. Ling asks the Empress if she is asking for a reform, but she replies that what she wants is a personal matter. She finally drops the bombshell, saying she is looking for a disciple because her peers all have disciples, and she can't afford to lag behind. In addition, the dimensional tide is approaching and the city has the most insect-type dimensional rifts. She tells Ling that as the city lord, she must fulfill her duties to protect the land and the people. She orders Ling to assign guards to make sure that there are no errors. Ling bows to the Empress, assuring that she is going to make sure that the city is always safe. Later on, the ostrich delivery company shows up to pick Lin Yuan up on one of their giant birds. Minutes into the journey, Lin Yuan already feels like throwing up, and the pilot assures him that he is going to be fine once they fly over the clouds. The pilot also says he enjoyed the company of Genius and would have liked to take him along for the journey if not for the fact that they are already running on max capacity. Apparently, Genius was crying to follow them, but Linwan only managed to ditch him with the promise that he would get him something tasty when coming back. Moments later, the pilot tells Linwan to concentrate because they have reached the best place for a scenic view from above. There are mountains and rivers below them that look straight out of a fantasy story. Linwan watches in awe, and he soon realizes that something is condensing inside him. It immediately dawns on him that what he is feeling is a will rune. A golden rune appears in his hand, and he realizes that this is one that represents mountains and rivers. He is busy thinking about this when the pilot turns around to ask him if he is fine, and Linwan assures him that he is fine. Linwan then points out the fact that they have been flying through the mountains for a while, and he would like to know how long it is going to take them to reach Redbud City. The pilot replies that they should be there by morning, but Lin Yuan replies that he was expecting them to reach there before dawn. The pilot lets him know that he is traveling at this speed because this is his first time riding, and he is already feeling dizzy. However, Lin Yuan urges the pilot not to worry about him and just go at full speed. The next morning at Chuchi's academy, the first-year students are called to the training ground. Apparently, they are going to engage in a combat session right after they have contracted with a fae. They are putting them through a tougher route because there is a rumor that the school is selecting the 100 prodigies. The examiner informs them that the session is for the third-year combat practice, which also serves as the first practical combat drill for first-year combat classes. The examiner mentions that after everyone has contracted their phase, they are going to draw lots and spar with third-year students to get familiar with their phase skills. He assures them that they are going to keep everything at the practice level, so they have nothing to worry about. Tucci's classmate tells her how nervous she is about fighting a third-year student, and she asks Tucci if she is really going to form a contract with a gray armored beetle. Tucci subtly replies that she has no choice and brings out the beetle, which is safely tucked into a small container. The battle soon begins, and the first match ends with the third-year students' victory after chasing their opponent's fae out of the battlefield. One of the first-year students complains about how unfair the whole thing is because they literally just contracted their phase and they are asked to fight with senior students who already have combat experience. She believes that it is one-sided, and she urges Chuchi to show them what they have to offer because she is basically the best in their class. It turns out that Chuchi will be going up against Feng Lixing, the scariest third-year student. There is a rumor that his relatives even work at the Creation Master Union, and there is a high possibility that he will be selected among the prodigies, so he just needs a few combat wins. Deep down, Feng is also glad that he is going up against Chuki, whom he considers to be an easy win. Feng is also looking to become the Moon Empress's disciple, which is basically an easy way to success. Since Tucci stands no chance, he knows that the only thing she can blame is her poor family situation, which is basically going to waste her talent. On the other hand, Tucci is not ready to give up even though all she has is a beetle to work with. Just as the match is about to begin, the teacher comes running over with a yellow-spotted dog. She tells Tucci to form a contract with the dog instead because it is already elite grade and it would give her a chance against the third year at the very least compared to the beetle. Just as she is about to do this, Lin Yuan's voice echoes from above telling Tucci to wait. Tucci is surprised since she recognizes her brother's voice. Lin Yuan rushes over, thanking the teacher for his assistance, but he lets her know that he already brought a fae for Tucci to contract with. Lin Yuan is glad that he made it in time, and he urges his sister to trust him and contract with the fae he brought instead. He hands her the fae containment box in his hand, and the teacher asks Lin Yuan if the fae he brought is reliable, because they can always fall back on the yellow-spotted dog. Meanwhile, Feng is already laughing his ass off where he is while telling Chuchi that she should use any face she wants. He confidently unveils his Power King beetle, assuring Chuchi that there is nothing she can contract with that will beat the bronze rank beetle he has been training since he was young. Seeing this, even the teacher freaks out, and she admits that the dog wouldn't have stood a chance against the beetle. Chuchi is surprised when she realizes that she is holding a bronze containment box. She wonders where her brother got the money to buy this. However, Linwan urges his sister not to overthink and just focus on the task ahead while assuring her that he believes in her. Tucci then clicks open the box to unveil whatever fae is inside while assuring her brother that she would not allow his efforts to go to waste. She pours in her spiritual energy and she forms a contract with the fae to finally release the rhino. The students are surprised to see this since the rhino's skin looks like that of steel. Feng, on the other hand, is not worried as he believes that Chuji stands no chance since combat experience matters for combat professionals. He tells Chi-Chi that she is going to lose, but Chi-Chi taunts him, telling him that they are about to find out who is going to lose or not. The teacher is blown away by the presence of the rhino, and she starts talking about how expensive the rhino is. Chi-Chi makes the first move as the rhino dashes toward the beetle. Feng easily blocks the attack while making fun of Chi-Chi, reminding her that her rhino is a defensive fae, so there is no way it is going to be superior when it comes to offense. Feng boastfully tells Chi-Chi that he is going to show her what a proper offensive type fae can do. He unleashes his beetle, which hits the rhino off balance. However, Chi-Chi is able to prevent the rhino from falling off. Feng is surprised that the rhino survived the attack, and this tells him that Chi-Chi actually has talent because there is no way a regular person is able to easily handle a fae that they just contracted with moments earlier. The teacher heaves a sigh of relief that the rhino wasn't knocked off the battleground, but she is fearful about how rash Chi-Chi is. She believes that Chi-Chi needs more experience, but Linwan figures out that his sister only used the first attack as a probe to know what her opponent is capable of doing. Just then, the beetle starts running around the rhino in an attempt to find a weak spot, but only Feng knows this since the other students have no idea what he is trying to do. Just when he manages to find what appears to be the rhino's weak spot, Feng doesn't hesitate to go after it, and on impact, it leaves a cloud of dust in the air. Everyone recognizes the attack as the one-hit kill from Feng's fae, and they assume that Chucky is done for already. When the dust clears off, the rhino is still standing. But the teacher still believes that Chucky stands no chance, and she is not in line with the idea of first years fighting third years. However, Linwan knows his sister will be fine because he chose the pain absorption skill for this type of situation. Tucci doesn't hesitate as she activates the pain absorption skill, and this helps the rhino recover, shocking the students. Even the teacher is left in awe as she knows that this is a skill that absorbs damage to convert it into life force. Lin Yuan is also impressed because even though this is Chuchi's first real battle and her first time seeing the rhino, she is able to control it and adapt to the current situation. Feng, on the other hand, doesn't think the rhino still has what it takes to challenge him, and he orders his beetle to keep attacking. However, the rhino just continues taking the hit while remaining fit for battle. The teacher then asks Lin Yuan if the rhino has any counter-attacking skills because Chuchi has only been taking hits. Lin Yuan urges the teacher to calm down, reminding her that Chuchi has an affinity for defensive type phase, and she must surely have a plan. Feng then plans to finish the match in one strike, and he orders his beetle to launch a crazy dive at the rhino. At the same time, Chuchi prepares her rhino for what is about to come. The rhino then uses the rock horn skill by digging up the ground as a shelter. The students are blown away by how Chuchi is able to use the terrain to her advantage, but Feng is out for blood and he starts ramming through the rocks. However, Chuchi keeps them coming until the beetle finally reaches the rhino, delivering a charge attack. Surprisingly, the rhino is able to hold out and the students are completely blown away since the beetle had the advantage before. The rhino's health bar is still better than the beetle's, and the teacher tells the students that the rhino is able to keep up, because the king's beetle uses a skill that allows it to be reckless while disregarding its own injuries. By facing the rhino's defense, each attack has even caused some damage to the beetle itself. In addition, the teacher believes that the beetle was specially trained according to Feng's fighting style, which pursues maximum attack power and precise attack targeting, thus neglecting the possibility of its attack being blocked by same-tier phase. Apparently, the high attack and high agility training method is supposed to control and suppress opponents in duels to end the battle quickly. But if it fails to defeat the opponent quickly, it loses the advantage. Just then, the beetle slips, and the students believe that this is Chuchi's luck. However, the teacher lets them know that this isn't luck because they are both phase, but the insect-type phase simply can't match the rhino's body balance during an endurance battle. In addition, the contractor's mental state contributes to the phase condition. The teacher lets the students know that these are all basic knowledge from the textbook. Meanwhile, Feng is already freaking out as he didn't expect a first-year student to be dueling it out with him. Feng is freaking out, and it causes him to start acting irrationally. He launches his beetle like a catapult, aiming to finish the fight once and for all. Even the teacher can sense that the attack packs a punch, and she urges Chuchi to dodge. However, Chuchi remains firm as she orders her rhino to use the rock on skill repeatedly. The rhino pulls out a giant boulder from the ground, hitting the beetle so hard that it is knocked out of the battleground, ultimately making Chuchi the winner. Feng almost loses his mind in disbelief, and he finds it hard to close his mouth. The teacher is exhilarated, and she finally realizes that Chuchi has been using the rock horn skill multiple times so she can accumulate enough rocks in the field so the final rock horn would be strong enough to flip the Power King beetle. She excitedly pats Lin Yuan on the back and almost creates a hole in his back. Tucci runs into her brother's arms with tears in her eyes, and Lin Yuan congratulates her on the win. Tucci asks him where he got the money from, demanding to know if he sold the shop. She reminds him that without money, there is no way to manage his illness. Lin Yuan then assures her that the business is booming quite well, and his sickness is also cured. The teacher then interrupts the family moment, telling Lin Yuan that Chu-Chi is quite talented, and because of this, she is looking to recommend her directly for the Redbud 100 Prodigies preliminaries. This is the most basic regional selection, which is aimed to help the students qualify for the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the elite national stage. The teacher says Chu-Chi might still be in her first year, but her talent is enough to push her through to the Redbud 100 Prodigies preliminaries. The teacher assures Lin Yuan that the academy is going to do its best to pour educational resources into her, so she is definitely going to grow quickly. Lin Yuan thanks the teacher for the support, and he lets her know that going forward, he is also going to support Tucci's phase and every other thing that she needs. The teacher acknowledges the compliment, and she urges Chu-Chi to take her brother around the school, since there is no class for her for the rest of the day. Lin asks about the yellow-spotted dog, and the teacher tells him that she is just going to raise the dog herself. Later that night, Lin Yuan and Chu-Chi explore the city, and Lin Yuan lets his sister know that he can now sense spiritual energy, but he has no idea how he can prove it to her since she does not believe him. Chu-Chi says she just has to see it with her own eyes to feel at ease because she is pretty sure that the rhino was expensive. Lin Yuan decides to show Chu-Chi his account balance so she can see how many zeros there are. Chu-Chi is blown away when she realizes that her brother is actually telling the truth and has made enough money. Lin Yuan lets her know that after his spiritual energy came back, he became a creation master, so he took on a job which earned him some money. Lin Yuan urges Tucci to study with peace of mind, participate in the selection, and get a good ranking. He lets her know that she doesn't need to work part-time to help with expenses. He then reveals that he will also be taking part in the Creation Master exam. Tucci is glad to hear all of this, and Lin Yuan suggests that they celebrate the success. Tucci tells him what she wants to eat, but he lets her know that she is free to order whatever it is that she wants. After everything is done, Lin Yuan embarks on a return journey, and he knows that he has to work harder to support his sister because the exam isn't going to be easy. He figures out that he has to buy the beginner books for both a Fey researcher and a spiritual material analyst, which is quite a lot. However, Genius should be able to help him out with this. He realizes that it was Chu-Chi's stable spiritual energy reserves that helped her to victory. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, can't even boast of enough spiritual energy to call himself a professional. In addition, he wants to level up Mobius, but the exclusive trait is just too demanding. Lin Yuan notices that the pilot is going faster than when they came to the city, and the pilot mentions that he is already late. He also says he has to show Lin Yuan the top speed of the Falcon so that he doesn't get a bad review. Lin Yuan lets him know that he still has things to buy, and the pilot suggests that he orders them on the Starweb because the Ostrich Logistics runs a same-day delivery program. When they finally arrive at Lin Yuan's place, the Falcon is totally exhausted, but the pilot assures Lin Yuan that it will be fine. The pilot urges Lin Yuan to give a good review because everything went smoothly. Lin Yuan assures him that he will give a good review, and in no time, the things he ordered are also delivered. Lin Yuan realizes that online shopping is the way out, and he has to set up an online store, which means he might not need to go to the Fey market any longer. Basically, this would be much better and safer for him. And the moment he steps into the house, Genius rushes over in an attempt to hug him because he's missed him so much. Sound hugs Lin Yuan, but Genius holds back, trying to prove that he is strong-hearted. Lin Yuan tries to talk to him, but he tells Lin Yuan to leave him alone, telling him that he is pissed. Lin Yuan is glad that he actually came prepared, and he opens a can of pork that immediately draws Genius's attention. He rushes over while telling Lin Yuan that he is still pissed, but he is only shortening his anger duration. Lin Yuan bribes him, telling him that he's going to keep buying it for him if he likes it. Sound asks Lin Yuan what he brought for her, and Lin Yuan tells her that she can eat green radish. Sound is surprised because Lin Yuan previously didn't allow her to eat the radish. Lin Yuan then tells the two to eat while he sorts out the goods. After sorting out the goods, he enters the storeroom and is surprised at how many pots of green radishes there are. Sound then tells him that there is a different radish in the corner, and Lin Yuan rushes over to check it. Lin Yuan finds an appreciation letter from the store he bought the radishes from, thanking him for buying 100 pots of radishes. And because of this, he has been given one free pot of radishes. Lin Yuan then realizes that the bonus is a healing-type radish, which is just perfect for him. He carries the pot and rushes upstairs, telling Genius not to come upstairs in the meantime because he has work to do. Once he is alone, he gets to work and he activates the lock spirit skill. He starts pouring energy into the radish, and it soon dawns on him that because he hasn't rested, his mental strength is not at its peak. Nonetheless, he doesn't mind since he has already started and there is no turning back. Moments later, he is able to establish a contract with the radish, and with the ring glowing, he realizes that there is no mental power draining in effect. He figures out that if he continues infusing spiritual energy, he can do consecutive level ups. An hour later, he had upgraded the radish to elite quality, which helps with healing and recovering from external injuries. At the same time, Mobius has leveled up to elite grade. Lin Wan is surprised that it actually went up, and before he knows it, he finds himself in Mobius's space, and he is surprised to see that it has gotten much bigger than the last time. Just then, he hears Mobius's voice behind him, asking him if he can hear him. Lin Wan confidently tells Mobius that he can hear him loud and clear. Basically, the number of phase a contractor contracts with determines how much mental power they use, and the known limit is 5. However, with Mobius in the action, he gets to take the mental strain off Lin Wan, and the number of phase Lin Yuan can contract also depends on Mobius's level. Lin Yuan is surprised when he turns around to see Mobius donning a genie-shaped form. In addition, he can now speak, and Mobius lets him know that this is made possible because he has now reached the elite grade. Mobius mentions that the space is his ability, the locked spirit space, and as his contractor, he is free to remodel it whichever way he wants to store phase there. Lin Yuan points to the pool in the middle of the space, and Mobius tells him that it is normal water with no spiritual energy, but it has the ability to create wealth. Lin Yuan then throws a low-energy stone into the water, and it releases spiritual energy. On the outside, some spiritual energy will leak away, so efficiency is never 100%. But in the locked spirit space, spiritual energy definitely will not escape. Mobius lets him know that if high-tier energy stones are placed in the pool, the spiritual energy will become very dense over time. It immediately dawns on Lin Yuan that if he strengthens phase in the space, the efficiency will be many times faster. Mobius also lets him know that as he levels up, he will be able to spend more time in his space. However, Lin Wan figures out that this needs money to support it because even the lowest grade energy stones are not found cheaply. Lin Yuan realizes that he has to make money urgently, and just then, Mobius starts to fade away. Lin Yuan asks him what the issue is, and he reveals that he can only maintain his clear communication state for half an hour a day. Mobius also mentions that he was the first Fae that Lin Wan contracted, and because of this, his mental and spiritual energy was crippled for the past 10 years. Mobius apologizes for this, but Lin Wan assures him that it is fine, telling him that the past 10 years have also helped him figure out a lot of things. Now that he has finally found hope, he is confident that there is a long road ahead of them. As the days go by, Lin Yuan focuses fully on the radishes while also healing the spraying spiders. 7 days later, Yang shows up at the door. He prays to the heavens concerning his business deal so that his gamble can pay off. At the same time, he knows that it is pretty difficult to produce 100 pots of green radish in such a short time. Lin Yuan then opens the door for him to enter, telling him to go and check out the radishes himself. Yang walks into the room with the hope of seeing just 30 pots, but to his surprise, Lin Yuan has produced 100 pots of radishes already, and he just has to pick 76 out of them. Yang is completely blown away, and he grabs Lin Yuan's hand like a baby, thanking him for saving his life. Lin Yuan urges Yang not to flatter him because it is not that big of a deal. Yang then tells Lin Yuan to name his price, telling him that he is not even going to argue with him. Lin Yuan lets him know that he is fine by the original price, and Yang is completely blown away because he has just met his benefactor. In fact, he doesn't mind swearing an oath of brotherhood with Lin Yuan on the spot. Yang wastes no time telling Lin Yuan that he's going to buy everything at the original price, and Lin Yuan wonders what is wrong with Yang because he is overly excited about the whole thing. After they are done with the transaction, Yang tells Lin Yuan that he will soon start his breeding farm, and he urges Lin Yuan to come visit when it is ready, assuring him that he's going to save the good stuff for him. Lin Yuan lets him know that he would, and the two say their farewell to each other. Lin Yuan is surprised to see how happy Yang is, and he realizes that the creation master might be a good profession after all. Now that his shop is empty, he feels like it is time for him to restock again. Lin Yuan then asks Genius if he has figured out the star web registration that he told him to learn the day before. Suddenly, he hears Genius calling out to him, and he rushes over in fear. By the time he gets there, he realizes that Genius was only freaking out because he had leveled up again. Apparently, Genius is now in elite grade, and because of this, Genius has gotten smarter. Genius boasts about how all he can remember before is 1 energy cookie, but now he can remember an equivalent of 5 energy cookies. Lin Yuan is glad to hear this since there is a lot he is going to need Genius's help with, and Genius assures him that he is up for the task. At the same time, Sound rushes over to complain about her body mass, but it turns out that she just leveled up to elite grade 2. She has 2 skills, which are Sound Spike and Turbulence, and they are both offensive type skills. Lin asks why none of them are related to his singing because his voice is now heavenly. Just then, Genius tells Lin Yuan that they actually did some combat testing a while ago. He shows Lin Yuan a plank that Sound hit with her Sound Spike skill, and there are charred marks all over. Genius suggests that they test it again to see if Sound has truly leveled up. They move to the backyard, and Genius holds the plank up so that Sound can aim at it. Lin Yuan warns him that he is too close to the target, but he assures Lin Yuan that it is fine because Sound's aim is incredible. By the time the attack hits, Genius is the one shouting that the whole thing is dangerous. Lin Yuan then suggests that they see how his other skill, Turbulence, works. Sound proceeds to demonstrate her skill, and Lin Yuan is completely blown away because she was able to generate a far stronger tornado than when she was a normal grade Fae. Moments later, a delivery dude shows up, telling Lin Yuan that all of his goods have been left at the door, and he just has to sign the delivery details. Genius wants them to continue trying out Sound's power, but Lin Yuan refuses, reminding Genius that he has seen what the power can do plenty of times. He tells Genius to let Sound sleep since she needs the rest. He lets Genius know that his use is different from Sound, and he will soon have a use for him. Genius is happy to hear this, assuring Lin Yuan that he is ready for whatever task that he needs him for. Lin Yuan then tells him to feed the spiders, and while feeding them, Genius is shaky because he doesn't want the spiders to bite him. Lin Yuan is not surprised as it appears that all Faes are scared of spiders. Lin Yuan then takes Genius away from the spiders, telling him that he is just messing with him. He tells Genius to record the information on all the Faes in the shop because from that moment forward, he is going to need his help with all the documentation tasks. Lin Yuan then feeds the spiders with spiritual energy, and Genius notices that they are glowing with different colors. Lin Yuan lets him know that they are about to advance, which is the reason why they are glowing. Genius teases Lin Yuan, telling him that he has gotten pretty good at what he does because he is able to help the 2 spiders advance. Lin Yuan lets him know that the rhino was also in the same state as the spiders. They were about to evolve, but they got injured thanks to the rift incident. After they were replenished, they naturally progressed. 2 hours later, the spiders have fully evolved. Surprisingly, the 2 spiders evolved in 2 different directions, and Lin Yuan is really impressed. He realizes that Yang did a good job in raising the spiders, and Genius asks Lin Yuan if they are selling the spiders because he has already registered the Starweb shop. Lin Yuan is impressed with this, and he suggests that they go check out the shop. However, he soon learns that he has to name the shop, and Genius tells him that he intentionally left the section for him. Lin Yuan then picks out a name for the shop, and he goes with the You Won't Lose Out face shop. As for his username, he uses Deep Mountain Forest. Genius is not impressed one bit by the name because he specifically left the section for him, but he ended up picking the worst name. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, argues that it is catchy. After a while, the 2 finally get the card sorted, and the moment they scan the card, they are able to put up items for sale. Lin Yuan scans the spiders, telling Genius that they are the most important items he wants to sell. After they are done scanning, they are transported to the shop space, which impresses Lin Yuan because it is much bigger than their home. Lin Yuan mentions that the star web is completely made of data, but the data is real, and it is just presented in virtual image form. Genius asks Lin Yuan why none of the house decorations were moved, and Lin Yuan lets him know that the decorations cost extra on the star web. After looking around a bit, Lin Yuan finally figures out how to pull out the menu, and he figures out that it won't hurt if they explore the star web community. Lin Yuan agrees to move, and they soon find themselves in the main market where there is a lot to see. Lin Yuan warns Genius, telling him not to run off. They soon find a furniture and decorations shop, and Lin Yuan suggests that they get themselves furniture to place in the shop. They are attended to by a robot attendant who informs them that it can help them find any furniture, and Lin Yuan points to the 2 pieces of furniture he would like. The robot leads them to the furniture, and Lin Yuan almost goes crazy when he realizes that the furniture he wants to buy costs 100,000 coins each. Lin Yuan quickly asks the robot if there are cheaper chairs that he can get, and the robot leads him to the cheap section. Lin Yuan is planning to buy chairs so that the customers can at least sit when they come to visit. However, the cheap section didn't help either since a chair cost 15,000 coins. Genius yells at the robot trying to negotiate the price, but the robot lets him know that this is way above its authority. Genius runs back to Lin Yuan to tell him that his bargaining skill didn't work, and Lin Yuan tells him that this is because he was trying to negotiate with a robot. Lin Yuan then suggests that they check out the bookstore, and Genius asks him why they are heading to the bookstore. Lin Yuan reminds him that he wants to take the creation exam, so he has to buy textbooks. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Lin Yuan leaves the sorting of the textbooks to Genius. Genius heads over to the attendant robot to tell it everything that they need. The robot reveals that based on their input, they are going to be taking over 300 books. Lin Yuan pays for the books and tells the robot to package them as a knowledge chip and send them to his address. The robot then tells him that he has to sign a confidentiality agreement promising that the purchased books will not be used by anyone other than relatives, or the Creation Master Association will end up holding him responsible for leaking information. Once they are done with their business, Lin suggests that it is time for them to go back. Lin Yuan admits that the intelligent robots are nice, and he might consider getting one to watch the shop. The two then teleport back to the shop, and to their surprise, a lady wearing a funny cap is already waiting for them. The girl scolds Lin Yuan for leaving his shop unattended because she has been waiting for a while. Lin Yuan apologizes, telling her that he just opened the shop that day, so he hasn't prepared an intelligent robot yet. Lin Yuan can see that the girl is around the same age as Chu Chi, but doesn't know why she is so arrogant. The girl then moves straight to business, asking Lin Yuan, whom he addresses as Mr., how much he wants to sell his spiders. The girl asks Lin Yuan the cost of the 2 spiders. However, she urges Lin Yuan not to charge a high price for her, reminding him of the name of his shop. Genius is on the floor laughing about the fact that Lin Yuan got called an uncle, and Lin Yuan calmly tells the girl what she needs to know. He tells her that the smaller web-spraying spider with the slender legs has an exclusive trait, which is the sticky web. The girl is not impressed because it doesn't have poison, and Lin Yuan tells her that if she wants the spider that has poison, she should go for the larger spider because its trait is fierce poison. The big spider comes forward, startling the girl, causing her to fall to the ground. In the process, her headgear falls off, showing her bald head. Lin is completely shocked when he sees this, and he compares her head to a boiled egg. However, he can't even roast her because she's a customer, but Genius spills it out, calling her a boiled egg. The girl grabs her head in embarrassment, and Lin Yuan apologizes for how rude his spiritual creature is. He grabs Genius, ordering him to apologize, and Genius does as told. The girl accepts the apology and decides to explain why she is bald-headed. She mentions that she wasn't like this from the start, revealing that it is just an after effect of the treatment she is receiving after being stung by a ghost shadow bristle spider. She mentions that her hair will grow back in a few months, so she was not born like that, and she is definitely not a boiled egg. Lin Yuan then asks her if she really likes spider-type phase, and the girl clears up the misconception, saying she doesn't like spider-type phase whatsoever because no one would like such big hairy bugs. Lin Yuan then asks her why she is looking for spider-type phase and even working with a dangerous one like the ghost shadow bristle spider. The girl replies with sadness that her affinity is spider-type phase. Lin Yuan then realizes that the girl is one of those who have a mismatched affinity. They are basically contractors who hate spider phase but can only contract spider phase. However, looking at it from a different perspective, arachnids are a very broad Fae category, which means her development routes are pretty wide. In addition, she got effective treatment from contact with the ghost shadow bristle spider, which shows that she is from a rich family. Just as the girl is about to walk away because the spiders are not what she wants, Lin calls back, telling her that the spiders have exclusive traits, but she believes that they are pretty weak for what she wants. She mentions that she wants to contract with a spider-type Fae with a really powerful control ability. Lin Yuan cannot believe that she considers his current spiders to be weak. The girl says it is not about how strong they are because she just wants to roll a web-spraying spider whose exclusive trait is transparent web. Lin Yuan figures out that she is rich, which has given her the avenue to be picky. Lin Yuan knows that even if she has the money, it still depends on her luck to get the right one after so many tries. Just then, Lin Yuan realizes that he might actually be able to pull it off. Lin Yuan then tells her that if she wants custom epic web-spraying spiders, he has a way. He asks her how many she wants, but she doesn't think Lin Yuan looks like someone who can help her out. She believes that Lin Yuan is only trying to rip her off, causing Lin Yuan to hold his fist really tight in frustration, but he knows that he has no choice because he wants to help her out. He then decides to play reverse psychology on her, telling her that she is free to do whatever she wants, suggesting that she enter about 100 shops till she finds the spider that she wants. Lin Yuan tells Genius that it is time for them to go, and the girl quickly calls him back, asking him if he really has a way to help her out. Lin Yuan tells her that if she doesn't believe him, there is nothing he can do about it. She then suggests that they add each other as friends on the star web, telling him that he can message her to buy the spiders if he later manages to pull through with them. Lin Yuan is glad that he used the fake retreat plan because it is always the best route to deal with customers who are stubborn. Lin Yuan continues riding the wave, telling her that they don't have to add each other, since she can come back if she wants to buy something. The girl urges Lin Yuan not to be mad at her because she was scared that she was going to get scammed since his shop is pretty empty. She even winks at Lin Yuan to try to convince him, and Lin Yuan finally agrees that they add each other. After adding each other, she trash talks his username, calling it a very dumb name, and Lin Yuan retaliates, telling her that her username, Cloudstream, is also dumb. The two start arguing over who is wrong between the customer and the seller. Just then, Lin Yuan receives a credit alert of 10 Radiance coins, which is pretty much because 1 Radiance coin is equivalent to 1 million federal coins. Cloudstream tells Lin Yuan that now that she's paid, she will be awaiting good news from him. Lin Yuan almost loses his mind when he sees the amount of money that just entered his account, further confirming the fact that Cloudstream is rich. Even Genius is blown away, and he starts talking about how they don't have to lack again. He even mentions that Sound has always wanted the latest record and sound system, so it might be nice if they can get her. However, Lin Yuan lets him know that they might not have money to spare because Cloudstream already gave them full payment. Nonetheless, they still have some money from the one Yang paid them. Moments later, Lin Yuan's fear comes through as he burns through the money just from purchasing 5 spiders. Lin Yuan realizes that they are going to spend a lot of money on materials if they plan to move through the normal route. He finally understands why Cloudstream gave him 10 Radiance coins without batting an eye. Genius holds his head down in frustration, expressing his sadness that they might never get rich if this is how things are going to be. Lin Yuan then tells him that now that they have bought an intelligence robot to keep watch, the shop won't need as much hands-on work. However, they really need to save because expanding the shop will cost a lot more down the road. Later on, they return to the shop and no customer has shown up to make an order. Genius wastes no time trash talking the dumb robot Lin Yuan bought, but Lin Yuan lets him know that they just have to finish Cloudstream's order to get big funding in the future. Lin Yuan then heads into Mobius's space to talk to him. Mobius tells him that even though money is important, he also has to increase his own strength, which will help him earn faster and more. Lin Yuan acknowledges Mobius's advice and decides to follow it. Lin Yuan then tells Mobius that he has been thinking about the Fae he wants to lock in his space, but he wants to hear Mobius's opinion on it. Mobius asks him which Fae is planning on, and Lin Yuan reveals that he wants to lock the spirit-absorbing goldfish. When Mobius hears this, he lets Lin Yuan know that he has no objections whatsoever, but he tells him that the goldfish demands 10 times what the other Faes demand. Lin Yuan assures him that he is aware of this, and he is fine with it. Lin Yuan mentions that he can sense that his mental power is weak, but Mobius compressed his own mental power to protect him. Lin Yuan says that with this alone, it is his responsibility to figure out a way to recover as fast as he can. After the talk with Mobius, Lin Yuan heads to the star web, and after walking around a bit, he decides to use the search function. Surprisingly, after inputting the search parameters, shops selling goldfish appear all around him. However, most of them only have normal grade ones, and Lin Yuan would have preferred that they were elite grade. Lin Yuan wonders if he can filter for the highest level shops directly instead of scrolling endlessly. After doing this, he finds a huge store which looks pretty impressive. He is thinking about copying the shop's design when the store owner approaches him, asking him what he wants. She assures him that she will find whatever he wants. However, she apologizes if the service is poor, revealing that her staff is currently on leave, so she is the only one handling the store. Lin Yuan sighs in relief that he doesn't have to deal with an intelligent robot. Lin Yuan tells her that he would like to buy a spirit-absorbing goldfish. The store owner then tells him to follow her, and she shows him the smaller goldfish that they have. She mentions that they cost about 0.5 Radiance coins. However, there is also another goldfish inside the tank that is bigger than the others, and this costs 5 Radiance coins. Lin Yuan can already feel the difference between the goldfish because just by standing nearby the fish, he can already feel the difference in aura. However, it is pretty expensive, and this might not work for him since he is on a tight budget. The store owner lets him know that the spirit-absorbing goldfish are not even good breeds because if they were better, the price would start at least 7 radiance coins. However, at a normal grade, all types have the same price. However, it is hard to evolve them, which is why no creation masters are willing to take such commissions. Lin thanks the lady for her, and she tells him that it is all for the good. She then introduces herself as Shin, and she tells Lin Yuan that whatever spirit-absorbing goldfish he picks depends on his own eye. Lin Yuan figures out that, in terms of potential, he should choose a dragon eye goldfish because it might awaken through regression. However, he wonders if he can be lucky just as he was with the rhino. Nonetheless, he knows that he has no choice but to try it out because it is going to happen sooner or later. He knows that if it works, the shop will have a clear main product. Lin Yuan then points to the goldfish that he wants, and Shin asks him if there is anything else that he needs. Lin Yuan figures out that the pool in Mobius space has to be tested, and he tells Shin that he would like to buy some energy or... Shin tells him that if he manages to buy plenty, she is going to give him a discount of 500 federal coins per gene. Lin Yuan then tells her that he would like to start with 2000 energy and Jean almost passes out in shock. Lin Yuan cuts off her shock, asking if all he has to do to pay is tap his star card, and Jean confirms this. She lets Lin Yuan know that Ostrich Logistics will deliver it to the address that he registered. Shin already concludes that Lin Yuan is a big creation master because of the amount of goods that he bought. Shin then proceeds to give Lin Yuan another piece of advice, telling him that if he is looking for a way to raise the spirit-absorbing goldfish, her shop recommends butterfly shells. She mentions that they might be a bit expensive, but she assures Lin Yuan that they are worth it. Lin Yuan thanks Shin for the advice because she has been of great help. By the time he is done, he has spent all of the radiance coins that he has. Nonetheless, he believes that this should be enough food for the spirit-absorbing goldfish for the next 3 to 5 months. Shin then suggests that they add each other on Starweb. She tells him that he can reach out to her if he ever needs anything, assuring him that as long as he can pay, she is going to get it for him. Lin Yuan bows to the lady, admitting that it is an honor. Lin Yuan is pleased to have met Shin because this means he can easily get his hands on items that are hard to obtain normally. Lin Yuan ends up purchasing more lower-grade energy ores. Basically, the higher the energy ore's grade, the purer the spiritual energy inside. Low-grade ore can only be used for cultivating normal or elite grade phase, leaving Xian to wonder what sort of breeding farm Lin Yuan is running for him to have bought such a huge volume of energy ores. Shin gets more comfortable with Lin Yuan, telling him that they even have a special service for old clients, and Lin Yuan lets him know that he is interested. Shin reveals that aside from buying back some of their old clients' phase, they can also provide heavily injured phase to use as special spiritual materials. Lin Yuan is blown away when he hears this, and he asks Shin when the next batch will arrive. Shin then tells him that in 3 weeks, if anything changes, she is going to notify him on the star web. Lin Yuan figures out that in 3 weeks, he should have gotten some funds that he can work with. Lin Yuan then asks Shin why her shop is quiet because he has been there for a while but hasn't seen any customers walk in. Shin is surprised that he doesn't know what is going on that day. She mentions that there is a match between members of the Sequence 100 over at the Starry Sky Tower's Radiance Ladder. Because of this, most staff and customers have gone to watch. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan finally takes his leave, and Shin assures him that his goods will be delivered to him later. Upon leaving the store, he realizes that the match has already started, and since only high-platform tickets are available, Lin Yuan has no choice but to purchase a ticket. Lin Yuan is excited to see what the strongest young combat professionals in the Radiance Federation are like. Lin Yuan also wants to know the difference between them and Chu Chi. Apparently, the match is between the offensive-type fighter, Shiranui, and the healer-type, White Devil. Lin Yuan is forced to climb a high set of stairs, leaving him sweating like a hippo while wondering why Starweb still has areas where one has to climb. As he approaches the stands, he can hear the crowd cheering for both sides, leaving him to wonder who they are actually supporting. Just then, he spots Cloudstream in the distance watching the fight with binoculars. He calls her name, and she turns around with the binoculars still fixed on her face as she stares at Lin Yuan. She complains about how big his face is, and Lin Yuan is forced to remind her that she has binoculars on her face. Cloudstream then tells Lin Yuan that there is no rule that says one can't cheer for both sides, and Cloudstream mentions that she is going to be happy no matter what. Cloudstream then asks Lin Yuan who he is supporting between the two fighters, and Lin Yuan nervously replies that it is the same as her. Cloudstream grabs his hand, commending him for having good taste just like her. Lin Wan knows that he obviously cannot tell her that he doesn't even know the two fighters, so he is just going to go play along. Cloudstream then gives Lin Wan a telescope that he can use so that he doesn't miss a single moment of the fight because listening to the commentary isn't enough. Lin Wan happily collects the telescope and he realizes that Cloudstream is pretty nice even though she is arrogant. Taking a peek at the two fighters, Lin Wan realizes that the two fighters aren't the same type of combat professional. Cloudstream commends him for having a good eye and she asks him who he thinks is going to win. Lin Wan checks out their phase, and he is surprised that they are already at the gold tier. The match begins, and Shiranui, whose real name is Anna, is the first to make an attacking move. But White Devil, Daisy, clears out the attack with her healing phase. The fight soon becomes intense as Shiranui tries to overwhelm White Devil with her bear attacks, but White Devil is able to clear out the attack just yet again. Anna commends Daisy, telling her that she is impressed that she is able to withstand her attacks. However, she lets her know that her attacks are not far from over. 15 minutes later, the fight is still ongoing, but Anna believes that she has the upper hand. She is confident that Daisy will soon fall off because his aura has almost been depleted. Watching the battle, Lin Yuan is surprised to see that a healer type is at a disadvantage against defensive type fighters. Daisy, who is ranked number 18, tells Anna, the number 47, that the gap between them is quite enormous and it is not there for fun. Daisy then unleashes her Snow Chill skill to freeze up Anna's bears. Anna is surprised that Daisy is able to pull off such a large-scale move after such a long fight. She has no choice but to admit that Daisy is pretty talented. Cloudstream is blown away by the fact that Daisy has turned the tide of war, but Lin Yuan tells her that it is not as simple as she thinks because Daisy is a healer. Daisy unleashes a powerful skill that helps all of her phase recover, leaving the spectators completely blown away. Even though the injuries are not fully healed, her phase are battle-ready. Even Anna is left in surprise because this just shows how impressive Daisy is. However, she lets Daisy know that she still has no chance against her. She boasts about her bear being a platinum tier fae, so this alone gives her the upper hand. Daisy admits that Anna has grown really well, but she still doesn't think Anna is a threat to her. Daisy tells Anna that no matter what move she is planning, she won't be able to break through her Flow Flame critical strike that combines offense and defense. Daisy lets her know that this is a skill that she implemented basically for her. With Anna trapped, Daisy unleashes her skill on her, defeating her and winning the match. Anna crashes to her knees, admitting that didn't know that Daisy's revival butterfly evolved into a fantasy species while she is still riding gold tier phase. Anna admits defeat, and Daisy stretches her hand toward Anna, telling her that the revival butterfly is now a calamity butterfly, not a fantasy species. Daisy helps Anna up in the spirit of excellent sportsmanship while the spectators chant their names repeatedly. Cloudstream grabs Lin Yuan in excitement, talking about how cool the fighters are. Thanks to watching the fight, Lin Yuan could see that Chu-Chi's school battles are nothing but child's play. Lin Yuan finally witnesses the combat power of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. After the battle, Cloudstream tells Lin Yuan not to forget about her web-spraying spiders. Lin Yuan assures her that he is on it. Deep down, Lin Yuan is busy thinking about the fight, and he is blown away by how powerful the fantasy species is. Basically, a gold-tier healing type fae can defeat a platinum-tier combat type. He realizes that the rune he has is the key to evolving a fae into a fantasy species, and it is perfectly suited to healing type faes. However, the only healing type he currently has is the Jasmine Lily. When Lin Yuan returns to the house, he enters the phase room to find them doing something suspicious on the computer, but they quickly shut it down. Lin Yuan doesn't think too much about it, and he tells Genius to move over because he has to check something on the computer. Genius and Sound heave a sigh of relief because they were able to shut down the computer before Lin could notice. Lin Yuan wants to confirm what he needs to raise a bronze tier fae to legendary quality. He realizes that he needs at least a C-rank spirit chi, and he starts wondering if he should just auction the two web-spraying spiders online because they should fetch a reasonable price. Just then, the logistics company shows up to deliver the goods that Lin Yuan ordered on StarWeb. He is asked to sign the document while the delivery guy yells at the rookie, telling her to bring the goods over. The lady rushes over to carry the boxes with the goldfish tank sitting on the box. She's so clumsy with the box that the fish tank falls off. It almost crashes to the ground, but Genius is able to catch the fish tank just in time. Surprisingly, the fish is no longer in the tank, but fortunately for them, Sound had caught the fish. Lin Yuan heaves a sigh of relief, thanking his stars that the fish didn't die. The delivery guy scolds the rookie for almost causing a disaster, and she apologizes for this. Linwan assures her that it is fine because everyone messes up sometimes. Moments later, they have moved all the goods inside the house, and Genius is blown away by the amount of energy that Linwan bought. Linwan tells him that the only way they can scale profits is by making sure that they increase their strength too. Nonetheless, Linwan believes that the rookie is quite strong because she was able to move all the ore inside without body training. Linwan then tells Genius that he will be going into seclusion to train again. He also tells Genius that all the data from the knowledge chips has been saved to his StarWeb account so he can start studying. Genius acknowledges this while grabbing the cookie box in addition. Linwan then opens Mobius's locked space. He manages to level up the goldfish from normal grade to elite grade in 1 hour. He realizes that he has used several times more chi than he would have used for a green radish. He finally understands why people talk about how hard it is to raise goldfish. Linwan is left wondering how he is supposed to move all the energy into the spirit space. 2 days later, the goldfish is seen moving around freely inside the spirit pool. Linwan has been dumping energy ores into the pool for the past 2 days after working really hard to move the ores. He is frustrated that Mobius didn't help him, and Mobius reminds him that he is still in spirit form. Moments later, Linwan realizes that the spirit key density is saturated inside the space, and if he wants to increase it, he would have to wait till Mobius's next advancement. Linwan also notices that the goldfish is constantly drawing in the space's spirit chi. Linwan is glad to see this since the goldfish is going to be the shop's future signature product. However, he really wants the goldfish to awaken the dragon bloodline, and Mobius reminds him that this requires the dragon-type beast blood, which is insanely expensive. Linwan agrees with him, but mentions that the biggest issue they have is the lack of money, so he can only make cash quickly by fast-tracking Fey upgrades. Mobius watches as Linwan brings in containment boxes, and he asks him what he is planning. Linwan reveals that they are web-spraying spiders, but he believes that the shop still needs distinctive items to display. Mobius then asks him why he dragged them into the spirit space, and Linwan reveals that the spirit chi conversion speed in the spirit space is 5 times that of the outside world. After a while, Linwan is able to upgrade the spiders to epic quality. Linwan is blown away that all it took was just 2 hours because on the outside, it would have taken several hours at least. Just then, he receives an auction notification on his phone telling him that people are already bidding for his spiders. Just then, he notices that tips are coming in, leaving him wondering where they came from. It suddenly dawns on him that he might actually know who is responsible, and he rushes to the computer room where he finds Sound live streaming her heavenly voice. She is known as the Heavenly Streamer, and this is where all the donations are coming from. Lin expresses his shock, saying he wouldn't have found out that Sound has started another career behind him, if not for the shared income and expenditure system. Sound boasts about her nice streaming name, and Linwan asks her how she does it without showing her face. Sound then explains to him how she and Genius came up with a way around it. Linwan turns to Genius when he hears this, and his heart almost jumps out of his chest. He claims he always has free periods after he is done studying for the day, so he decided to use this for Sound so she can do something with it. Since the account has been open for a couple of days and there is little activity on it, Linwan decides to leave them to do their thing, but little does he know that Sound is going to become a legend in the live streaming world in the near future. Genius and Sound celebrate excitedly when Linwan agrees to this, but Linwan tells them that they cannot accept inappropriate tips, and the highest they can take is 500 Federation coins. He also tells them to change the audio track they are using. The two agree to everything and dash off in excitement like little children. When Linwan returns to the locked space, Mobius teases him, telling him that Genius and Sound are quite interesting fellows, but he tells him not to talk about them because he is busy trying to find a way for him to level up. He complains about how the spirit energy concentration in the locked space has reached a bottleneck, but it still can't quite keep up with the consumption volume of nurturing spirit creatures. Basically, the condition for leveling Mobius up is to first nurture other spirit creatures to the same level. Even though he can make the process faster by transforming spirit energy, he is limited by his own spirit chi professional rank, so the efficiency is ultimately limited. If he wants this process to be faster, he has to increase Mobius's level, and it is all a vicious cycle all on its own. Mobius then asks him if it wouldn't be better if he didn't pursue high quality since it drains his money so much. Linwan tells him that this won't help because only by improving the quality of the spirit creature can the spirit creature's level be obtained. Linwan explains that for the spirit gathering goldfish to evolve, it needs at least 3 drops of dragon beast blood. For the lily to attempt legendary grade quality, it is going to need 1 portion of revival soil, 2 redwood tree cores, and 1 liter of flora spring water. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan decides to call Xian to ask her. Xian is shocked when she learns that Lin Yuan wants to buy dragon beast blood because it is not cheap. At the same time, she is glad that she decided to take Lin Yuan on as her customer because no normal customers would want the things that he has been ordering. Xian checks the price and gets back to Lin Yuan. She tells him that the gold rank dragon beast is 80 radiance coins per drop, and the platinum rank is 2,000 radiance coins per drop. Xian then tells Lin Yuan that she can give him a discount if he buys the goods in bulk. Just then, she notices that Lin Yuan has gone silent, and this is because Lin Yuan is crying in silence since he doesn't have the amount of money Xian is asking for. Lin Yuan finally pulls himself together, and he tells Shin that he only asked because he wanted to know the price. He then tells her that he would like to order 4,000 gene of low-rank energy stones and 3 spirit-absorbing goldfish, which are normal grade. After the call, Jin realizes that with the way Lin Yuan is restocking, he is going to need the dragon beast blood on his next order, so she has to hurry up. 2 hours later, the goods have been delivered, and Mobius is surprised at how fast everything was. Lin Yuan finally upgrades the spiders to epic quality, but this has drained his money so much. Lin Yuan then feeds the fish, but to his surprise, they are fighting in the pool even though it is quite big. He's confused by this and lets him know that he is pretty naive because he totally ignored the law of natural selection, which revolves around survival of the fittest. Mobius mentions that evolution is the most creative ability nature bestows upon living beings, and no matter what kind of spirit creature it is, they are not going to easily share the spirit energy supplying themselves with other creatures even if they were former partners. Lin Yuan finally understands why it is easy for the strong to keep rising while the weak find it difficult to progress. Mobius commends him, saying he has finally figured it out. Nonetheless, Mobius lets him know that nature is balanced because the more powerful the individual, the more they understand coexistence and order. Mobius then mentions that his calm mind skill will temporarily eliminate the aggression of the dragon eye goldfish, allowing the other 3 to evolve to elite grade in 5 days. Just then, Lin Yuan checks his phone, and he is surprised that the goods he put in the store for sale have all sold out. Lin Yuan then heads to the shop, and upon getting there, he finds a monk and a redhead lady. It turns out that the monk had ordered everything in the shop after the lady gave him the chance just because he is a monk. The monk tries to defuse the situation by bringing in Buddhist teachings, but this only pisses the lady off, and she suggests that they meet offline so that she can beat the living shit out of him. Lin Yuan displays his goods to announce his presence while yelling at the 2 to stop arguing at his shop. The 2 are shocked when they see the web-spraying spiders that Lin Yuan just displayed, which is something only a 2-star creator could have done. Seeing how the 2 are fawning over the spiders, Lin Yuan urges them to be careful because it is a customer's custom order, which is not for sale. The 2 immediately ask him what they need to do to make a custom order like this one too. Lin Yuan then tells them that he is temporarily not accepting custom orders for that month, so they would have to wait until the next month. The 2 ask him if he still has elite grade green radishes, but he says no, telling them that he won't be selling elite grade radishes anymore after that. However, he lets them know that he would be selling bronze grade radishes and elite grade goldfish. He tells them that they are welcome to pre-order, and the redhead lady immediately places a bid of 5 radiance coins to order a bronze rank green radish. She also adds that she would pay 8 radiance coins to order the goldfish while warning the monk not to even think of snatching her order. Hearing their conversation, Lin Yuan realizes that the 2 have always patronized him, but he threatens to blacklist them if they continue arguing. The 2 immediately make up, shaking each other's hands like besties. Lin holds his head in exhaustion, realizing that he has to set up the shop rules and place them in an open place where the customers can see them. After the whole deal, the monk leaves, but the redhead lady stays back, and Lin Yuan asks her what she wants. She tells him that she has a fae that is seriously injured. Apparently, the essence is damaged, and when Lin Yuan hears this, he tells her that he might still be able to help if the fae is still below silver tier. The lady celebrates when she hears this, revealing that her daughter would finally be happy. Apparently, the fae is her daughter's, but she looks so young that Lin Yuan can't even say she is old enough to birth another human. She then shows Lin Yuan her daughter's bronze tier fae, revealing that one of its roots got burned off by a horned demon near a dimensional rift. Lin Yuan is shocked when he hears this because their horns carry a withering effect that is devastating for plant-type faes. He finally realizes why the fae's essence was damaged. The redhead lady thanks Lin Yuan for the assistance, asking him how much he is going to collect as his fee. She plans to gather the money before the next month, but Lin Yuan lets her know that there is no rush. In addition, he lets her know that he doesn't have the time to attend to her this month, but she can bring the Fae the following month. As for the payment, he tells her that he doesn't need money and can just bring him revival soil, which is Elysian soil. The redhead lady thanks Lin Yuan, assuring him that she is going to make sure she finds the revival soil for him. Lin Yuan is glad to hear this, but he lets her know that if she can't find it, they can talk about a price when she finally brings it in. Deep down, Lin Yuan is surprised that the lady is offering to get the soil because Shin couldn't get it, which means the lady has some serious connections. Lin Yuan figures out that the revival soil has been taken care of and spirit spring water can be bought. And if he throws enough money at the rest, he should get the job done. He figures out that the only place that might help out is the Rarities Pavilion where auctions take place. However, he decides to forget about it in the meantime and just sends Cloudstream the web-spraying spiders that he has finished. The moment Cloudstream got the text that her goods were finished, she couldn't believe her eyes. She even assumes that Lin Yuan is messing with her or cheating in some sort of way. She can't believe that in just a couple of days, Lin Yuan has been able to produce 5 elite quality Faes. Lin Yuan is shocked when he realizes that something like this is considered to be fast. Cloudstream soon shows up to pick up the spiders, and she commends Lin Yuan's hard work, saying she never expected that he would be that fast. After inspecting them and making sure that they are good, Lin Yuan asks her if he can ship them to her address, and she says yes. However, Lin Yuan urges her to be careful because one of the spiders has a venomous skill. He tries to warn her because of her hair, but she takes it personally and yells at Lin Yuan, telling him that her hair is already growing. She then transfers Lin Yuan's money before leaving, and Lin Yuan is surprised that Cloudstream still hasn't changed from getting angry at little things. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan is glad that he finally has enough money to scale up production, and he wastes no time jumping on this. He buys and then upgrades to sell, and in no time his shop starts raking in more profit. Shortly afterward, he notices that Genius seems tired, and he asks him what is wrong. Genius lets him know that he is not tired, but he is just confused about some concepts. He asks Lin Yuan what complexity of Fey evolution means, and Lin Yuan asks him what specific part he is stuck on. Genius replies that it is the part that says a phase evolution isn't just about improving survival or battle ability. If this is the case, Genius believes that evolution would fail and species existence would come to a halt. Lin Yuan understands that such a theory is hard to understand, and he figures out that he is going to need a good example to explain to Genius. Lin Yuan then takes him to a green radish, and he asks him how he would evolve a green radish if he were trying to improve his survival chances. Genius explains what he is going to do, which basically means he is going to evolve it into a poisonous cactus. Lin Yuan then tells him that this is the wrong evolutionary direction, and Genius argues that his answers are survival-focused. Lin Yuan then shows him what a bronze-tier radish looks like, and Genius realizes that it is juicy and tender, unlike the hardy cactus that he wanted to make. Genius asks if the radish wants to be eaten, and Lin Yuan lets him know that he is right. He explains that the green radish's evolutionary path basically tells Fays out there that it can produce food and it tastes good. It basically wants them to take care of it and nurture it so it doesn't die. This is basically how it secures its place within the Fey ecosystem. Genius mentions that he would have evolved it to taste terrible because the worse, the better. Lin Yuan tells him that overthinking the whole stuff is just going to make his head spin, and he suggests that they go out for a walk to relax. Sound also mentions that she would like to follow them. As they walk through the street, the team realizes that it's been so long since they went out because they have only relied on online shopping. Just then, Ling, the city lord, appears on the screen, revealing that the Radiance Federation Creators Guild will be undergoing a reform to the creator certification examination. She mentions that anyone who completes the 1-star creator test within 2 hours will be exempt from the 3 life profession exams and can directly challenge the 2-star creator exam. The moment Lin Yuan hears this, he realizes that a big opportunity just fell on his lap, and he can just go for it. After the exam announcement, reports also come in that dimensional rift activity is going to spike in 6 months, which basically means a beast tide is approaching. Because of this, the Federation is going to enter a wartime readiness state, and citizens are advised to remain calm and prepare as needed. The announcement mentions that during rift activity periods, the Bureau is going to be deployed to defend against the beast tide. The images of Bureau agents are displayed on the screen, and seeing their uniform, Lin Yuan remembers his parents. He remembers the last night he saw them after they left, telling him that they had something to do but would be back the next day. However, the next morning, what he woke up to was news that his parents were dead. Since then, he has been left to take care of his sister. He was also handed his parents' badges. And just from remembering this memory, his aura almost goes out of control. However, he assures his face that he is now fine and they can return home. Nonetheless, he has finally figured out that his parents were bureau agents thanks to the bureau badges he was given back then. Sometime later, Lin Yuan sits down to look into his parents. He realizes that 10 years ago, a dimensional rift opened in the suburbs of the county, and it was the Spirit Suppression Bureau that solved the crisis back then. Looking through the news, he realizes that the battle lasted for several hours. And during this process, the bone rot silkworm attacked. This is basically a self-destructive attack that the creature initiates when it's already on the verge of losing, thus sacrificing itself to take down everything nearby. Lin Yuan finally realizes that Li was also a part of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. He checks his parents' keepsake and he finds their damaged badge in there. The realization that his parents were always putting themselves in danger leaves him completely overwhelmed. He wonders why his mom and dad never told him how much they are always risking themselves. Just then, he spots a familiar serial number on the badge, which is 2837. He wonders if this is his parents' internal bureau IDs. He decides to use this to dig up anything that he can, but to his surprise, he couldn't access the site. He wonders if he has triggered some sort of restricted access because searching online doesn't seem to be working. He wishes that Li were home so he could have asked him. But unfortunately, he is at the hospital. Apparently, Zhang and Li were his parents' old friends, and Lin Yuan is convinced that they definitely know something. He wants to believe that Li was at the site of the battle judging by his injuries. Just then, he hears a knock on the door, and this surprises him because it is already late into the night and he is not expecting anyone. He starts racking his brain for whoever the person might be, but there is no one who comes to his head because everyone he knows has no reason to come to his door that late in the night. Suddenly, the rhythm of the knock changes, and he wonders if someone else has taken over the knock. He starts assuming the worst as he prepares for a potential kidnapping session. Even his fays wake up and ask him if he has offended someone who is there to kidnap him late in the night. Lin argues that his little business doesn't have the guts to steal from anyone. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to prepare to strike with turbulence the moment he opens the door. Lin Yuan opens the door with a smile, asking those at the door who they are looking for. The strange man urges Lin Yuan not to be nervous while asking him if he is Lin Jin and Chu Yuan's child. Lin Yuan is surprised that the two know his parents, and they whip out their bureau badge so that he can understand what is going on. The lady introduces herself as Su Jin, and the dude is Dong Hai. Apparently, the two are from the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Dong tells Lin Yuan that they were able to track his location because he tried to access the internal bureau files. Lin Yuan tries to point out what he knows, but Dong cuts him off, telling him that it is a long story. He mentions that what happened back then was so chaotic that most of them just started living under hidden identities after the chaos subsided. Dong then hands Lin Yuan a piece of clothing with his mom's handwriting on it. His mother was wishing him well in life, and Dong tells Lin Yuan that the bureau missions are pretty dangerous, which is why Zhang and Li kept everything away from him. Basically, they have just been taking care of him quietly, and Dong urges him not to blame them. Lin Yuan tries to be strong, and he tells the two that he would never blame Li and Zhang because, thanks to them, he and his sister were able to grow up without a hassle. Dong then pats Lin Yuan on the shoulder as tears drop from his eyes, assuring him that he can count on them for anything going forward. Just then, Su Jin fakes a cough to remind Dong that he is forgetting something. Dong reaches for his coat and whips out a box, telling Lin Yuan that the contents of the box were earned through his parents' merits, and it only got approved thanks to Zhang's repeated requests. Lin Yuan asks Dong what it is, and when he opens it, he finds a green jewel sitting in the case. Su Jin lets him know that it is a source seed, and Lin Yuan asks them what a source seed is. Su Jin explains that when a dimensional rift erupts, it not only spawns beasts, but it also generates treasures called source items. Basically, a rift can only close after it loses its source item. Su Jin tells Lin Yuan that the source seed in his hand is an artifact powerful enough to seal a level 2 dimensional rift. Dong tells him that the source seed suits him perfectly because Li told them that Lin Yuan had an accident while he was cultivating as a child, so his body has been weak ever since then. However, a source seed only needs blood to nurture it but doesn't drain mental power or spirit chi. Su Jin informs him that the source seed can grow into a fae, and its abilities and evolution path can be freely directed through cultivation. Since Lin Yuan's body is weak, Su Jin suggests that he grow it into a healing-type fae, which will help him nourish and strengthen him over time. Lin Yuan silently agrees with this because it aligns with his current affinity. However, he knows that a pure healer type won't do the job, so he needs a battle power like the Calamity Butterfly that Daisy wields. Dong and Su Jin then whip out Federation Bank cards with 100 Radiance coins. They tell him to consider it a long overdue apology, which came 10 years later. The two tell him that he can use the funds to take care of his sister's school fees, and he shouldn't try to save it, but see it as 10 years worth of interest. Lin Yuan calmly rejects the money, saying he can't take it because he is currently doing well. He opens the door to show them his loyal face, sound, and genius. He assures them that he has companions taking care of him, but Dong tells Lin Yuan that he is much older than him, so he has more experience. He forces him to take the card, telling him that it is not about what he feels. Su Jin, on the other hand, can see that Lin Yuan appears to be healthy since genius and sound are elite phase. Nonetheless, he is still lagging behind because his current peers already have phase that are bronze tier. Su then makes a suggestion, asking Lin if he is interested in learning more about his parents' work. Dong is surprised to hear this proposal coming from Su Jin, and Su Jin continues, revealing that there is a level 1-dimensional rift in the area that connects directly to the insect realm. Su Jin tells Lin Yuan that she is willing to take him there if he wants so he can watch the bureau in action. However, she lets Lin Yuan know that it is still pretty dangerous even though it is just a level 1 rift. She hasn't even finished saying this when Lin Yuan cuts in, telling her that he is willing to go because he has already missed a lot from the world and this is a chance for him to get some back. Lin Yuan knows that in just 6 months' time, a certain rift will become active again, so it is better for him to prepare ahead of time. Su Jin is impressed by his bravery, and this tells her that his parents did raise a fine son. Dong tries to call Su Jin back on her decision, but she hits him, telling him to stop talking. She tells him that it is his job to protect Lin Yuan while she takes out the monsters. Su Jin then summons her Fae, which is a platinum-grade spiritual bird creature. Lin Yuan is blown away by how easy it was for Su Jin to summon her Fae, and this shows him the level of talent that is present in the bureau. Sound is also impressed, and she asks Lin Yuan if she is going to be as strong as the bird one day. Lin Yuan assures Sound that he is going to do everything in his power to make sure of it. Lin Yuan then asks Dong and Su Jin if he can bring his Faes along. Dong reluctantly says yes, revealing that he is going to be their bodyguard. Moments later, they depart, and the two Faes are completely blown away by how magnificent Su Jin's spiritual creature is. Not long after this, they arrive at the location of the dimensional rift. There are soldiers guarding the rift, and they stop the bird, revealing that it is a restricted zone. Dong gets off to show his badge to the soldiers to let them know that he is entering the rift for a sweep. The soldiers salute him once they have confirmed his identity, and they wish him a successful mission. With this, the team heads into the rift, and Dong tells them to be careful because insects occasionally drop from above inside the rift. They haven't even spent a second inside the rift when they are attacked, but Dong trashes the monster with his bare hands. Lin Yuan finally understands the true strength of the Suppression Bureau. Su Jin urges Lin Yuan to be chill because the insect swarm has mostly elite tier monsters in their ranks, and only a few are bronze tier. Lin can't even tell them that the elite tier would cause him problems. Dong then decides to flex his power by unleashing his Shadow Wolf. With ease, the Shadow Wolf wipes out a bunch of monsters surrounding it. Suddenly, Lin realizes that Sound is acting really weird, and he asks her what the issue is. She replies that something strange is watching them. It turns out that Sound is right because there is a strange crow monitoring their movements. Lin Yuan smiles at his face, telling them that everything has been smooth so far. Suddenly, Sound warns Lin Yuan that they are under attack, and she dashes off to engage the strange enemy. Lin Yuan tries to call her back but realizes that there is something unusual going on. He looks around, and there is no sign of Dong and Su Jin anywhere. And the only thing he sees is the crow with a third eye, putting him under a strong illusion. Meanwhile, Su Jin and Dong are busy wiping out monsters left and right, trying to impress Lin Yuan. Moments later, Su Jin notices that Lin Yuan is a bit quiet, and she tells Dong to check on him. Dong notices that his eyes are closed, but from a brief assessment, he concludes that Lin Yuan is fine because his breathing is normal. He concludes that Lin Yuan only fell asleep because they had been flying for a while. Unknown to them, Lin Yuan and his face are falling into a world of illusion. Lin Yuan figures out that the whole experience doesn't even feel like falling, but more like the ground is rising to catch him. When he finally lands on the ground, he is surprised that there is no scratch whatsoever on him, leaving him to wonder if the enemy wants him alive. Just then, he hears a strange voice telling him that he is right. The The voice mentions that creatures like Lin Yuan who come from outside the rift sit in abundance while creatures inside the rift tear themselves apart for the bare minimum. The voice turns out to be coming from the strange crow, and he suggests that they make a bet. He tells Lin Yuan that if he wins, Lin Yuan would have to stay in the illusion world forever. Lin Yuan is surprised that the crow is one of the rift beasts and can even talk. Wolves show up yelling at Lin Yuan to shut his mouth because humans call them monsters, but they are the ones who get to live in peace outside the rift while the so-called monsters rot inside the rift. One of the wolves dashes toward Lin Yuan, but Sound takes it out, telling the monsters that as long as she and Genius remain alive, they are never getting anywhere close to Lin Yuan. Genius adds that they have Dong and Sujin to help them, but the crow mocks them while showing them versions of the two who are under his command. Before Sound and Genius know what is happening, they are trapped by the monsters. However, Lin Yuan activates the Calm Mind skill, which immediately causes the monsters to disappear. Genius and Sound are shocked to see this, and Lin Yuan lets them know that everything is an illusion. Basically, Sujin and Dong are not in the illusory space because the crow doesn't have enough power to actually drag them inside. Lin Yuan checks out the crow's stats and realizes that it is still an elite monster, but its skill helps him to put his targets under an illusion once he locks eyes with them. The crow is shocked to hear this because Lin Yuan basically spelled out all that is there to know about him. This causes him to panic, and he decides that it is time for Lin Yuan to die. The crow orders the wolf monsters to attack Lin Yuan and his team. Sound asks Lin Yuan if the attack is real, and Lin Yuan lets them know that whatever happens in the crow's realm is real. Basically, the crow is using its power to mimic Dong and Sujin's Fey attacks. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to hit the ground under the monster's feet with turbulence, and he tells Genius to hide their faces the moment they lose balance. Sound follows the instructions given, and she hits the ground with so much force that it causes it to cave in. However, the plan gets busted because the wolves didn't even get hurt. However, Lin Yuan still believes that his creatures are superior. He tells the crow that the fight is meaningless, but this ends up triggering the crow. The crow loses his mind and unleashes a scary skill, telling Lin Yuan that he is not leaving the realm alive. Lin Yuan watches in shock as the crow levels up right in front of him, and Lin Yuan gets knocked to the ground by the monsters. The crow expresses his discontent that humans have it good while monsters like him rot in the rift. One of the wolves bit Lin Yuan on the arm, and the blood ended up touching the source seed. Genius and Sound have been overwhelmed already, and Sound regrets the fact that they are not strong enough. Suddenly, the crow notices a change in the atmosphere with a bright light emerging in the realm. Before he knows what is happening, Lin Yuan is already back on his feet. He knocks out the monsters trying to get him and his crew instead. The crow realizes that the source seed actually manifested in Lin Yuan and is siding with him. Lin Yuan tells the crow that he has figured out that his power strengthens other Fays around him, but Lin Yuan lets him know that he can do the same. Lin Yuan then urges Genius and Sound to aim for the crow's blind spot to kill it. With the two running on upgraded power, they dash toward the crow, killing it on the spot. As the crow disappears, he regrets the fact that he didn't get to carry out his wish this time around. Lin then spots a slaughter rune as the crow disappears. He realizes that the very nature of rift beasts is slaughtering them. Just then, Lin Yuan wakes up back in reality after hearing Dong's voice. Lin Yuan returns to reality with a smile, telling the two that he is doing just fine. The two assume that he is telling the truth, and Sujin suggests that they head out. Lin Yuan then asks Dong where he can go to get stronger just in case he wants to train, and Dong mentions that the best place is the Starry Tower. When the group returns to the house, Lin Yuan's Fays immediately go to sleep after a stressful and near-death experience. Lin Yuan is left wondering what happened because the seed only became active after it absorbed his blood back inside the illusion. He wonders if the form he saw was the seed's evolved state, and the only way to contract is through blood. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan is willing to take the risk, but he knows he has to make sure it becomes a Fey with strong combatability. He drops the seed inside a pot of energy ores and then cuts his hand to make his blood drip onto the seed. To his surprise, the seed is absorbing his blood at an alarming rate. As it grows, it yells into his head demanding more blood. Lin Yuan has no choice but to continue feeding the Fey, but before he knows it, he is already going pale from blood loss. He immediately orders one of his Fays to help with the blood loss, and after minutes of losing blood back to back, it has grown into a plant-sized Fey. Lin Yuan is overwhelmed because he never thought it would demand so much blood from him, but he wishes that the Fey had a mouth just like the predator plants that he saw inside the illusion. Suddenly, the Fey opens her mouth, and Lin Yuan smiles in happiness while deciding to call her Redthorn. Lin Yuan tries to feed him green radish, but he doesn't want it, and he even tries to feed him energy but all of these turn out to be a failure. Lin Yuan panics because he can't keep feeding Redthorn his blood. The next morning, Genius wakes up to Lin Yuan working, and he is blown away when he realizes that there is another Fae in the group. Lin Yuan introduces Genius to Redthorn, and he is excited to see when Redthorn is going to be as strong as they saw inside the illusion. Lin Yuan urges Genius not to rush, reminding him that he is currently an elite grade, and once he hits bronze grade, he is going to undergo an insane transformation. Lin Yuan then suggests that it is time for them to rest and recharge while helping the two break through to bronze. 1 week later, Sound is ready to advance to the bronze tier, and Lin Yuan is able to feed her the right amount of spiritual energy that she needs since working with Redthorn has made him stronger mentally. In no time, Sound is able to break through to the bronze rank, and Lin Yuan has 3 traits to choose from. The first trait is Oily Feathers, which reduce impact damage, Clear Sky, which helps clear the sky for sunlight to return, and Wind Borrowing, which reduces stamina during flight by harnessing air currents. Lin Yuan looks through the 3 and tries to compare the situation to what happened inside the illusion. He knows that simple mobility won't be enough if Sound has to face multiple enemies, but weather control could help avoid counterattacks like the Calamity Butterfly did. He then decides to go with Clear Sky. And after this is said and done, Genius commends his partner, telling her that she now looks much better, not like a regular Sound bird. Sound is glad to hear this, and she talks about how excited she is that she can now dance and sing during live streams. Genius starts jumping, telling Lin Yuan that it is his turn, but Lin Yuan urges him not to be so eager. Lin Yuan starts his own rank advancement, and in the process, he notices that Genius's chi flow is stable. Just then, Genius tells Lin Yuan that his nose is ticklish, and by the time he sneezes, he breaks through to the bronze rank. Lin Yuan is surprised that Genius managed to break through just with a sneeze. There are also 3 traits to choose from. There is the Dust Ward, which keeps all dust away, leaving the surroundings spotless. There is Itemization that can help Genius transform into a tool used by the contractor. The last one is Pain Amplification, which after landing an attack, multiplies the target's sense of pain based on spiritual judgment. From the description, Lin Yuan realizes that itemization is the only gamble there, with the other having clear purposes. Genius suggests that they pick itemization, and Lin Yuan is surprised that he is pretty decisive on it. Genius reminds Lin Yuan that he is not a combat fae, and the other 2 wouldn't help in a fight too. After picking it, Genius urges Lin Yuan to activate it while threatening to cut off his own tail if he ends up transforming into something useless. Lin Yuan then activates it, and Genius turns into a pair of glasses. Genius screams out in horror, saying he is done for. However, Lin Yuan tells him to calm down, saying they wouldn't know until he tries them on. The moment he does, he is able to see Sound's thoughts, leaving him completely blown away. He didn't expect to be able to see species data, and this shows that Genius has been reading a whole lot. Lin Yuan takes a look at Redthorn, and it dawns on him that it is a rift beast. Lin Yuan is left wondering if Redthorn is craving the flesh of rift creatures. Lin Yuan then contacts Shin's store to ask her if she has insect beast corpses. She lets him know that she does, and she is even willing to give Lin Yuan some for free. After the call, Jean is left wondering what sort of Fae breeding project Lin Yuan is working on, because he is asking for a rift creature corpse, not Faes. Zhen decides to provide what Lin Yuan needs just to test him out. Later on, the corpses are delivered to Lin Yuan, and he is surprised that Zhen actually has them in stock. Lin Yuan tries to feed Redthorn slowly, but Redthorn digs into the whole container, consuming them all. After gulping up all the food, Redthorn starts to evolve into the elite tier. Without a care in the world, Redthorn grabs the rest of the container, pouring all the food inside his mouth, leaving Genius and Sound scared. Redthorn's eating habit is so rough, and it turns out that his saliva is also corrosive, so they have to be careful. Lin Yuan urges the 2 to calm down, telling them that Redthorn is just starving. Lin Yuan is worried because with the rate at which Redthorn is eating, 300 carcasses won't be enough to even feed him for 3 days. Lin is worried because he doesn't have the funds to cater to that. He decides to check his balance, and to his surprise, there are 2 Radiance coins there. Apparently, the goldfish and the green radish are selling like crazy, and Lin Yuan figures out that it is time for him to restock. Just then, he gets a text from Cloudstream, who demands that Lin Yuan send her 5 more web-spraying spiders. She also sends the money for this, and Lin Yuan is not surprised at how big a spender she is. He figures out that it is time to go shopping, and his Faes demand that they want to follow him. Lin Yuan urges them to calm down, saying he is only leaving the house to restock. Sound and Genius tell him that they have been eager to test out their strength because they don't want to be useless the next time they face a rift beast. Lin Yuan teases them, saying that if another crisis happens, they might become heroes. Genius is excited to hear this, and he talks about how a certain agent of the Bureau, number 39, was able to hold off a beast tide for 30 minutes, buying time to save the city 2 years ago. Lin Yuan commends Genius's hard work because he didn't expect that he would have memorized old stories as well. Genius mentions that he usually reads news archives when he is tired of studying books. Lin Yuan and his Fays then head to the Star Shop. At Jin's shop, her staff is busy arguing with her because she is always sending stuff to Lin Yuan without thinking about it twice. They believe that Lin Yuan is not worth the risk, and they are in the middle of this when Lin Yuan shows up. He apologizes for interrupting their argument, but Shin assures him that it is nothing, claiming that they were just having a meeting. Lin Yuan doesn't waste time as he tells Shin that he is going to need 3,000 insect corpses, 10,000 jin of low-tier energy or half a jin of butterfly shells, 40 normal spirit-absorbing goldfish, and 5 quality level 10 elite web-spraying spiders. He whips out his card saying he is paying for everything in full, and when the staff members hear this, they freeze up in shock. Exion finally has the mind to boast, and she tells her staff to greet Lin properly while giving him VIP treatment. The two do as instructed, acting like babies in front of Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan is surprised that their attitude has changed so fast. Exion then tells Lin Yuan that she has something that might interest him, and this is a pregnant elite spirit-absorbing goldfish. Exion tells Lin Yuan the properties of the fish, and Lin Yuan is blown away. Basically, each spawn produces over 1,000 fry, but the eggs die quickly due to the lack of chi. However, in Mobius's space, it is not going to be a problem whatsoever. Lin tells Shin that he will take the fish, and he asks Shin if he can get the dragon beast blood. When Shin hears this, she concludes that Lin Yuan has a creator backing him because handling a pregnant 5-blessing goldfish is not child's play. After everything has been sorted, Lin Yuan pays, and he leaves while the staff members bid him a happy farewell, urging him to come back again. After this, Genius asks Lin Yuan where they are headed next, and Lin Yuan reminds them that they were curious about their own strength, so he believes that it is time to head to the Starry Tower that Dong talked about. Apparently, the Star Tower is one of the Starweb's most iconic facilities as it contains training rooms, sim matches, a rank ladder, and basically everything one can think of. Upon arriving at the tower, Genius is blown away by how tall the tower is. Basically, one advances 1 floor for each win. A player is expected to fight at least once a month and hit a promotion match on the 100th floor. Once a player passes this, they enter the ladder to become a rank fighter. Lin Yuan tells Genius to chill out because there is no way they are reaching the 100th floor on their first try. Upon arriving at the registration section, the attendant is busy with a book, and he casually tells Lin Yuan to fill in his own form and scan his information because he is busy preparing for the creator's exam and doesn't need anyone to disturb him. Genius is pissed at how the dude is treating them, but Lin Yuan urges him to let it go, revealing that they are all busy since it is exam season. After the form has been submitted, the attendant tells Lin Yuan to stand in the machine to be scanned. After scanning Lin Yuan's information, the attendant almost bursts out in laughter talking about how weak Lin Yuan's Fays are. Once everything has been processed, Sound excitedly asks which floor they need to reach to meet the Radiant's 100 level opponents. Lin Yuan reminds her that he already said they need to stop dreaming high. The attendant comes in telling them that they need to reach the 100th floor at least, but he lets them know something quite important. He says they are in a special week and newcomers might get matched against veterans. When Lin Yuan hears this, he realizes that there is a high chance that they are going to fight a pro. Instead of being scared, his Fays are actually eager to take on whatever challenge comes their way. At the competitor's preparation room, Lin Yuan is surprised that the menu allows the player to set the battlefield and weather. He has no choice but to compliment the work that has been put into the tower. And just then, he is matched with an opponent who already has 471 matches under his belt. Sound is worried, but Lin Yuan isn't since the old man only reached the 3rd floor, which means he was always losing. Just then, they are transferred to the battlefield, which has grass terrain. Lin Yuan tells Genius to take on the old man, but Genius sits there unfazed while teasing Lin Yuan, telling him that he has watched too many cartoons. The old man confidently tells Lin Yuan that he is going to defeat him since he is a rookie. Just then, the old man unleashes his Fae, which is a gray armored beetle. Lin Yuan is still trying to shout out orders for Genius when the beetle hits Genius by itself and dies on the spot. The old man who was previously boasting in aura farming crashed to the ground in tears asking why his beetle got defeated so fast. He is worried that his beetle is dead, but Lin Yuan tells the man that he has nothing to worry about since they are in the star web and nothing fatal happens to phase in there. Deep down, Lin Yuan is just surprised at how fast the battle ended. For his 10th match, Lin Yuan goes up against an opponent with pig and dog as his phase, but Lin Yuan easily defeats the dude with sound skill alone. The opponent crashes to the ground in disappointment, asking why he has to go up against bronze tier phase in the lower floors. After this match, Genius yells at Lin Yuan for putting him on the sidelines because Sound has been the one doing everything. Lin Yuan urges him to calm down, telling him that they might meet an opponent who will give them a run for their money very soon. Lin Yuan then checks their next opponent, Huang Chenglin, who has 3 bronze tier phase, the Poison Flame Python, Acid Mist Python, and Marsh Python. Seeing how the dude is not hiding his information, Lin Yuan figures out that he is pretty confident in his strength. Genius jumps up in joy because they have finally found an opponent that can match their strength. Upon entering the waiting area, Huang commends Lin Yuan for coming because he was already expecting him to back down, since he is just a rookie. Huang starts making fun of Lin Yuan for bringing just a cat and a bird to a fight against him. He starts saying all sorts of trashy stuff to Lin Yuan, leaving him speechless. After he's heard enough, Lin Yuan itemizes Genius and tells the dude to stop talking too much because he is finally ready for the match. Huang teases Lin Yuan for being so eager to lose. Huang plans to use 50% of his power against Lin Yuan just to wrap up the match quickly. Lin Yuan has figured out that Huang's phase are sloppy, and this is because Huang is overconfident and is robbing off on the phase. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to hit the 3 snakes in the belly with the Sound spike. Sound does as told, but before the spikes can hit, Huang blocks everything using Acid Mist. Huang teases Lin Yuan, telling him that he might have been cautious if he brought the cat into the game, but he decided to turn Genius into a pair of glasses. However, Lin Yuan tells Huang not to underestimate him, and he orders Sound to charge straight at the Acid Mist Python's nose. Huang teases Lin Yuan for being so eager to die, and he decides to attack with the Poison Flame Python. The Python unleashes a massive wave of flames that has a large area effect. Huang tells Lin Yuan to be grateful that they are currently fighting in the star web, or else his phase would have been toast. Lin Yuan thanks him for the consideration, but lets him know that they are doing just fine. Lin Yuan opens Mobius's space and Sound comes dashing at the pythons again. Huang is shocked to see this since he believes that he has already defeated Sound. Lin Yuan smiles at Huang, telling him that he will be going all out against him. It turns out that Lin Yuan had brought out the Jasmine Lily for recovery, which is why Sound was able to recover from Huang's attack. Huang is pissed that Lin Yuan got one over him, and he decides to become more aggressive. Before Sound knows it, she finds herself in a 1 versus 3 situation against the snakes, leaving Lin Yuan totally worried. Lin Yuan knows that his healing chi will not be able to cope with the intensity. And just then, Genius lets him know that he is done analyzing the Acid Mist Python and Poison Flame Python spray components and how they work. Lin Yuan smiles when he hears this because they have finally gotten an avenue that helps them counterattack. Lin Yuan then screams at Sound, telling her to go after the Poison Flame Python's eyes to try and take one of them down first. However, Huang is confident that Sound poses no threat to him, and he orders his python to increase the flames. While this is happening, he also orders the Acid Mist Python to make sure Sound has no escape route. However, Lin Yuan already has them in the position that he wants, and he tells Sound to use the Turbulence skill. Sound does this, turning their own attacks against them. The snake crashes to the ground in pain, and Lin Yuan commends Sound's tenacity, revealing that combat is all about strategy. Just then, Huang remembers a traumatic memory of when he was defeated, and because of this, he was told that he can't become a retainer for the family. He was talked down upon, and because of this single memory, Huang is ready to do anything to make sure he doesn't lose. Huang then tells the Poison Flame Python to hit Sound with its toxic flames. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, urges Sound to keep flying in circles while making sure she doesn't get caught in the flames. Just then, Genius tells Lin Yuan that he has finished analyzing the Poison Flame Python's weakness, and it appears that its weak point is its lower jaw. Lin Yuan is glad to have received good information at the right time, and he plans to go after the snake once there is an opening because he is pretty sure that Huang is not used to commanding 3 phases at once. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to use Turbulence again, but Huang tells his python to keep up the heat. Lin Yuan urges Sound to be ready for what's to come, and just then, Sound hits the snake in its mouth, which is its weakness. This causes it to choke on its own flames, and Huang yells at Lin Yuan saying he is relying on dirty tricks. Huang is secretly planning something, and he tells Lin Yuan to fight him head-on if he is confident enough. Lin Yuan claps back, reminding the dude that he is the one using 3 phase against 1, and Lin Yuan secretly tells Mobius to unleash the spirit-absorbing goldfish. The fish merges with Sound, and Sound admits that it feels very good. Lin Yuan is surprised that Mobius's space is having so much impact on the battle, which almost makes it feel like cheating. Just then, Huang unleashes a surprise attack that has Sound running for her life. Huang orders the marsh python to make sure it kills Sound, and Lin Yuan figures out that he has no choice but to gamble everything he has. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to use the clear sky skill. She does this and unleashes a bright light that hits the python so hard it crashes to the ground again. Huang watches in horror because he is being dominated by a rookie. This triggers his traumatic memory again, and he completely loses it. He commends Lin Yuan, telling him that he has the skills, but it is too bad because he has run into a creator like him. Huang then orders his marsh python to use its hidden skill, and this is when Lin Yuan realizes that he is also dealing with a creator. However, Lin Yuan wonders what sort of order Huang gave his phase because they are hesitating. Just then, Huang yells at the phase to evolve, and the 3 pythons start biting into each other to form a singular trio. Huang is basically sacrificing everything for this. And when Lin Yuan realizes that they are still bronze tier, he immediately figures out that the pythons have undergone what can be called a forced or fake evolution. With blood coming out of his eyes, Huang explains that his evolved Fae is a tri-aspect anaconda, which existed in ancient times. He claims that the anaconda split into 3, which is why it became a weaker species. He lets Lin Yuan know that he just had to force the pythons into their original form. He teases Lin Yuan, telling him that they are going to find out soon enough if the anaconda has evolved or not. Lin Yuan panics when he sees this because Sound's turbulence won't be able to suppress the flames anymore. Genius then offers to fight because Sound is already getting exhausted. Just then, Lin Yuan tells Genius to watch closely. Surprisingly, the pythons are fighting each other, leaving Huang totally confused. Lin Yuan uses the opportunity to order Sound to hit their heads with turbulence before finishing them off with the Sound spite. Sound does as told, and the pythons are defeated after a powerful hit. Huang crashes to the ground in dismay, asking himself how he managed to lose to a rookie. Lin Yuan tells Genius that Huang must have studied the evolutionary method for years without ever practicing it. After the battle, Genius asks Lin Yuan if they should keep going, but Lin Yuan says no. He tells Genius that their last fight was a close one, and they only got lucky because Huang was careless. Lin Yuan quickly cancels the queue because someone else challenges them. After all, they have climbed over 20 floors already in just one day, which is pretty impressive. Just as he cancels the queue, who should have been his opponent steps out of the elevator. He asks Lin Yuan if he is still interested in fighting, but Lin Yuan nervously says no. The dude also has an accessory over his face, which is his Fae, just like Lin Yuan turns Genius into a pair of glasses. As Lin Yuan leaves, he figures out that he has to fully train Redthorn and also upgrade the spirit-absorbing goldfish to bronze tier, so that Mobius will also rise to bronze tier. Later on, Lin Yuan heads into Mobius's space, and Mobius is surprised that Lin Yuan has finally made up his mind about the spirit-absorbing goldfish. Lin Yuan replies that he has decided to use Dragon Beast blood to push its evolution. And with this, Mobius can also advance to bronze tier. Mobius asks Lin Yuan if he is sure about making the goldfish the shop's main product, and Lin Yuan replies that there is no choice because elite-grade goldfish really do sell well. In addition, he can only advance the fish properly in Mobius's space, so he urges Mobius to bear with him. Lin Yuan removes the cover of the vial containing the dragon blood, and it immediately gives off an overwhelming pressure. Nonetheless, it is a huge gamble, and he can only hope that it works. Lin Yuan then pours the blood into the fish tank, and the fish feels the effect of the blood immediately. It starts wrangling in pain, and Lin Yuan urges it to endure the pain because this is the price of rebirth. Moments later, the fish is covered in a cocoon, and Lin Yuan figures out that it is finally time, so he starts pouring spiritual energy into the fish. Not long after this, the fish jumps out of the tank, and Lin Yuan smiles when he realizes that the fish has advanced and his gamble actually paid off. Suddenly, a horn starts to form on the fish's snout, and he realizes that it is about to evolve into a dragon-type Fae. The fish's name changes from Spirit Absorbing to Spirit Gathering, and from the dense chi radiating from it, Lin Yuan can see why the name had to change. The fish also has a bunch of traits that Lin Yuan can choose from. There is the Spirit Boil, which greatly increases the rate of spirit chi that is released. There is the Spirit Absorption skill that increases absorption speed, accelerating growth in quality and level. The spirit mark stores release chi as a mark imprinted on the contractor, and the contractor can later unleash the stored energy. After checking out the traits, Lin Yuan knows he would have picked the absorption skill if not for the fact that Mobius's space already provides this option. However, the spirit mark, if combined with Jasmine Lily's healing, could be broken in battle. Lin Yuan then goes with this with the intention of creating a unique path for his phase. He then asks Mobius if he has also evolved. Mobius says yes, and when Lin Yuan turns around, he is shocked to see that Mobius now has legs. He has also obtained a bunch of new skills like his space being able to heal dying phase, but the recovery time depends on both Mobius's level and the targets. Mobius then tells Lin Yuan that he would need to sleep for a while to recover, and Lin Yuan asks him how long he plans to sleep. He also asks if he needs any material to recover, but Mobius assures him that no materials are needed. At the same time, he is not sure about how long he's going to be out for. Lin Yuan is blown away when he realizes that the space has gotten even bigger and the pool has doubled in size, which means the pregnant goldfish can now fit into it. In another corner is a section reserved for Elysian soil, and Mobius tells him that this is all he can provide at the moment. Mobius mentions that any gold tier or lower fae that is still breathing can be preserved there until they are treated. He mentions that even in a near-death state, it can survive for a long time in the ultimate bliss of the Pure Land until there is a way to heal it. Lin Yuan is blown away because dying faes are sold as premium ingredients. Lin Yuan feels like he is in heaven as the air in the space is now much richer in chi. Mobius lets him know that the space is now 10 times denser than the outside world. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan realizes that he can actually handle gold tier phase with the increase in quality. In fact, he believes that his shop stock might end up among the pavilion's rarities. Mobius yawns while telling Lin Yuan that the skill scales with his spiritual energy. He lets him know that if he has enough GI, he can even summon Elysian soil outside. Lin Yuan figures out that after he unlocks his spirit mark, he might meet the summoning requirements. Mobius assures him that this is possible because he is more gifted than he initially thought. Lin Yuan talks about how embarrassing it is to be praised, and Mobius replies that he won't do it again. However, Lin Yuan urges him to do it all the time, and he tells Mobius that by the time he wakes up, he might already have him at silver rank. With this, Mobius goes to sleep, and Lin Yuan figures out that to raise Mobius to silver, he needs to lock another fae and bring all of them to silver too. To do this, he is going to burn through a huge sum, and to make it worse, he still has to attend to Redthorn who eats like there is no tomorrow. This basically tells Lin Yuan that he has to make money faster. Without wasting time, Lin Yuan jumps into working his ass out without sleeping. Later on, he learns from Genius that Redthorn would like to eat high-grade fae meat. It turns out that Genius learned this from a book, and it appears that normal-grade meat won't cut it for Redthorn. Genius asks Lin Yuan if he is fine because he has been staying up for days. Lin Yuan splashes water onto his face, assuring Genius that he is good because he has the energy of youth to work in his favor. Genius lets Lin Yuan know that his control of spirit chi is getting sharper every day. Since he needs high-grade meat, he figures out that the only person he can ask is Shin. Shin lets him know that she deals in the meat, but she doesn't have it in stock currently, but can share her supply chain info with him. Lin Yuan is blown away when he hears this because this is very nice of Shin. Lin Yuan then prepares to step out, and Genius lets him know that he is going to follow him. Lin Yuan reminds him that he is supposed to be moderating on Soundstream, but he tells Lin Yuan that Sound has gotten the hang of everything and is currently thriving. In addition, he is currently dying from boredom because all he's been doing is reading. Upon arriving at the location where Xian gave him, Lin Yuan runs into 3 scary dudes wearing different colors of durags. The trio licks their tongues while making Lin Yuan offers, and Lin Yuan is left wondering if Xian gave him the right address. Lin Yuan raises his hand as a sign that he means no harm while telling the trio that he is there to buy high-grade fae meat. The moment they hear this, the trio tries to say they know nothing about what he is saying because it is illegal, but one of them ends up spilling all the secrets. The other 2 beat the 2 up for exposing them, and in the dude's defense, he says Lin Yuan doesn't look like a spy for the Bureau. Lin Yuan tries to get familiar, telling the trio that Shin was the one who sent him. However, this doesn't help because the trio lets him know that they just can't believe him for saying he was sent by Shin. In addition, they let him know that he still has to pass their test for them to believe him. The trio unleashes their spotted dogs, but Lin Yuan feels no sense of threat from the dogs. He even urges Genius to go easy on the dogs because they are just elite rank beasts. Genius says he is going to try his best, but ends up trashing the 2 with little to no difficulty. Even after defeating their dogs, the trio still doesn't want to acknowledge Lin Yuan. They grab him like he is some sort of savior while crying at his feet, and Lin Yuan can't believe that huge guys like them are just babies. Suddenly, their boss shows up, and he scolds the trio for putting up a show when he only told them to quietly guard the door. The trio bow their heads in shame, while the boss apologizes to Lin Yuan, telling him that he has gone to confirm his identity from Shin. The boss tells Lin Yuan that he would have loved to do business with him, but Lin Yuan came at the wrong time. He reveals that they only get fey meat once a month and the last batch sold out. Lin Yuan is not surprised because many high-tier spirit professionals feed carnivorous feys with fey meat. The boss yells at the trio, revealing that they were the ones who messed up the restock process because he told them to order high-grade fey meat, but they came back with high-grade dimensional creature meat. In their defense, they let their boss know that the names are familiar. They even tell their boss that they can just sell it and deny responsibility later, but the boss yells at them, telling them that even their dogs won't eat the meat because it is highly toxic and it pollutes the ground when buried. Just then, Lin Yuan offers to buy the dimensional rift creature meat, and the boss tells Lin Yuan that he won't be responsible for anything that happens after sales, so he has to think about it carefully. Lin Yuan assures the boss that he is aware of the risk, and the boss finally agrees to sell to him. Genius asks Lin Yuan if he is making the right decision, and Lin Yuan reveals that the meat is for Redthorn. Since Redthorn is originally from a dimensional rift, he believes that it would be fine. Lin Yuan ends up buying 1,500 kilos of the dimensional rift creature meat. Lin Yuan has to wear protective gear because of how corrosive the meat is. At the same time, Lin Yuan is worried that the meat might hurt Redthorn. But before he can even tell Redthorn to be careful, he has grabbed a bucket of meat, which he consumes in no time. Lin Yuan watches as Redthorn's mouth gets corroded, and Lin Yuan freaks out. But before he knows it, Redthorn regenerates and multiplies. He realizes that Redthorn is already adapting to the corrosion, but his stems are twisting together in the weirdest way. Genius tells Lin Yuan that Redthorn is basically searching for a new evolution path, and moments later, Redthorn breaks out of his vase. His root gets even thicker and longer as he shoots into the air. Lin Yuan is blown away, but just then, Redthorn goes dormant again and crashes to the ground. Sound then shows up to give Lin Yuan her autograph. Genius teases her, asking her who will buy her merchandise, and Sound confidently replies that her top donor would. Genius casually replies that her biggest donor is a dude who once sent 500 coins. Lin Yuan is surprised to hear this, and he realizes that whoever the person is, they are a hardcore fan. Sound even tells Lin Yuan to take her merchandise to Redbud City and give Chuji too because she might blow up in the future and the merchandise would become super valuable. Lin Yuan then mentions that they need to travel, and this is all because of the creator exam that they have been preparing for. Genius is surprised when he learns that the exam is finally starting, and he admits that it is good that he studied really hard, which is about to start paying off. Meanwhile, at the Creators Guild at Redbud City, candidates are flooding into register. While the candidates are filling out their forms, the vice president of the Creators Guild, Ning, who is a 4-star creator, is holding a meeting in his office with 2 other elders. The 2 are Meng, who is the dean of the Creator Academy at the Royal Capital, and Du, the vice president of Royal Capital Creators Guild. Meng tells Ning that they want him to adjust the difficulty of the test questions for the present year. Ning asks them why he should do this, and Du tells him that when Sikong came back and proposed reforms, they thought it was too abrupt. They basically planned to ease into it that year while making it official the next day. Meng says Redbud City ended up becoming the pilot program, and Ning went ahead to approve it. Ning reminds them that he is a 4-star creator, so he has the authority to do this. In addition, he lets them know that it was the Moon Empress's wish because she is looking for a disciple. Meng tries to convince Ning, telling him that the Moon Empress would not bother herself with the exam cycle if she were looking to pick a disciple. Ning scoffs while saying that they are right, but deep down, he is just playing along with them because he wants to see their endgame. Not long after this, Lin Yuan and Genius arrive in Redbud after taking the high-speed ostrich transport company. Genius asks them to go visit Chucky, but Lin Yuan tells him that he will not be going to see Chucky until he's done with the creator's exam and has passed. Genius assures Lin Yuan that he is going to pass the exam in flying colors with him around, and Lin Yuan pats him on the head, admitting that he is super reliable. Genius talks about how huge the city is while adding that it is also flashy. Lin Yuan lets him know that this is no news that Redbud City is flashier than their Sioux County. Genius is already looking around at the food that they have, forcing Lin Yuan to tell him to focus because they are there for the creator exam, not a food tour. Genius then mentions something that he's noticed, and this is the fact that everyone looks pale. Lin Yuan tells him that they are like that because they are suffering from exam nerves since the creator exam has a terrifying pass rate. If one fails the exam once, they can't retake it again until the following year. Upon arriving at the administrative hall, Lin Yuan tells Genius to stop staring at everyone weirdly. Lin Yuan is surprised at the long exam line that they have to follow. Lin Yuan then tells Genius to switch into the glasses and be ready. Genius asks Lin Yuan if the others are also allowed to bring their phase into the exam, and Lin Yuan says yes. He reveals that using phase assistance during tests is common practice, which is why he had Genius study like crazy. Lin Yuan is blown away, and he can see just how respected the guild is just from the architecture alone. The lady examiner tells those who are done with the exam where to exit, and they all leave the hall with their heads down. The lady is surprised to see this, and she realizes that Ning is not holding back. She then tells the next group, which includes Lin Yuan, to hand her their 3 basic life profession certificates. She tells them that once they are done, they are to get their scorecard and collect their certificates from her again. Lin Yuan is surprised to hear this because he has no certificates, and he tells the lady that he heard that the Creator Guild lets one take the 3 basic life profession exams on site. The lady nervously says this is true, but she is worried that Lin Yuan is attempting to take all 3 exams with Ning present. The lady mentions that it is possible, but Lin Yuan should know that the guild only tests 3 knowledge-based life professions. There is the Scholar exam, Fey Observer exam, and Spirit Material Analyst, which are the most difficult trio. Lin Yuan tells the lady that he is up to take the trio, and she tells Lin Yuan to follow her. Deep down, the lady hopes that Lin Yuan doesn't regret his decision to have chosen all 3 difficult exams. Meanwhile, Meng and Du are also present at the exam site, and they watch as Ning grills the candidates. Meng tells Du that Ning wants any qualified candidate to be thoroughly prepared, which is why winning his approval is pretty tough. On their way to the exam hall, the lady tells Lin Yuan that the Creator Guild questions are way trickier than other life professions, but Lin Yuan lets her know that he doesn't mind because this is exactly where he wants to be tested. They soon arrive at the staff lounge where Ning is waiting, and in a surprising turn of events, it turns out that the lady is Ning's granddaughter. The lady reminds the old man that they agreed to stay professional during work hours, but Ning refuses, saying there is nothing wrong with his granddaughter calling him grandpa because it is not favoritism but family bonding. The lady then tells Ning that she has brought him a candidate. Ning teases Lin Yuan, telling him that he must be really confident to have decided to take the Creator Guild exam directly. Lin Yuan assures Ning that he is going to give it his all. Ning then suggests that they start with something simple. He mentions that the Megalodon and the Leviathan were both apex oceanic predators, and they fought for millions of years with no clear winner. Ning asks Lin Yuan for his view on who is stronger between the two. Ning's granddaughter freaks out when she hears this because her old man is basically hitting Lin Yuan with a topic that even the Academy forums are still arguing about. She decides to give Lin Yuan a hint, and she holds her grandpa's hands talking about his research into Megalodon. The old man shushes her, and Lin Yuan speaks up saying the answer to the question is pretty obvious. Lin Yuan gives his answer saying both entities were weak, and Ning asks him why he said this. Lin Yuan mentions that both entities fell to evolution, which is why they no longer exist. He says even if modern whales and sharks show regressive traits, they will never be true megalodons or leviathans. The lady is surprised that her grandpa is silent because he should have exploded after someone called Megalodon weak. Ning then tells Lin Yuan to elaborate on his take. Lin Yuan mentions that the two ruled the ocean for a long time, stalling the evolution of marine ecosystems. It was not until about 65 million years ago that a meteor strike catalyzed mass extinctions, ushering in a new era of aquatic life. From a creator's viewpoint, even though the two were superior at the time, both species failed to adapt to environmental changes and were eliminated, which is why they are weaklings of evolution. Ning is totally impressed by Lin Yuan's answer, and he starts clapping for him. The lady gives Lin Yuan a thumbs up, and Ning tells his grandchild that he will be supervising Lin Yuan's exam personally. Du and Meng are curious to know who Lin Yuan is because it is rare to see Ning personally escort a candidate to the exam hall. Lin Yuan feels totally on top of the world as he walks through the hall with other candidates staring at him. Upon arriving at the exam hall, Ning presents him with the questions. And the moment he spots the questions, the answers start flowing into his head thanks to Genius. Genius admits that the questions are brutal because some answers are hidden in the book's prefaces. Ning sits in a corner watching Lin Yuan take the exam, and he is impressed at how calm Lin Yuan is. He figures out that Lin Yuan will finish the exam in about 2 hours. But an hour later, Lin Yuan is done with the exam. Lin Yuan then asks Ning if he can take the creator exam. But the moment Ning assesses his answers, he tells him that he will not be taking the creator exam that day, leaving Lin Yuan in shock because this might mean he has failed woefully. Lin Yuan drops his head in sadness, asking Ning if he failed one of the 3 life profession tests, but Ning tells him that this is not the case. Ning tells him that he did so well that he even broke the total score record for all 3 life type exams. He says by the rule, they are supposed to report his scores to the Life Profession Guild, and this means his creator exam will take place the next day. Lin Yuan heaves a sigh of relief when he learns that he passed the exam. However, he tells Ning that he would have loved to finish the 1-star creator exam within 2 hours. Ning is surprised to hear this, and he urges Lin Yuan to wait till tomorrow and not rush things. Genius is the happy one when he hears this, and he suggests that they visit Chuchi since they have the rest of the day off. Lin Yuan is about to leave when Ning calls him, telling him to follow him because he has something fascinating to show him. He leads Lin Yuan into the guild's vault, and Lin Yuan asks him if people won't be pissed that he was given the opportunity to just stroll in. And Ning assures him that he has nothing to worry about because he is the vice president of the Redbud Creator Guild. Ning leads Lin Yuan to a large pool, and just by standing close to the pool, Lin Yuan feels an overwhelming pressure. Ning urges Lin Yuan to be careful, and he unleashes his rune will. Lin Yuan is completely overwhelmed when he sees just how powerful the dude is, and suddenly, a large terrifying shark emerges from the water. Lin Yuan is so scared that he even falls on his ass, and he admits that the shark's power is incredible. Ning mentions that what he is staring at is his prized creation, the spiral-toothed sheer jaw shark. Ning asks Lin Yuan what he thinks of the shark, and Lin Yuan mentions that the shark's teeth alone make it feel like it could grind all life to dust. Even Genius is scared of what he is staring at, and Lin Yuan mentions that the shark is currently a platinum rank beast. Ning is impressed that Lin Yuan is able to see through this, and he asks him why he thinks he hasn't evolved it into a diamond tier. Lin Yuan finally gets the courage to stand up, and he mentions that Ning most likely has plans to guide its mutation toward the Megalodon lineage at the brink of advancement. Ning lets him know that he is not wrong and then tells him to help grab the items on the console in the back. Lin Yuan rushes over, and he is shocked when he realizes that it is a bunch of vials filled with dragon beast blood. In fact, this is even more refined than the one he normally uses, and he starts imagining getting some of them for himself. Ning collects the vials from him, mocking him for trembling over a couple of vials. Ning casually throws the vials into the pool, and Lin Yuan almost loses his mind because one drop is over 2,000 Radiance coins, which means all the vials are over 2 million coins. Ning hasn't moved as this is a normal thing that he uses in feeding his shark. He mentions that feeding a shark dragon blood is the only way since megalodons fed on dragon beasts in the past. Lin Yuan hears this and confirms the fact that Ning is a megalodon fanatic. Ning then tells him something important about how all evolution in nature follows patterns. After this, Ning tells Lin Yuan that he can go, and he urges him not to be late for his exam the next day. When they step outside, Ning's granddaughter asks him if Lin Yuan passed his exam or not, and he replies that they will know the next day. He tells the lady to help him send a letter to the city Lord Ling before she leaves. However, she has to check if Du and Meng have left. Deep down, Ning knows that Lin Yuan has potential, but he knows that his exam the next day is what will determine if he fails or soars. Just then, Lin Yuan gets a call from Chu Chi, and Lin Yuan is still trying to greet her when she reveals that she got hurt during practical training. Lin Yuan freaks out when he hears this, and he dashes over to the school. On his way to Chu Chi's school, Lin Yuan is left wondering how his sister got hurt because he has seen her school's inter-class matches. Direct attacks on students are not allowed, leaving him to wonder how his sister got injured. He figures out that the only explanation is that the attack broke through her rhino's defense. Moments later, Lin Yuan arrives at the school's infirmary, and Chuchi is surprised that her brother actually came. Lin doesn't even greet her, as he is already asking her to show him where she got hurt. Chucky then removes the bandage on her arm to show the small cut on her arm. She mentions that she got scratched by flying rocks when she was fighting a senior, and Lin Yuan can't believe that she called him for such a small cut. Even Genius is disappointed because he knows that the cut would have healed in an hour tops. Just then, a dude in white attire and a hat walks into the room talking about Siyu Chi's fight. Lin Yuan turns to ask him who he is, and Siyu Chi mentions that he was the one who was watching her battle. In addition, the dude was the one who helped her get the school's doctor. The strange dude then mentions that he actually came to the city because he is looking for someone. He talks about how lucky it is that he managed to meet the creator who raised Chuchi's rhino because he finally gets to see what Lin Yuan is made of. Lin Yuan freaks out when he hears this because he is scared that his ability is now out in the open. The dude asks Lin Yuan how long it took him to raise the rhino, and Lin Yuan nervously lies, saying it took him 7 to 8 months when it actually took him 7 hours. Just then, the dude drops his head in frustration, and Lin Yuan asks him what is wrong. The dude turns around saying it would have taken him at least 2 years to raise the rhino. Lin Yuan almost turns to air when he hears this because this was the last thing he was expecting. At the city lord's office, she learns that Ning sent her a letter, and she decides to check it out later. One of the officials asks her if they should focus on the selection process. Ning holds her head in frustration because among the 20 seated candidates, only 5 are confirmed and another 34 still need evaluation. Just then, she comes across Chuchi's file, and she immediately tells her assistant to mark her as a prodigy with immediate effect. The dude suggests that they watch Chuchi for at least a year first because she is still in her first year of school, but Ling tells the dude that they don't have the time for this. She reminds him that among the Federation's 32 major cities, Redbud ranks 5th economically, but only 3 of its students have made the Radiance 100. Ling mentions that for the last 2 years, the city's development has been stagnant. The assistant cuts her off before she can say more, telling her that he understands everything she is saying. As he walks away, he thinks about how much tougher Ling has gotten in recent times, which is why she is currently impatient. The dude feels like they would have gotten a bit of a chance if the Bright Star dude who made the 100 2 years ago hadn't dropped out due to a strange accident. On the other hand, Lin Yuan is still having a conversation with the dude in white, and he mentions that he is there for 2 reasons. The first is to find someone, and this person is his old friend, so he believes that this person would be recovering at the school. Apparently, his other reason is that he also came to find someone, and Chuchi asks him if it is another old friend, but he says no, revealing that this person is an idol of his. He mentions the person's name, and the moment Lin Yuan realizes that this person is a web singer, it dawns on him who the strange dude is referring to. Turns out that sound has gotten more popular than Lin Yuan even thought possible, and he figures out that the dude is going to be disappointed when he learns that his idol is a bird. After this, the strange dude leaves, but the dude can clearly see that Lin Yuan is talented. He realizes that with Ling in the picture, his own person of interest, Long Tao, won't be the prime candidate for becoming the Moon Empress's disciple. The dude then calls another unknown person, revealing that his search in Redbud was a bust because he couldn't find a strange person named Lu Ji. On the other hand, Chuchi asks Lin Yuan sternly when he plans to get a sister-in-law. Lin Yuan manages to dodge the question because he has no idea why she is asking that out of nowhere. He then hands her Sound's autograph, telling her that Sound believes it would be valuable one day. However, Lin Yuan didn't let Chuchi know that Sound is the same famous web singer that the dude in white was looking for. Chuchi accepts the autograph with gratitude, assuring her brother that she is going to treasure it. Chuchi then asks Lin Yuan why he is in the city, because he couldn't have shown up just because she told him that she was hurt. Lin Yuan then reminds her that he is there for the creator exam. Chuchi is surprised to hear this, and Lin Yuan lets her know that he is already prepared for it, which is why he decided to just jump on it. Lin Yuan then suggests that they enter a restaurant to eat and talk, and Chuchi agrees to this. During their conversation, Chuchi tells Lin Yuan all about school and the nickname they gave her in school. After they are done eating, the two exit the restaurant, and Chuchi talks about how delicious the fish soup is. Lin Yuan tells her that she doesn't need to save her coins again, urging her to spend the allowance he sends to her, so she can eat well. Lin Yuan even transfers some more money for her, so she can feed her rhino the best things too. Lin Yuan tells her that he is going to send a silver-ranked green radish, surprising her. This tells her that business is doing well, and the moment she sees the amount of money sent to her, she finally realizes that they are rich. She then reminds her brother that he asked about her plans to get a new fae, and she tells him that she has a place she wants to visit. Chuchi takes Lin Yuan to the Rarities Pavilion, which is the most prestigious auction house in the city. Chuchi lets him know that she has always wanted to go inside, but the prices are a killer. However, now that there is money, she believes that she can finally step into the building. Lin Yuan gets access into the building by paying with his star card, and he hopes that they get a second fae for Chuchi. Upon entering the store, Lin Yuan mentions that they can only tour the first floor as it stands. But if he manages to pass his creator exam the next day, they will be able to access all the floors. Chuchi assures him that the first floor is enough because they are only there to enjoy themselves. Chuchi then spots a white fox inside one of the glasses, and Lin Yuan lets her know that it is a two-tailed snow ferret, which is an offensive type, so it is not for her. Even though it is not her type, she still finds it very cute, and she asks her brother how much it is. Lin checks out the price, and he almost passes out when he realizes that it is on sale for over 1,000 coins. Just then, Lin Yuan spots a weird dude in a mask seated beside some blue cocoons. Lin Yuan recognizes them because once they evolve, they become one of the most beautiful insect-type phase out there. Genius asks Lin Yuan if this is the type of butterfly that he is planning to get Chu-Chi, but Lin Yuan says no, revealing that the butterfly he wants is the pink one, which has the silent scale dust skill. It is actually a high-grade type skill that prevents other phase from using their skills once it is activated. However, with what Lin Yuan knows, almost all the butterflies have gone extinct. So it is a surprise to him that this person is able to provide up to 4 cocoons. Lin Yuan is thinking about this when a woman and her daughter show up trash-talking the seller. They mock him for wearing ugly clothes, and Lin Yuan cannot believe that this is their priority. He believes that they should be worried about what the dude has to offer, not the clothes he is putting on. Just then, the seller speaks up, revealing that he is willing to sell the 4 cocoons for 120 radiance coins. Genius believes that this is way too cheap, but Lin Yuan lets Genius know that they don't know the content of the cocoons yet, so it is basically a blind box. Since the seller can't even guarantee what is inside, it is already a high price. The rude lady starts trash-talking again, asking the seller why his cocoon is worthy of the pavilion. Her daughter supports her, saying other shops charge only about 50,000 federal coins for a butterfly cocoon, but the dude is trying to charge 30 radiance coins per cocoon. Other people start to gather, talking about how hard it is to get the cocoons, so they believe that there is no way the dude was able to obtain them. In no time, the crowd starts to call the dude a fraud, and one of them has already suggested that they call the security to take the dude out. Realizing that everything is about to descend into chaos, Lin cuts in, letting everyone know that he is willing to buy the 4 cocoons. The woman is shocked to hear this. She tries to dissuade Lin Yuan, telling him that the cocoons are fake. But Lin Yuan mentions that anything displayed in the Rarities Pavilion's cases has already been authenticated, so there is no way that they are fake. Lin Yuan then stretches his hand to the dude, telling him that he really wants to make a deal with him. Just then, the dude stands up and he walks off. The people use the opportunity to trash-talk him more, saying he is fake, which is why he is running off. The dude turns back to tell Lin that if he is serious about buying the cocoons, he should return to the pavilion at the same time the next day. Chu-Chi is totally confused, and she asks her brother what just happened. Lin Yuan lets her know that it is nothing, and he suggests that they leave. As they leave the shop, Chu-Chi tells Lin Yuan to give his all in the creator's exam, and Lin Yuan assures his sister that he is not going to mess up. Meanwhile, the woman from the shop is pissed that Lin Yuan ruined her deal because she was so close to pricing down the cocoons. Her daughter then tells her not to worry about the cocoons because after she passes the exam the next day, they are going to buy something much better. The next day, the candidates line up in front of the Creator Guild to take the exam. Genius is surprised that Lin Yuan is yawning, and he asks him if he didn't sleep well. Lin Yuan replies that he is still busy thinking about the cocoons, but he is actually fine. The woman from the night before is also present on the scene, and it turns out that she is from a creator's family. Since the exam is going to be tougher that year, she is confident that a nobody like Lin Yuan has no chance. However, she is pretty sure that her daughter is going to ace the exam because she has prepared so many rare materials for her. Apparently, the test subject is the Iron-Head Weasel, and even the woman's daughter is arrogant enough to believe that she has what it takes to ace the exam. Ning then informs the candidates that the test will be held in a private cultivation room so no one is going to disturb them, and they can do as they like. Lin Yuan is glad to hear this because he won't have anyone breathing down his neck, but at the same time, he wants to be careful so as not to expose his abilities. Deep down, Ning hopes Lin Yuan will impress him, so that the letter he sent to Ling doesn't go to waste. After the candidates have entered the exam room, Ling finally shows up, and Ning teases her, telling her that she wasn't early but wasn't late either. Ling is worried that the candidates might not pass the exam because of the test subject that Ning chose. Basically, the weasel is one of the most disliked phase among spirit professionals because it is bad-tempered and it is also shy. Inside the exam room, some of the candidates are already freaking out because the weasel is giving them a really tough time. One candidate even tries to force the weasel's mouth open to feed it, but it doesn't budge. On the other hand, Lin Yuan is calmly approaching the test. Surprisingly, the weasel didn't run away, and Genius tells him that the species he is working with is actually docile, unlike the one from the records. Ning's granddaughter asks him if it is actually true that it is hard to evolve the weasel, and Ling tells her that it is difficult to. It is one of the creatures that cannot be forced to advance. Ning tells his granddaughter that he intentionally made the exam difficult so as to pass the Duan Meng reviews. Back in Lin Yuan's exam room, he has completely won the weasel over by giving him fruits mixed with sharp pine needles and heavy iron ore. 30 minutes later, Ling is already getting impatient, and she tells Ning that she has to go. Ning asks her why she is going so early, and she tells the old man that there are other things that need to be attended to in the city. Just then, Lin Yuan steps out of the exam hall, and Ning is surprised because it has not even been an hour. He asks him if he has messed up the materials, but Lin lets them know that he has actually completed the exam. In fact, he lets them know that he would like to take the 2-star creator exam immediately. When they step into the exam room to check, Ling is completely overwhelmed as she doesn't want to believe that Lin Yuan was able to upgrade the weasel in 30 minutes. Ling knows that Lin Yuan's scores on the 3 life profession exams were also outstanding, and it turns out that his talent as a creator is pretty strong. Ling commends him, telling him that he's done well for himself and under normal rules, he has already qualified as a creator. Ling then asks him with all seriousness if he still wants to take the 2-star creator exam. The question hits Ling Yuan hard, forcing him to hesitate. And when Ning notices this, he tells Lin Yuan not to panic. He lets him know that Ling just wants an honest answer. When Lin Yuan hears this, he is blown away because he knows her history. Apparently, Ling once cleared a rift by herself. And since she is someone who takes the exam seriously, Lin Yuan lets her know that he is interested in taking the exam. Ling is glad to hear this, and she tells Lin Yuan that they are going to prepare an original private cultivation room for the test. As Lin Yuan leaves for the test, Ning's granddaughter asks him if the 2-star creator exam is really hard. Ning explains that the 1-star creator exam is just an entry test for creation, and it is usually just raising a phase level. In the past years, there wasn't a time limit because as long as the candidate was able to evolve the creature, they passed. Some candidates brute force their way through by spending heavily on high-grade materials because a deep wallet is also a form of creation talent. Ling then tells the girl that those who used money to pass the exam were always stuck at 1 star because the 2-star creator exam requires quality and essence. Ling says most people believe that quality is just an ordinary attribute, but it is what determines a phase ceiling. Apparently, the exam is the same as before. Ling Yuan has to evolve the creature he is given within 4 hours. He is going to be given a common creature, and he has to evolve it into an elite grade in 4 hours. In addition, he has to heal a heavily injured bronze tier Fae. Ling asks Ning if there is no change whatsoever from previous years, and Ning tells her that the Fae's essence is damaged. Ling freaks out when she hears this, and she yells at Ning, telling him that he should have just told Lin Yuan to raise a dead Fae because the creature he just gave him is equivalent to that. In his defense, he says that if he doesn't make the exam really hard, Du and Meng won't approve of it. In addition, the stricter they are, the better their chances in front of the Moon Empress. Ning's granddaughter mentions that essence damage is an injury that most creators give up on at a glance. And even if they manage to save it, the Fae could crash into critical condition at any time during treatment. In the exam room, Lin Yuan is celebrating because the Fae he is expected to evolve is Jasmine Lily, which he knows like the back of his hand. He was expecting something really hard, but Genius reminds him that he has a heavily injured Fae to treat. The injured Fae is a bronze tier sheer claw crab. The moment Lin Yuan sees the crab, he realizes that it is not looking good whatsoever. Basically, aside from the rhino, he has barely treated any phase, so he figures out that locating the source of the injury is the first thing. Lin Yuan touches the crab's shell, and it starts to tremble in pain. Genius conducts an analysis of the crab and tells Lin Yuan that the outer shell is slightly damaged, but the inside is shattered, so they have to hurry. Lin Yuan tries to heal the crab by pouring energy into it, but soon realizes that it is too slow and might even take him the entire 4 hours to finish it. Remembering that he still has to upgrade the Jasmine Lily, he figures out that he is just going to run out of time. Lin Yuan decides to use the Spirit Gathering Goldfish and Jasmine Lily combo to boost the recovery speed. The moment he does this, the crab becomes lively, and Lin Yuan realizes that this is the best combo he can use. However, things soon go sideways as the crab's life signs start to drop, and Lin Yuan figures out that he has to stabilize the crab or it is going to die. Just then, he remembers the Elysian soil and puts this to use, hoping that it is going to buy him some time. Moments later, Lin Yuan figures out that the crab's rapid shell repair is crushing its internal organs. Basically, a Fae with a damaged essence wouldn't be able to handle a secondary shock like that. Lin Yuan decides that the first thing he has to do is to repair the organs even if it costs him more time. He knows that, as a creator, the Fae's life comes first. Hours later, Ning asks Ling if they should bring her a chair, but she refuses, saying it is almost 4 hours and she is curious. Ning then tells Ling to calm down, telling her that he has already practiced it himself, and if the candidate has the talent, he should be able to finish the test in 2 hours. Ling asks him what would happen if this is not the case, and Ning replies that it basically means the talent is not enough. Ling berates the old man, telling him that he is not even worried about his own recommendation. Ning mentions that it all depends on the Moon Empress taking a disciple, so he has to be strict because it will only help the creator who passes. Just then, Ling's bodyguard tells her that 4 hours is up, and just as she is about to leave, Lin Yuan shows up telling them that he is done. When they enter the exam room, Ning is impressed because Lin Yuan used a shell molt to relieve pressure on the damaged organs. This is a method that takes a longer time, but it avoids hidden injuries. Ning's granddaughter is also blown away when she realizes that the Jasmine Lily has also evolved to an elite rank. Ling commends Lin Yuan for being able to finish the exam in such a short time frame. Deep down, Lin Yuan is glad that he had a lesion soil to help accelerate his spiritual healing because there is no way he would not have gone over time. Lin Yuan urges the city lord not to flatter him, but Ning lets him know that it is not flattery, and Ning hands him a green stone, which he says is a gift of gratitude from the Fae. Ning mentions that the crab stone is something a sheer claw crab would normally protect with its life, and it decided to give it to Lin Yuan, which shows how much it respects him. After everything is done, Ning presents Lin Yuan with the 2-star creator badge while wishing him luck on his endeavors. Ning tells him to keep the medal on as an accessory because it is going to make things easier for him. Ling, who is enjoying herself with a cup of wine, also congratulates him on becoming a newly promoted 2-star creator while admitting that she never expected Redbud to have such a talent. Lin is confused as to how the woman got her hands on wine inside a formal hall. Ling also gives Lin Yuan a web ID card that is issued to 2-star creators, and Lin Yuan thanks her for the commendation. Lin Yuan plans to use this to challenge the two next time he goes there since his first ID is already bound with the shop. Lin Yuan almost loses his mind when he is informed that the city is giving him a house, which he is free to use in whatever way he decides. Lin Yuan has no choice but to admit that the benefits of being a 2-star creator are pretty amazing. Ning lets him know that these are standard benefits the city gives to 2-star creators, and it is nothing special. Ling excitedly reveals that there are retainers too, but the badge falls from her hand. Seeing that Ling is already misbehaving thanks to the wine, Ning tells the assistants to escort her away so she can rest. Ning then gives Lin Yuan 2 retainer badges, telling him to keep them safe. Lin Yuan asks him what they are for, and he explains that retainers go all the way back to the early frontier era. Pioneering was pretty dangerous, so creators would recruit people to help raise Faes. Retainers basically offer their experience and combat strength just like vassals. Over time, the custom gradually turned into the retainer system. Ning tells him that the 2 badges in his hands mean that the Radiance Federation officially recognizes that he may have 2 retainers. He then realizes that the assistant he saw earlier, who was an expert, was a retainer since she had the badge on her chest. After this, Lin Yuan calls Tucci to inform her, and he urges her to do well in her exam so he can be even happier. He drops the call, and Genius asks Lin Yuan if he seriously doesn't want Tucci to come with them, and Lin Yuan lets him know that every second Tucci gets to prepare for her exam actually counts. Upon arriving at the pavilion, one of the assistants approaches him, greeting him with respect, while asking if she should show him the way, but Lin Yuan tells her that he already made an appointment. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, the cocoon seller has a lot of people on him, pressuring him to sell, but he lets them know that he already has an appointment. A 1-star creator is pissed at him for saying this, and he starts boasting about how he is a creator and all. Even the woman from before is present in the hall, and she is adding fuel to the fire from behind. The seller lets them know that there are still 2 hours before his appointed buyer shows up, and if he doesn't buy then, he is willing to attend to anyone else. The 1-star creator is about to beat the seller when Lin shows up, grabbing his arm, telling him to chill out because the seller was waiting for him. The dude freaks out when he spots the 2-star creator badge on Lin Yuan's chest. Everyone else is left speechless because Lin Yuan is pretty young, and he is already a 2-star creator. It turns out that the dude is the rude woman's husband and father to the rude daughter. He apologizes to Lin Yuan for offending him, but Lin Yuan assures him that it is all good. The daughter holds her father, asking him for her gift, but the dude tells her that she didn't pass, so there is no gift for her. The mask seller then tells Lin Yuan that he is going to prove to him that the cocoons are real since he came. Lin Yuan is still trying to tell him that there is no need for this when the masked seller tells one of the attendants to show them to a private room on the 3rd floor. Lin Yuan hears this and realizes that the person they are dealing with might not be an ordinary person. Upon arriving at the private room, Lin Yuan is blown away because even the decorative plants in the room are silver tear. Just then, the masked seller unveils a creature, and the moment Lin Yuan sees it, he recognizes that it is a source creature. Genius tells him that it is a source creature called a broodmother, and it is basically a breeding machine. Each time it advances a tier, it uses the insects it devours as a template to mass-produce gene-bred bugs modeled on the templates. Lin Yuan finally realizes how the dude was able to gather cocoons of different species all at once. However, as it stands, it appears that the brood mother's essence is damaged, and it is on the verge of death. Source creatures can't be healed with normal materials once they are in a state like this, and Lin finally understands why the mask seller seems down. The masked seller then tells Lin Yuan to put his hand on the brood mother, and he is going to see the scene of him finding them deep in the forest. Lin Yuan does this, and he is blown away at the fact that the dude is able to come and go as he likes even though the endless forest is pretty dangerous. Not long after this, Lin Yuan is forced to stop because the broodmother has already reached its mental limit. It turns out that the masked man even shares the creature's pain with it. Lin Yuan then decides to treat the broodmother. He decides to calm the creature down to see what he is dealing with. The masked dude is shocked when he sees Lin Yuan stabilizing his broodmother. It turns out that he has gone to other creators who told him that there is nothing they can do to help because the broodmother's essence is already damaged. He was informed that only top-tier creators can help him. However, Lin Yuan being able to stabilize his broodmother shows that he can produce the pure attributeless aura. After Lin Yuan is done stabilizing the creature, the dude tells him that he has something to say. He then takes off his mask, revealing that his name is Lu Ji and he is 27 years old. He was once a B-rank combat-type spirit professional contracted to the Fey Broodmother, who is a Platinum 3 creature. Lin Yuan is blown away when he hears this, and Lu reveals that 2 years ago, he was the number 39 of the Radiance 100, and he was known as the Heart of the Swarm. This is basically who the strange dude in white was looking for earlier and believed he wasn't in Redbud. When Lin Yuan learns who he is, he freezes in shock because he is standing in front of the Radiance 100 member who single-handedly defends Frost City. Apparently, after he vanished 2 years ago, he was removed from the rankings. In a surprising turn of events, Lu goes down on his knees telling Lin Yuan that he is ready to willingly become his retainer. He swears the retainer's oath, which is a pretty serious thing. Lu shows how serious he is when he makes it a rune oath, and before Lin Yuan can even stop him, Lu pushes the oath rune into his body to form the bond. Lin Yuan tells Lu that he has just done something really serious because if he breaks the oath, he is instantly going to lose all sense of aura. This tells Lin Yuan that the dude is really serious about what he said. Lu tells Lin Yuan that he wants him to heal his brood mother, but he has nothing to offer in return. So becoming his retainer is the only way. Lin Yuan lets Lu know that even without becoming his retainer, he still would have helped him. However, Lu tells him that he has never begged for anything in his life and everything must be an equal exchange for him. Lin Yuan then asks Lu if it is worth betting his entire life on him, even though he doesn't know who he is. Lu tells Lin Yuan that even Lord Jujin, who is a respected creator, had no solution to his problem, and there are countless extraordinary people in the Federation who couldn't help him. Everyone he has gone to has told him that there is no solution to his problem, and one person even asks him why he is fixated on the broodmother. Lu tells Lin Yuan that he is willing to do everything for the broodmother because it is worth it. Lu then tells Lin Yuan that from that moment forward, he is going to be his sword and shield. Meanwhile, the attendants on the outside are talking about Lin Yuan and Lu. None of them knows who Lu is, but the only thing they know is that the upper floor gave him a direct pass to stay at the pavilion free of charge. The attendants assume that he is some sort of fallen noble family's last heir, which is why the pavilion's management is keeping him comfortable out of pity. After the meeting, Lu opens the door for Lin Yuan, addressing him as a young master. Lin Yuan doesn't even know how to react to the new treatment. He tells Lu that he definitely wouldn't have refused to treat his brood mother if he had asked him. As they step into the street, Lin Yuan urges the dude not to call him young master, and he still proceeds to call him what he just told him not to. Just then, Lu tells Lin Yuan that he can't follow him back to Xia country right away because he still has some things to attend to. However, he reminds Lin Yuan that he owes him 120 coins. Lin Yuan is surprised that he still wants the money even though he is his retainer, and Lu lets him know that he doesn't joke with business. After Lu's departure, Lin Yuan mourns his money, but Genius tells him to stop complaining about the small stuff because he's already gotten himself a good retainer. He urges Lin Yuan to rush home quickly so as to tell Sound the good news. Soon afterward, Lin Yuan arrives home, and instead of meeting an excited Sound, he meets a terrified Sound who tells him that Redthorn is going crazy. Lin Yuan rushes to the backyard and is shocked when he sees Redthorn's size. Redthorn stretches his vines at Lin Yuan, and Genius urges him to be careful, but he lets them know that there is nothing to be scared of because Redthorn is just being clingy. Redthorn then wraps his vines around Lin Yuan to hug him because he's missed him. Genius doesn't think it is just a normal greeting because it looks like Redthorn genuinely wants to devour him. Just then, Sound tells Lin Yuan that a delivery arrived earlier, but she hasn't gone to check it. Lin Yuan is surprised to hear this since he didn't even order anything recently. Lin Yuan leaves to check out the delivery, and he is surprised that it is from Jean. It turns out that she sent him 3 heavily injured Fays as a gift for his promotion to 2-star creator. Lin Yuan realizes that when he registered as a creator, it automatically linked directly to his star web identity. Thanks to this, the shop now shows a 2-star creator on staff, so future actions will need to go through his 2nd-star web card. Turns out that Jean left a note which includes the details of the Fays. There is a critically injured Bladehorn antelope which has a discount of 100 Radiance coins on it. It turns out that the antelope is already at the silver tier. Lin Yuan checks out the antelope and realizes that there are no external wounds, but it is badly injured on the inside. The antelope has just about 5 hours left to live, and after that there is no point in trying. The first thing Lin Yuan does is to stabilize the antelope with Elysian soil to keep it breathing. Lin Yuan then tells Sound to open the other 2 crates. The second crate contains an extensively damaged gold tier spirit plant that has a discount of 300 Radiance coins on it. Genius checks it out and realizes that it is badly burned. Even Genius doesn't exactly know what type of spirit plant it is because it is badly damaged. Lin Yuan then moves over to take a look with his skill. He realizes that it is a Cinnabar Scarlet Osmanthus that can remove toxins. Basically, it has some overpowered traits that leave Lin Yuan completely blown away since it is the ultimate counter to toxins and evil. It can even dispel psychic poisons. In fact, the hardest curses to dispel can't stand against the Fae. Genius then tells Lin Yuan that he is trying to open the last box, but it is not opening. On the note, it is said that it gave off gold tier Fae readings during inspection, but they had no idea what it was. So Jin just gave it to Lin Yuan for free. Lin Yuan then moves over to open it, and the moment he does, he is met with an unexpected treasure. The Fae is a Scarlet Osmanthus Jade of gold tier. It is basically a rare Fae material that enhances spiritual power, but it only bears fruit at the platinum tier. It is currently at gold 5, which means it is just 5 steps away. At Jin's store, one of her attendants asks her if Lin Yuan is going to accept the leftovers that they sent to Lin Yuan as a gift. However, Shin tells her that they are not leftovers because they were carefully set aside by her on purpose. The lady reminds Xian that she didn't even know what the last 2 were. They are in the middle of this when Xian gets a text from Lin Yuan telling her he is coming over, and she opens her phone with a smile on her face. When Lin Yuan arrives at her store, Xian welcomes him in high spirits, telling him that she has prepared a high-grade spirit-nurturing tea for him. She also asks him if he received the gift she sent to him, and Lin Yuan says yes, thanking him for the gift. He then asks her if there is anything she would like to say, urging her to go straight to the point instead of beating around the bush. Shin mentions that she was wondering if she could get stock from him because she knows that he always has good stock. Lin Yuan was already expecting this, and he told the lady that he was ready to supply her with what she wanted. He mentions that Shin has been treating him well from the start, so he can't stand around and let her suffer a loss. However, he lets her know that the supply volume is kind of limited. He tells her that he can give her up to 200 elite spirit goldfish a month and a couple of bronze tier green radishes, just about 50 pots a month. Shin hears this and almost loses her mind in excitement. She tells Lin Yuan that she is going to buy everything from him at his shop's retail price while adding 3% to it. She tells Lin Yuan that she is able to call herself a high-tier shop because she has a capable creator like Lin Yuan helping her out. Since Shin is aiming for a 4-star rating, Lin Yuan tells her that he can give her 20 elite 5 Ranchu goldfish with 20 silver tier green radishes. Shin almost faints when she hears this, and her assistant is forced to catch her while urging her to comport herself. Shin believes that whoever is supporting Lin Yuan is a 4-star creator at the very least. 3 days later, Lin Yuan had packed Mobius's space with a large quantity of energy stones to increase the spiritual energy. In addition, the antelope is already getting better thanks to the treatment he is receiving. Lin Yuan figures out that it is finally time for him to use conventional healing methods for the antelope. Lin Yuan starts pouring his energy into the antelope, and he realizes that he was right to have healed its insides first to restore its foundation. After pouring so much energy into it, he finishes healing the antelope, and it also evolves into a gold tier Fae. Lin is impressed by the antelope's skills, and he commends Jean for gathering such impressive Faes for him. By advancing, the antelope has abandoned close combat skills and switched to an AoE attacker. Lin Yuan also realizes that he has been able to break through to a C-rank creator. Lin Yuan is completely blown away because a year ago, he couldn't even sense spiritual energy. Lin Yuan then rewards the antelope with a green radish pot, telling it to stay in the space for a couple of days to rest more. Lin Yuan also believes that he should finally have what it takes to heal the scarlet osmanthus jade. Surprisingly, Lu has come to the house, and he is taking his job too seriously. He even tends to sound like a normal pet by brushing her feathers. Lin Yuan steps out of Mobius's space only to run into Lu. He almost faints when he suddenly sees Lu in front of him asking him if he is done cultivating. Lin Yuan nervously says yes, and Lu tells Lin Yuan how nice his face are. Unlike Genius and Sound who are cool, Redthorn is pretty stubborn, and Lu claims that he is unruly. Lin Yuan then reminds Lu that he already promised that he would help heal his brood mother, so he doesn't need to try too much. Lu replies that he has his own principles, and Lin tells him to summon his brood mother, which he does. Lin Yuan wants to estimate how long the recovery is going to be, and he is pretty sure that Lu would want the Fae to be up and running again because he has missed the ranking for 2 years. Lu replies with all excitement, and Lin Yuan urges him to fight his way back up if this is the case. Lin Yuan touches the brood mother and pours energy into it, and after doing this, he is able to confirm that its essence has been reactivated. He tells Lu that this basically means that the brood mother can be healed, and if Lu leaves it with him, it would take about 2 or 3 months, but it would be completely healthy by then. Deep down, Lin Yuan believes that he should be able to get it done with Elysian soil backing him up. Lu is about to make one of his over-the-top promises when Lin Yuan stops him, telling him that there is no need for exaggeration. He then asks Lu if he is familiar with the royal capital, and Lu asks if Lin Yuan plans to move to the capital. Lin Yuan confirms this, saying the royal capital is the heart of the Radiance Federation because its urban size is 4 times that of Redbud City. In fact, its resources and opportunities are on a whole different level. Lu then reminds him of the housing cost, and Lin Yuan mentions that he got a shop property in Redbud City as a creator exam reward. Apparently, he plans to sell it and buy a storefront in the capital. He wants Lu to go ahead and scout things out for him, and Lu assures him that he would do this since he has lived in the capital for about 7 or 8 years. Lin Yuan tells Lu that he can take the shop anywhere as he doesn't mind the location. After their discussion, Lu heads out to carry out the assignment given to him by Lin Yuan. Sound and Genius wastes no time asking Lin Yuan if it is true that they are going to the capital, and Lin Yuan says yes. He says it is going to be good to see a bigger world and would help pave the way for Chuchi too. Just then, he gets a call from an unknown number, and he assumes that it is a customer. He picks up the call, and it turns out to be the city lord who tells him that someone will come pick him up in a few hours. She tells him to get ready because they are traveling far, and Lin Yuan acknowledges this. Lin Yuan is left wondering why the lady was so serious about the whole thing. On the other hand, Ling tells Ning that she never expected the Moon Empress to reply so quickly, and Ning tells her that it is only natural because taking a disciple is something serious, so she has to judge the whole process personally. Ling mentions that she is going to personally escort Lin Yuan to the Moon Empress's place to see him take the final step. Meanwhile, as the Creator Guild located in the royal capital, a proud young 2-star creator, Chung Rue, is receiving a prestigious title, Fengyang. He is informed that this guarantees the fact that he will become the Moon Empress's disciple, and he himself boasts about how he is the #1 young creator of his generation. It turns out that he also has a powerful grandfather backing him, and Du nervously tells Chung Rue that he is definitely going to become the Empress's disciple. When it is time for Lin Yuan to leave, his Faes refuse to stay at home alone, telling him that they must follow him. Lin Yuan tries telling them that he was only invited to the city on short notice, and they are going to be going on a long trip. Sound and Genius urge him to take them along, promising that they are not going to cause any trouble for him. Lin Yuan finally agrees to their request after so much pressure, and he also knows that the house is going to become a mess if he leaves them with Redthorn. Lin Yuan then sends the two into Mobius's space where they have a lot of room to play. Lin Yuan urges the two to get along well with the others. Genius and Sound are left in awe at how amazing the space is. They even see the brood mother in the process of hatching a cocoon, and Lin Yuan mentions that he would like to be the dust butterfly because it would suit the defensive army that he is building for Tucci. Genius teases Lin Yuan, telling him that at this rate, Tucci's nickname will be changed from Iron Bull to Iron Fortress. Just then, Lin Yuan gets a call from one of the city's attendants who addresses him as a lord. He tells Lin Yuan that he is waiting for him at the XIA county governor's office. Lin Yuan acknowledges this, but can't believe that he is being awarded so much respect, which means whoever he is about to meet is a big deal. Lin Yuan thinks of pimping himself up, but Lin Yuan tells him to maintain his natural self. Moments later, he arrives at the county office, and he is surprised to meet a huge escort waiting for him. The attendant taking him to Redbud tells Lin Yuan that they don't have time to waste, suggesting that they depart immediately. Lin Yuan is surprised, and he asks the dude if they are not supposed to greet the governor first. The governor himself shows up telling Lin Yuan that he is well above him in rankings as it stands. The attendant stops the governor from coming closer, telling Lin Yuan that he can continue the conversation when he returns. Lin Yuan is completely overwhelmed as he can't believe that he just went past the county governor in rank. Without wasting further time, Lin Yuan departs for Redbud City. At the capital, the Moon Empress's retainers, Xian Yu and Kang Yu, inform her about Redbud City's candidate, Lin Yuan. Xian Yu tells her that he wrote a difficult exam, but he passed with flying colors. He even healed a fae with damaged essence, and the Empress is shocked when she hears this. She realizes that Ning didn't hold back when putting the exam together. Nonetheless, the Empress is impressed that Lin Yuan was able to get perfect scores at 18 while passing the 2-star creator exam. Kang Yu doesn't want to believe that Lin Yuan is all that impressive compared to the Empress herself. Xian Yu confirms this, but says among the new generation, Lin Yuan is pretty outstanding. He mentions that he has already told Ling to bring Lin Yuan to them as fast as possible. The Empress checks Lin Yuan's files, and she realizes that Lin Yuan is the son of bureau agents who died in action. Lin Yuan also has a clean background. He has no criminal record, which makes him impressive. The Empress commends Zhuan Yu for the impressive work, and Zhuan Yu assures the Empress that he was only doing his duty. However, Kang Yu lets the Empress know that after the Creator Guild learned that she planned to take a disciple, they went ahead to put forward another candidate, Rue, who is considered to be a genius. She lets the Empress know that they even bestowed him with the Fengyang title, and the Empress is surprised that a 2-star creator was given the title. Tingyu mentions that Rue is a 2-star creator, but at 24, he already meets the requirements to be promoted to 3-star. She reveals that the title was bestowed upon him after the 3 vice presidents of the guild came to an agreement to use this to encourage Rue. Kang Yu is not entirely impressed, but the Empress tells her that for the guild to have done this, it means that they value Rue greatly. Kang Yu mentions that since the guild learned that she is going to take a disciple, they have sent 7 or 8 candidates his way, and this time around they just slapped a title on him just to make sure he appears appealing. The Empress replies that it would be rude to keep turning the guild away, so they are just going to attend to Rue. The Empress tells Kang Yu to bring Lin Yuan forward the moment he arrives the next day. Just then, Xian Yu reveals that Meng also recommended someone, and this person isn't just a creator, but he is ranked 3rd in the Radiance 100 sequence. He is known as the Sea Subduer, and the Empress tells Zhuan Yu to bring this person as well because it would be good to see what level the peak of the younger generation has reached. Kang Yu can hear the confidence in the Empress's voice, and she asks her if she already has a candidate in mind. The Empress replies that even though she has a candidate, she would still need to tell everyone herself. Hearing this, Kang Yu can clearly see that the Empress already has a favorite. Kang Yu asks her if they should start preparing the questions, but the Empress says no, telling them that they have to get the gifts ready. She excitedly tells Kang Yu to come to the cultivation chamber with her because her disciple's first meeting gift must be perfect. Kang Yu and Xian Yu are shocked to hear this because it basically means she knows who she is picking. At Redbud City, Lin Yuan is left at the city hall, but even his attempt to learn what the trip is about from the attendant proves to be a failure. Ling tells Lin Yuan that she is pretty sure he had a long journey, and since time is short, she suggests that they take a quick lunch together. Ling lets him know that she is taking him to the royal capital, and Lin Yuan is surprised when he hears this. Ling claps her hands, and fashion designers appear on the scene to take Lin Yuan's measurements. Ling asks Lin Yuan if Ning didn't tell him that he was going to the capital, and Lin Yuan replies that Ning only said something about wishing he were the one. Suddenly, it dawns on Lin Yuan that going to the capital might mean he is going to meet the top dogs. Ling then tells him that he is going to the capital because the Empress wants to see him. Lin Yuan almost loses his mind when he hears this because the Empress is one of the 3 legendary 5-star creators. He can't believe that she wants to see him just because he passed a 2-star creator exam. Ling nervously says yes because she is not ready to tell him that it is because the Empress wants to choose a disciple. However, she knows that it all depends on Lin Yuan to seize the opportunity or let it go to waste. At the Spiritual Energy Academy located in the capital, Meng informs his candidate, Long Tao, that it is time for them to go because the Empress is already waiting. He urges him to be on his best behavior, and he is surprised that he is still training. He asks him if this won't affect his performance later, but the confident and jacked-up Tao assures Meng that he is in peak condition. Back at Redbud, Lin Yuan has been given a new set of outfits that look premium. He is overwhelmed, and he asks Ling if there is any need to go this far, and Ling tells him that it is nothing more than a standard outfit. She reminds him that he is going to meet the Moon Empress, and he has to look a bit cleaner. Since it is already getting late, Ling tells him that it is time to head out. Ling then summons her Pegasus, and Lin Yuan is blown away when he sees the Fae. Lin Yuan asks her if they are riding a horse to the capital, and Ling tells him that the Azure Jade Pegasus is the fastest travel-type Fae on foot. She mentions that for this type of long-distance trip, spatial arrays would have been faster, but normal human bodies can't handle the strain. So it is out of the question. The two mount the Pegasus and fly off while Ling tells her attendants that she is leaving the city in their hands. As they ride through the sky, Lin Yuan is blown away at how fast they are going, but the ride remains smooth. Lin Yuan then asks Ling if the capital is far. Ling mentions that out of the Federation's 32 cities, Redbud lies in the south-central region, so it is not that far from the capital. It is just a day's flight, but the outer cities would take at least 2 weeks to reach the capital even with an Azure Jade Pegasus. Lin is surprised to learn that it is that far since he has never left Redbud. Lin Yuan notices that they are flying over a curved overland route instead of just over the ocean to get to their destination. Ling tells him that this is impossible because the first lesson he needs to know is that he should never fly over the ocean. Ling Yuan asks her why this is so, and she decides to show him instead of explaining. Ling turns toward the ocean, and the moment their presence is felt, scary sharks start jumping out of the water. Ling quickly returns to their normal route, and she tells Ling Yuan that this is why they can't fly over the ocean. Ling Yuan realizes that the near-shore routes are completely blocked by the aquatic phase. Ling mentions that since the era of spiritual energy, the seas have become the most dangerous domain. And if he gets caught mid-flight in a whale-type phase water jet, he is either going to die or get maimed. Lin Yuan then asks him what would happen if someone cast spells to circle around and went straight into the deep sea. Ling replies that this is even worse, and this is because the mythic grade phase dwell deep in the sea. Lin Yuan is surprised when he learns that there are mythic grade phase, and this tells him just how dangerous the ocean phase are. Ling mentions that once a Fae reaches legend tier and fuses with the world's will to form a will rune, it is called a fantasy grade Fae. The fantasy grade phase are already out of the chart, but the mythic grade phase stand above the fantasy grades. She then tells Lin Yuan that if he can comprehend a will rune, his foundation will be much stronger. Lin Yuan mentions that he has always thought fantasy grades were the peak, but didn't expect that there would be something that exists above them. Lin Yuan says he finally understands why the Pegasus, which is a diamond tier, is avoiding the ocean. Ling is shocked when she realizes that Lin Yuan was able to figure out the Pegasus tier. With this, she believes that Lin Yuan might actually have the chance to become the Empress's disciple. She knows that if Lin Yuan is able to become the Empress's disciple, he won't be far from mythic grade because the Empress herself is a living myth. Ling then tells Lin Yuan that mythic grade phase are one of the Federation's unpublished secrets, and he must never speak of them. She then asks him how much he knows about the fantasy grades, and Lin Yuan replies that he knows nothing. He urges Ling to mentor him on this, and Ling wastes no time accepting the task. She tells Lin Yuan that fantasy grades are divided into 5 stages called the 5 fantasy molts. Basically, each molt is like ascending to the heavens, and the Azure Jade Pegasus is a first molt fantasy Fae. Lin Yuan is shocked when he realizes that the Pegasus is still at first molt, and it is already impressive. Ling tells him that as a creator, he must never ignore his own combat strength, and Lin Yuan acknowledges this. Ling then tells him that everything she has told him so far is her personal experience. But if he can comprehend a rune, it will make his foundation more solid. Lin Yuan then assures Ling that he is pretty sure that he can do it. Ling lets him know that grasping a will rune is nothing simple. She is still explaining the process when Lin Yuan casually displays a sun rune. Ling is left astounded because Lin Yuan casually produced a rune while sitting on a Pegasus. This is when she confirms that Lin Yuan is truly a monster of a genius. She has mixed feelings about the whole thing, but she knows that if everyone knew about this, they would want to punch him. Unknown to Ling, Lin Yuan has more than one rune, or else she would lose her mind. Ling tells Lin Yuan that, with a will rune, he is one step closer to fantasy grade. But if he wants to reach the third of the 5 molts, he shouldn't let his phase evolve into fantasy grade after the platinum tier. Lin Yuan then asks her about the 5 molts, and Ling replies that per her knowledge, the best path is to raise his fate to legend quality at gold tier and have it molt into fantasy grade. Anything aside from this will take a miracle, and Lin Yuan would be stuck at 3rd molt for life. Lin Yuan then asks Ling if he is going to have a chance to hit the 5th fantasy molt if he raises a Fey to legend quality at bronze quality, and then evolves it into a fantasy grade. Ling gives him the side eye, asking him if he thinks it is easy to raise a bronze Fey to legendary quality. She mentions that while runes are rare, and among the Radiance 100, not everyone has a fantasy grade Fey, even though they have all the Federation resources at their disposal. She mentions that most people get stuck at the rune step, and this is when Lin Yuan realizes that his method of evolving Feys and comprehending runes is unique to him alone. The two talk all night long, and in no time, Ling lets him know that they are almost at the capital. Meanwhile, at the glorious Moon Hall, which is the Empress's residence, Tao and Rue have run into each other. Just as expected, Rue starts talking to Tao rudely, asking him what he is doing in the hall. Deep down, Rue believes that he won't lose to Tao when it comes to creation, but talking about his combat abilities is something else entirely. Tao is able to sense that the dude is mocking him, and he tells Rue not to address him with respect if he doesn't mean it. Tao then asks Du why Rue has a creator title, and he doesn't have one. Du claims that Rue is an impressive talent and that he has the ability to live up to his title. Rue then tells Du that he passed his 3-star creator some days ago, and going by this, it means he deserves an early honorary title from the guild. Seeing that the whole thing is about to escalate, Meng comes in to caution Tao. Tao then mentions that he doesn't need any title from the guild because he wouldn't take it anyway. He mentions that once he reaches 4-star creator, he will take the title that rightfully belongs to him. Rue is losing his mind internally, and he believes that there is no way he is going to lose to Tao when it comes to their creation talent, so he is confident that he is going to crush Tao in the Empress's presence. Meng walks up to Du, telling him that Tao might be right because the Creator Guild overestimated itself. Meng tells Du that the title might be changing hands very soon. He tells Du that Tao is a 3-star creator who registered and tested at their Creator Guild, which makes him one of their people too. Meng teases Du, telling him that he definitely knows how to make himself look good. The two continue arguing about which guild is the best, and Rue is surprised that the two are shamelessly bickering among themselves. Tao then tells Rue that he is the real Joker because he shouldn't act arrogantly on the Star Web. Tao shows him a clip of himself on the Star Web where he is acting like a visionary leader. Rue is pissed off and he yells at Tao, telling him that his creator talent isn't necessarily better than his because he is only 1 year older than him. He mentions that in a year, he is going to reach 3 stars too. Tao lets him know that he is nothing but a hypocrite because he can't even accept his own weakness. Tao makes sure to show him how arrogant he is, but before Rue can cause a scene, they suddenly hear an echoing voice apologizing for being late. Tao is completely blown away because the voice feels as if it is nowhere and everywhere at once. They turn around to see Shen Yu floating towards them, and the pressure from Shen Yu alone lets them know that he is way above their league. Shen Yu lets them know that they have one more guest who is yet to arrive. Shen Yu senses that Tao is trying to size him up, and he quickly shows him the difference between them by unleashing his aura, which immediately puts Tao in his place. Just then, Ling's Pegasus arrives from above, and Shen Yu lets them know that the last person they are waiting for has arrived. Ling walks up to Shen Yu, telling him that she has brought Redbud City's candidate, Lin Yuan. She apologizes for the delay, and Shen Yu assures her that it is fine. But since everyone is now present, he suggests that they head up the mountain already. Rue and Tao see Lin Yuan as a nobody who just managed to pass Ning's exam. While these two are staring at him disgustingly, Lin Yuan is busy admiring the gold tier phase that are everywhere. Rue sees this and mocks him for being a local boy who only managed to pass the creator exam, but Tao throws a jab at Rue, reminding him that Lin Yuan is younger than him. Rue can't wait to become the Empress's disciple so he can finally shut Tao up. After leading them to the entrance of the exam hall, Shen Yue backs off, telling them that Kang Yu is going to take over from him. Lin Yuan is still busy staring around, and he soon spots an osmanthus of diamond tier of legendary quality that is being used as a gate tree. Xian Yu can see how Lin Yuan is focused on the tree, and he commends him, telling him that he has a good eye. Xian Yu mentions that when Kang Yu shows up, he's going to tell her to make some osmanthus honey for everyone to taste. Kang Yu arrives just in time to hear Xian Yu saying this, and she yells at him, telling him that he is getting really bold about the honey that she brewed herself. Kang Yu then tells the group to follow her into the hall because there is no time for chit-chat. Kang Yu stands between brocade boxes and mentions that the treasure inside the box will be whoever takes it. This is basically the Empress's first gift to them, and Rui and Tao wastes no time going after the boxes. The two want to grab the golden box, but before they can get their hands on it, a tea-pouring assistant grabs it off the platform. Lin Yuan tries to take a black box, but another assistant appears on the scene. The assistants then tell the group that they are too impatient because there are requirements if they want to claim a brocade box. Lin Yuan then mentions that he would take one of the plain boxes, saying Rui and Tao are free to fight over the gold ones. The assistants then reveal that to claim a golden brocade box, they must first win the corresponding competition, and victory is what lets them trade it in for a higher grade treasure. Lin Yuan replies that he has no objections to this, but would like to know what kind of competition they are talking about. Ling lets Lin Yuan know that golden boxes correspond to combat-type professional trials. The assistants tell Tao and Rui that they are free to take their time to make sure that they are in peak condition before taking on the challenge. The gray boxes, on the other hand, correspond to creator-type trials, and it appears that Lin Yuan would be taking on a challenge to display how deep his spiritual energy runs. They are to test the creator's fundamentals. Basically, the phase inside the boxes are not fully formed and require continuous infusion of spiritual energy to open. Lin and the assistant take on each other to see whose energy lasts longer while trying to open the box. Lin Yuan knows that the 4 tea attendants were handpicked by the Empress many years ago. And after spending so many years around the Empress, he knows that there is no way they are going to be weak. Tao backs off the endurance test, saying he doesn't have enough reserve for a spiritual energy test. 30 minutes later, Lin Yuan and the attendant are still going strong, and Rui is surprised that Lin Yuan is able to last that long because what he heard is that he is just an average creator when it comes to spiritual energy management. Meng then mentions his concern, telling Kang Yu that if the combat match is held in the hall, it might get damaged. Kang Yu admits that this is true, but she lets him know that the main hall is reinforced by the skill hardening of the Diamond Tier 5th Molt Fantasy Fae, the glittering stone shell light turtle. She says if young ones like Tao and the light can smash the hall easily, it would have collapsed a long time ago. Meng then asks Kang Yu what would happen if one of the tea attendants got hurt, and Kang Yu tells Meng that he has nothing to worry about because the test was set by the Empress herself. Hearing the way Meng is talking, he realizes that he is worried that Tao, who is ranked 3rd on the Radiance 100, can lose to the tea attendant. This gets Lin Yuan wondering if the tea attendants are really that strong because they look really young. Lin Yuan's opponent mentions that she has an opening, and this calls Lin Yuan's attention back to his own mission. The attendant then urges Lin Yuan to stop worrying about other people, and Lin Yuan admits that she is right because his energy is pouring through him like a funnel, but he is not even gaining the edge on the lady. Once everything is ready, Tao prepares to take on one of the tea attendants in a combat challenge. Tao summons his shark fae, and the attendant summons her fae, which she itemizes into a musical instrument. When Lin Yuan sees her musical instrument, he realizes that it is a platinum tier fantasy fae at the 2nd molt. This basically tells him that the tea attendants are stronger than Ling. As the match begins, Tao's shark is defeated with 1 strike, and this is when it dawns on him that he underestimated the tea attendant. He apologizes and decides to get a bit serious. Tao taps into his Fey Vault while his hand remains in his pocket to aura farm. It starts raining, and before Lin Yuan gets soaked, Kang Yu covers him with an aura barrier. Kang Yu tells Lin Yuan that the rain is part of Tao's domain, which is transformed water that bears the power of the deep sea. She lets Lin Yuan know that he has nothing to worry about because her aura barrier will protect them, and the tea attendant thanks Kang Yu for the help. Lin Yuan is completely blown away, and he realizes just how impressive the Radiance 100 is. Tao tells the attendant that the Cold Sea domain is his signature move, and he would like to see how she breaks it. Seeing 2 platinum fays show themselves in the sea, Lin Yuan is left in complete shock. The attendant then tells Tao not to underestimate her because she is also about to get serious. She increases the intensity of her attack, and she breaks Tao's domain as if it didn't even exist in the first place. Lin Yuan is even more focused on the battle than his own challenge, but he is able to maintain his aura output. Tao tells the attendant that she is impressive, and the attendant lets him know that he doesn't have the luxury of hiding his trump card in battle because this is just going to cause him to lose. Tao then prepares to get serious, telling the attendant that if that is all she can do, then the golden box is already his. Tao mentions that he should have what it takes to defend his honor as the number 3 on the ranking, and he unleashes Seeking Chalk Dragon, which is a platinum tier fae that is on the verge of evolving to diamond tier. Even Meng is surprised to see this because he didn't know that Tao had such a trump card at his disposal, but he kept it hidden. Rui sees this, and he gets threatened by Tao's strength because he didn't expect Tao to have such a prestigious fae. He realizes that Tao is going to be a threat to him if he is allowed to grow, but he knows that there is nothing he can do at the moment. Tao's domain gets even more aggressive, and the tea attendant commends him, telling him that he has impressive water control. However, she still doesn't perceive the dragon as a threat. Tao tries to get the edge over her by unleashing powerful long-range attacks at the attendant, but her barrier is enough to block the attacks. However, the same cannot be said for the barrier around Lin Yuan and the tea attendant. It suffers a small crack, but Kong Yu tells him not to worry about the barrier and just focus on his match. Kong Yu admits that the dragon is pretty strong because the shockwave from its attack is what is about to trash the barrier. Moments later, the attendant's barrier starts to crack, and Tao suggests that they end the match because her barrier won't hold, and he is not a fan of going soft on his opponents. The tea attendant confidently tells Tao that there is no need for them to end the match right there because it is just too dull. The attendant plays a tune to intensify her attack, and Tao realizes that whenever the song notes pass by, the water pushes back. Even though his dragon hasn't fully recovered, he believes that the attendant has what it takes to stall for a while. Tao manages to defend the lady's attacks before launching a counterattack at the attendant. He believes that he has the match in his hand already, but his attack is suddenly cut off by the attendant's hidden fae, leaving Tao in complete shock. Tao admits that he never expected that he would run into an opponent as strong as the attendant on the Moon Mountain. Even Du is surprised that the attendants are this strong, and he is convinced that Rui might not be able to survive against them. Rui then cuts in saying that with the way things are, it appears that the match has already been decided, so there is no need to drag things on longer. Deep down, he is thanking his stars that he let Tao go against the attendants first because he knows there is no way he is winning against the attendants. Meng then mentions that the battle is not over yet because Tao would never end a battle like that. Tao tells the attendant that the move he is about to use is something he was saving for the next Radiance 100 ranking battle, but it appears that the attendant is worth going all out for. Tao then raises his hand to unleash an overwhelming amount of aura, while letting the attendant know that the match is not over yet. Meng panics when he realizes Tao is already going all out, and he fears that the attendant might not survive. However, Ling tells him to calm down because the glorious Moon Hall's tea attendants aren't that fragile. Tao pulls the water in, and he forms into a projectile, leaving Lin Yuan totally blown away. He realizes that Tao was pushing the water command to the extreme limit. At the same time, the attendant decides to finally go all out, and she unleashes a powerful plant-type fae. By employing the plant-type fae, the attendant is able to suppress the ocean's aura, but Tao knows that he can't give up and call himself a member of the Radiance 100. Tao then puts all of his strength into the skill, releasing a powerful projectile toward the attendant's line. It soon follows with a massive wave of water that starts to overwhelm the attendant's fae. Meng becomes worried that the attendant won't be able to withstand this. Meng comes in and creates a barrier to protect the lady, and Lin Yuan does the same. The assistant thanks them for the help, and she finally gets to see the peak level of the younger generation. Tao has also crashed to the ground, and he barely has any energy left. He was just one step away from permanent damage for a stupid box that might not even be worth it. The attendant concedes defeat, saying she is almost 10 years older than Tao, and she still couldn't withstand his full force, which means he deserves to be third in the rankings. She asks Tao if he needs healing because he looks pretty bad. She mentions that Tao wouldn't be in that position if she hadn't driven him to the wall, forcing him to use his final move. Tao disagrees, saying that without his last move, he wouldn't have been able to beat the attendant too. Just then, Meng notices that Tao's aura has started going rampant because he is completely drained. He calls on Kang Yu to help, but Lin Yuan steps up, telling them that he can handle it. Lin Yuan then walks up to Tao to heal him, and Tao thanks him for the help. Tao is shocked when he realizes that half of his energy recovered almost instantly, and this is when he realizes that he underestimated Lin Yuan because it appears that his energy reserves are pretty deep. Even Meng is surprised that Lin Yuan is capable of instant spiritual energy replacement without even summoning a fae. In addition, Tao shows no sign of aura rejection, which means Lin Yuan has an extremely rare attribute. Du admits that Tao is pretty tough, but he lets Ling know that Redbud City's candidate is also impressive. Du mentions that Lin Yuan's technique makes him unique and so many would kill to have him because researchers like him will even be jealous. Kang Yu also commends Lin Yuan, telling him that his skill is a big advantage for field survival and long-term fights. Lin Yuan acts all humble, telling Kang Yu that he is not that impressive, but Rui is losing his mind because Lin Yuan is getting all the attention. Kang Yu declares that Tao won his match, and she asks Lin Yuan's opponent for an update. She admits that she also lost because she was focused on blocking the backlash from the ocean wave, causing her to ignore the actual trial. However, she mentions that Lin Yuan can multitask because he was able to maintain a steady aura output the entire time. Kang Yu then tells Tao that the golden box was originally filled with rare materials. But since his phase are injured during the duel, they're going to exchange it for 10 drops of silver stamen golden glaze osmanthus honey. Meng thanks Kang Yu for the consideration, and Tao also offers his gratitude. He admits that he learned a lot, and he mentions that the match is a draw. Tao says his opponent escaped unhurt thanks to Meng's help, but he also avoided total spiritual burnout thanks to Lin Yuan's help. Kang Yu then teases Tao, asking him if the treasure inside the golden box will go to Lin Yuan, but Rui cuts in saying Tao has already acknowledged a draw and has also received other rewards. He says Lin Yuan, on the other hand, didn't engage in a creator or combat trial. He says it is merely an energy output test, and this doesn't qualify him to receive the highest tier prize in the golden box. Kang Yu then asks him what he would suggest instead. Rui boasts about how he is the strongest young creator and says he would like to test himself against a tea attendant. Kang Yu doesn't deny his request, and she calls on one of the tea attendants, Tea Washing, to the stage. Tea Washing tells Rui that she is looking forward to witnessing his crafting talent since he claims that he is the strongest. Lin Yuan is glad that the match is going to happen because he gets to see the top 2 young creators at their peak. With this, he figures out that he can use the opportunity to see how strong his creator skills are. Tea Washing asks Rui what he would like them to compete on. She lists out the categories which involve raising a Fey level, improving a Fey quality, or treating a Fey with damaged essence. Rui suggests that they compare their strength by treating a Fey whose essence is damaged. Rui is glad to hear that he has options because everything is going the way he wants it. Kang Yu then raises the stakes, telling him that if he wins, he can have both treasures. Rui is glad to hear this, but Tea Washing can't wait to show him what a proper creator is capable of. One of the attendants is surprised that Kang Yu is pretty fired up, and she even gave Tea Washing, the one who has the strongest creator talent among them, to take on Rui. As the trial is about to start, 2 blood-red direwolf pups are brought into the hall. Lin is surprised when he sees the Fays because they are powerful platinum Fays whose pups are born at the silver tier. Tea Washing mentions that they are going to be healing the Fays of head injuries, which is one of the hardest to treat. Lin Yuan knows that before he became a C-rank professional, it would have taken him at least 2 days to heal this type of injury. But with his current strength, he believes that it would be a bit faster. Once they are both ready, they declare the match open, and the 2 start going at it with incredible speed. Moments later, Lin Yuan realizes that it might seem like the 2 are going at each other at the same pace, but Tea Washing is actually faster. The 2 mix and blend their materials to try to get the best of each other. Tea Washing takes the plant-type route while Rui takes the animal route. By the time they are done with the first stage of the formula, Tea Washing's appear green, while Rui's is purple. Lin Yuan is left completely in shock, and he notices that the traditional creator formula that Tea Washing is using is even more complicated than the one he knows. As the battle continues, Rui has no choice but to admit that Tea Washing is talented for someone who is a mere attendant. Just then, Rui groans in pain before unveiling a creature that pops out of his hand. Lin Yuan is confused, and he asks what it is. Kang Yu reveals that it is a source creature called the Spine Goo. Du confirms this, revealing that Rui's grandfather is Cheng Wu, and the creature they are looking at is a split off of the Spine Goo from Wu's own source creature. Lin Yuan is completely blown away because Wu is one of the top creators who is currently a 4-star, but is 1 step away from 5-star. This tells Lin Yuan that Rui is a 3rd-generation powerhouse. Kang Yu then asks Du and Meng why they didn't say anything about Wu taking a post at the capital's creator guild when it is something pretty huge. Du mentions that since Wu hasn't agreed to serve as vice president yet, they wanted to wait until he accepted before making it public. Basically, they used Rui's nomination to secure his agreement. Kang Yu knows that Wu has figured out that he would never reach 5 stars, so he is now pouring all his effort into paving the way for his grandson. Du then tells Kang Yu that not everyone can be a genius like the Empress. Kang Yu then asks Lin Yuan if he knows what a source creature Spine Goo is. Lin Yuan replies that with his experience, he knows little. He mentions that he knows source creatures in general, but when it comes to the spine goo, he knows nothing. Kang Yu then decides to explain to him. She lets him know that after contracting the spine goo, it doesn't enter one's spiritual space but settles into the spine, hollowing out a section of vertebrae to build its nest. Lin Yuan panics when he hears this because it is basically a parasite living in the spine. Kang Yu mentions that contracting it literally sacrifices a portion of the contractor's life potential, which means a creator bonded to Spingu is never going to reach 5 stars. Lin Xuan expresses his shock, saying he never knew that there was a source code like this. Lin Yuan knows that Redthorn is special, but it is in a different way. It basically needs a blood contract and it lacks a natural template, so it only evolves along the path the contractor specifies. Kang Yu tells Lin Yuan that the spine goo might consume some of the contractor's life potential, but it is still a great treasure. The spine goo can quickly refine and condense all the materials the host consumes into concentrated liquid inside the body. Apparently, when blending materials, it devours them and catalyzes them to draw out their full effects. However, there is a risk to it, and this is the fact that the creator must replenish themselves with plenty of materials, because if the spine goo can't drink enough spirit liquid, it starts eating into the creator's spinal cord itself. After hearing this, Lin Yuan concludes that a Fae bound by this type of contract cannot even be called a partner. As Rue's Fae catalyzes his materials, he smiles brightly, believing that he's won the game. T-Washing cannot believe how loud he is just because he is blending materials. Basically, she had no intention to use her Fae to assist her, but since Rue had gone ahead to use his Fae, T-Washing concludes that there is no reason for her to hold back. T-Washing summons her Faes, and the battle becomes even more heated. Not long after this, Rue confidently mentions that he is done. He is about to start boasting when T-Washing also cuts in, saying she is done as well. Rue grunts discontentedly, but later shakes it off because he still has a trump card to use. They pour their prepared mixture on the wolves, and they scream out in agony, leaving Lin Yuan to ask if the wolves are really getting treated because the whole treatment process looks too painful. After the mixture has settled in, T-Washing declares that she's the winner because the wolf has been healed, but Rue disagrees, saying his wolf has even risen from silver level 3 to level 4. Rue tells Kang Yu that the result is obvious, and he should be the one collecting the 2 boxes. The attendants are surprised when they learn that Rue's Fae actually leveled up, which means T-Washing might not have won. Kang Yu tells the 2 that it is the truth that the result is clear, but she lets them know that she is not the one judging the match, and neither is Rue. Rue is shocked to hear this, and Kang Yu tells Lin Yuan and Tao that the judgment is up to them. Lin Yuan almost faints when he learns that he's been made a judge, but he has no choice but to do his job. Tao looks at the results and declares that T-Washing is the winner because even her liquid crafting method is sensational. Rue lashes out when he hears this, yelling at Tao for trying to twist the results. He believes that Tao is just jealous of him, which is why he is trying to change everything up. Lin Yuan is asked who he thinks is the winner, and Lin Yuan replies that the winner is T-Washing. Rue immediately loses it, and he believes that Lin Yuan cannot recognize quality. Kang Yu asks Lin Yuan why he believes that T-Washing is the winner, and Lin Yuan mentions that the trial was to treat a Fae with damaged essence. He says treating an increase in level and improvements in quality as bonus points should attract a higher rank. He mentions that at the same level, higher quality means a higher ceiling for the Fae. Rue's Fae only rose to silver 4, but T-Washing raised the Fae's quality from refined to perfect. Rue disagrees, saying they excelled in their own areas, which doesn't make him a loser. Do cautions Rue, telling him to watch how he speaks. Tao berates Rue, telling him that he calls himself the strongest creator, but he doesn't even know the basic judging standard. He asks him if he has never been told that creation is about potential overall. Tao mocks him, telling him that there is quite a gap between reputation and reality. Rue screams at Tao, telling him that he is never going to forgive what he just did. Rue then continues by saying that if Lin Yuan's comment is enough to judge him as the loser, it means the glorious Moon Hall is blind and overrated, so he doesn't need their honor. The moment he utters these words, Kang Yu's aura spikes through the roof, telling Rue to repeat himself. Lin Yuan is stunned when he realizes that Kang Yu's energy alone is freezing up the air. Tao quickly tells him to forget about the commentary in the meantime and protect himself with aura. Du rushes forward, bowing his head to Kang Yu, telling her to forgive Rue because he is young and doesn't understand proper conduct, so he means no disrespect to the Moon Hall. Du urges Kang Yu to forgive Rue, but this doesn't help the situation at all as Kang Yu asks Du if he was the one who asked Rue to behave the way he did. Ice particles start to form around Du's body, and the attendants mention that it's been a long time since Kong Yu was this angry. Apparently, the last time was with Marquis Lian of Tranquility. Lin Yuan is shocked to hear this because Lion was hailed 18 years ago as the young prodigy desert wild lion. The attendants confirm this, saying Lion back then was untouchable and none of his peers could match him. However, his arrogance was way out of line, and he even tried to flirt with Kong Yu. That night, frost covered the entire Marquis' estate, and his mansion was cut clean in two. Even both of Lion's legs froze badly, causing him to be demoted to a life in a wheelchair. Lin Yuan doesn't want to believe the story when he learns that Lion has not healed in 15 years. However, the attendant tells him that he is healed, but he is scared of leaving the wheelchair because of Kong Yu. This leaves Lin Yuan wondering if the same is about to happen to Rue and Du. Du continues apologizing to Kong Yu, telling her that the fault is his while urging her to let him take Rue back for proper disciplinary action. However, the attendants let Lin Yuan know that the more one begs, the worse it gets. Basically, Kong Yu is a disciplinarian, and her style is basically treating offenders with an iron hand. Lin Yuan then asks the assistants if there is truly no room for mercy, and they let him know that any effort to beg is useless. They ask him if he is trying to put himself on the line, and Lin Yuan mentions that Rue is arrogant and deserves to be punished. But Du, on the other hand, has worked hard all his life. Du urges Kong Yu to forgive Rue just this once, but Rue loses it and starts yelling, talking about who his grandfather is. Du cannot believe that Rue is seriously boasting about his grandfather in front of Kong Yu, who can easily one-shot him and his grandfather if she wants. Even Tao cannot believe just how dull Rue is because he is not only sentencing himself to death, but also dragging his grandfather down with him. Du and Meng are sweating in fear because they know that Rue's grandfather is nothing, because even if the 5-star creators, Zhu Jun and Chief Sovereign, were there, they wouldn't even be able to quench Kong Yu's anger. Kong Yu suddenly turns to Lin Yuan asking him to tell her how to judge the two. Lin Yuan cannot believe that they have found a way to dump it all on him again. He was expecting Kong Yu to ask the city lord or Meng, but not him. Lin Yuan realizes that he can't just follow Kong Yu's anger because by doing this, Du, who has spent his whole life working for the Federation, will not even get out unscathed. Lin Yuan then speaks up, saying it is important that those who speak rudely should be punished, but he lets Kong Yu know that Du only spoke out of concern for talent, which means he wasn't trying to defend Rue. Kong Yu then asks Lin Yuan intently if he is saying that punishing Rue alone is enough. Lin Yuan explains that Rue is just competitive, and a few careless words have dragged others into the fray. Lin Yuan assures Kong Yu that once Rue returns, his family and the guild will punish him. Kong Yu then asks him if he is basically saying she made a big issue out of nothing. Lin Yuan tells her that creators are an extremely precious resource in the Radiance Federation, and if they must be punished, it is better to do it another way. He makes an example saying they should just make them treat more phase. Kong Yu takes a minute to think about it, and she remembers that from Lin Yuan's file, he is the son of dead bureau agents who haven't even received benefits. However, under the current pressure, he is still putting the Federation's bigger picture first, which shows that his heart is in the right place. Kong Yu then agrees to do what Lin Yuan says, and she tells Du that she wants to see the Creator Guild open for 10 days, treating foys for free. Du bows to Kong Yu, thanking her for her mercy, while pushing Rue's head down too. However, Kong Yu tells him to thank Lin Yuan instead, and Du does as told. Lin Yuan nervously raises his hand, telling the old man that it is enough. Du yells at Rue, telling him to come forward and thank his benefactor. Rue almost dies from embarrassment because he can't believe that he is actually bowing to a nobody from Redbud City. He believes that Kong Yu is worried about his grandfather, which is why she made Lin Yuan the judge of the matter. Kong Yu then tells Meng that she is going to give them the 2 boxes as an apology, and will send another 20 drops of silver stamen golden glaze honey. Meng thanks the lady, admitting that the trip has been rewarding. Even Tao thanks Kong Yu, revealing that he's learned a lot because if not for her, he would be stuck watching the world from the bottom of a well. One of the attendants then tells Kong Yu that only Lin Yuan stands victorious because Tao conceded a draw, while Rue lost to tea washing. Meng admits that the results are very clear, and he lets everyone know that he and Lin Yuan will now leave. Tao thanks Lin Yuan for the assist, telling him that when he comes to the capital, he should meet him at the Aura Academy, promising to buy him a drink. Before Du leaves, he apologizes to Kong Yu, promising to visit the Moon Empress personally later to apologize. Kong Yu then tells Du that knowing he was wrong is enough for her, but she urges him to discipline Rue once he takes him back home. Deep down, Rue is pissed that Lin Yuan stole what he believes to be his. At the same time, Lin Yuan is worried that he is the only one left, which means he will be the only one going to see the Moon Empress. Kang Yu then commends Lin Yuan's compassion, but lets him know that the glorious Moon Hall's dignity is not something someone is allowed to trample upon. Lin Yuan nervously acknowledges this, and deep down, Lin Yuan is worried that he has to watch what he has to say so he doesn't lose his life. Kang Yu then tells him to come along to meet the Moon Empress, and Ling cheers him on from behind. Kang Yu knows that Lin Yuan has a kind heart, but she believes that the warning she gave him should be enough so he doesn't get used by opportunists. On their way to where the Moon Empress is, Kang Yu mentions that Tao is too old to be a disciple, and he has obviously leaned toward the combat path. Rui, on the other hand, cannot go past 4 stars, which basically means that the day's matches were to show Lin Yuan the top levels of young creators and combat professionals. Lin Yuan is surprised to hear this, and he finally understands why his own trial was easy compared to the others. Kang Yu leads him to a bridge and tells him that once he goes past the bridge, he will find the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan freezes in shock, and he turns to Ling, but Ling tells him to go on ahead because she is pretty sure that he has figured out why he is there. Lin Yuan walks forward, but still doesn't understand what Ling is talking about because to him, he is just there to meet the Moon Empress. After he is gone, Kang Yu commends Ling, saying she is impressed that she didn't even tell Lin Yuan for once that the Moon Empress is looking for a disciple. However, Kang Yu tells Ling that the Moon Empress's interview won't be as easy as the duels that took place inside the hall. Meanwhile, Zhuan Yu is busy arranging Lin Yuan's welcome gift that the Empress had him put together. The Empress is panting all around the room, finding it difficult to even sit while wondering if the gifts she put together are enough. Xian Yu cannot believe his eyes, and he knows that Kang Yu would lose her mind if she saw the Empress in her current state. Xian Yu then asks the Empress if she is really looking forward to being a master, and the Empress replies the whole thing reminds her of her master. Aside from creator knowledge, he used to dump her in dangerous places to train. She hated the fact that her master died just when she became a 3-star creator, and he never got to see who she'd become. Because of this, she decided that if she is ever going to take a disciple, she's going to make sure she gives the person everything they want. Xian Yu tells the Empress that she needs to be strict at least because if she is too gentle, her disciple won't take her seriously. The Empress is shocked to hear this, and Zhuan Yu tells her never to go easy on her disciple, which is what Kang Yu always says. Just then, the announcement comes in that Lin Yuan is around. Lin Yuan steps into the throne room to find the Empress sitting on the throne looking all cool. Lin Yuan offers his greetings while introducing himself. The Empress then goes straight into it, asking Lin Yuan if he has any conditions for becoming her disciple. Lin Yuan is confused when he hears this, and deep down, the Empress is losing her mind out of naivety because there is no way a sane person would start with that kind of question. The Empress then rephrases it, asking Lin Yuan if he has any concerns at the moment. Lin Yuan replies that he runs a small face shop and his little sister is still studying in Redbud City. The Empress doesn't even waste time before saying Xian Yu will start helping him look after the shop. This is when it finally dawns on Lin Yuan that the Empress is taking him in as a disciple, and this leaves him wondering how he got so lucky. Lin Yuan is overwhelmed, and he realizes that the Empress wants to cut off his escape routes, which is why she told Xian Yu to take over the shop. He starts wondering if the Empress has seen through his ability and wants to study him. The Empress is left wondering why Lin Yuan isn't saying anything because her request shouldn't be hard to understand. Lin Yuan realizes that the Empress is right because once he becomes her disciple, he is not going to have time for his sister or the shop. However, there is a lot to benefit from being the Empress's disciple, and Lin Yuan finally speaks up, telling the Empress that he has no demands about becoming her disciple, but he hopes to advance one step at a time on his own strength. The Empress is shocked when she hears this because all of her plans are about to go down the drain with what Lin Yuan is saying. Xian Yu is forced to tell the Empress that she is already panicking because her aura is fluctuating. The Empress yells at Lin Yuan, telling him to just call her master, leaving Lin Yuan to wonder if the Empress has plans to keep him there. Lin Yuan then tells the Empress that he has something weighing on his mind. The Empress asks him what it is, and he asks the Empress what she thinks is the most important thing between a master and a disciple. The Empress replies that the most important thing between master and disciple is inheritance, but Lin Yuan responds that he believes the most important thing is feelings. The Empress asks for clarification, and Lin Yuan reminds her that she is a 5-star creator of the Radiance Federation, and it would be his honor to be her disciple. But without any emotional foundation, he doesn't think he would be able to call her master. Even though Lin Yuan is pouring out his heart this way, he knows he still has no choice if the Empress wants to forcefully hold him down. Upon hearing this, the Empress closes the meeting. Later that night, the Empress meets Kang Yu by a lake, telling her that Lin Yuan has insisted that he wants to treat the 100 gifts that she presented to him as a course completion reward. Kang Yu mentions that she learned the Empress has lodged Lin Yuan in the branch house. The Empress tells Kang Yu that she has been at the top for too long, but she should try to look at things from ordinary people's point of view. Kang Yu is shocked to hear this, and she asks the Empress what has happened to her. Kang Yu tells the Empress that her belief is that once someone becomes a top dog, they should think like a top dog. The Empress tells her that she is right about the strong cutting their way through hardship to remain at the top because they are now different from regular people. However, she lets Kang Yu know that the disciple she wants still lowers his gaze and thinks like an ordinary person, which is really rare. Kang Yu then says a powerhouse is supposed to aim straight for the essence of things. The Empress tells her that she is both wrong and right. Kang Yu then realizes that the Empress hasn't rejected Lin Yuan as her disciple, and she plans to discipline Lin Yuan in the Empress's stead. Just then, the Empress suddenly tells Kang Yu to find her a spirit ingredient recipe book because if she wants to build feelings with her disciple, she needs to start with the little things. Kang Yu's brain almost fries when she hears this, and it dawns on her that the Empress isn't disappointed but actually satisfied. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is sitting by the pool thinking about how the day went. He is thankful that he didn't get taken by force and slapped with some sort of restriction, which tells him that the Empress is even more reasonable than he thought. Moments later, two maids enter the pool area, and one of them walks forward, telling Lin Yuan that they have come to bring him fresh clothes. The younger maid tries to call her colleague to order, but the lustful maid doesn't care. Lin Yuan berates her, asking her why she would walk in so carelessly. He says he might have been naked, and the maid says it would have been better. She lunges toward Lin Yuan saying she wants to help him bathe and undress. However, Lin Yuan jumps into the water before she can catch him while claiming the water is perfect just for him. The maid has no choice but to leave dissatisfied, but the other maid lets Lin Yuan know that his room has been cleaned. Lin Yuan is surprised that the two maids have different personalities. As they leave, Lin Yuan stands by the window to watch them, wondering if what just happened is some sort of test. Suddenly, the overzealous maid pushes her colleague to the ground for ruining her plans. She is about to hurt her when Lin Yuan comes in to grab her hand, telling her to back off, and he would pretend that nothing happened. They are in the middle of this when Kang Yu shows up, and Lin Yuan knows she is going to have their heads if she learns about what happened. So he covers it up, telling Kang Yu that the two only came to deliver his clothes. After the two maids depart, Kang Yu gives Lin Yuan 2 bottles of silver stamen golden glaze honey that was prepared specifically for him by the Empress. Kang Yu tells him that one is already enough for him, but he is free to do whatever he likes with the other. Lin collects the bottles and thanks the Moon Empress for the amazing gift. Lin Yuan then returns to the pool, and he confirms that the contents of the bottle are actually checked out. Lin figures out that he is going to save one of the bottles for Chu-Chi, and just then he remembers that Kang Yu told him to drink the substance when he is bathing because it is going to cleanse his body. Even though he has no idea why it has to be in the bath, Lin Yuan proceeds to drink it. However, he soon figures out why because dark, disgusting, and unclean substances start to come out of his body. Some days later, Lin Yuan finally gets the chance to leave the mansion to look around the royal capital. Turns out that Lu has also found some suitable locations for the shop, and Lin Yuan is impressed by his excellent work rate. During one of his meetings with the Empress, she had given him a diamond tear trapping spirit box as a reward for raising his face pretty well. She tells him that inside the box are corpses of all sorts of dimensional rift creatures from level 1 to level 4. The Empress also tells him that she is going to give him a few days off because she has to rewrite his cultivation plan, which is why he basically had a bit of a chance to step out. Lin Yuan is surprised that the Moon Empress is literally taking his training seriously, which shows that she might actually be trying to take him in as a disciple. Sound and Genius talk about how they have been living in the past couple of days with Redthorn in Mobius's space. Lin Yuan then tells them that they don't have to worry about Redthorn because he now has much food to consume. Sound asks Lin Yuan if she can move freely once they get to the capital because she has to stream because if she continues this way without streaming, her fans would lose it. Lin Yuan then tells her that they have something important to do at the capital. It turns out that he has been contacted by the red-headed lady who wants him to help her daughter's Fae because she has gotten the revival soil ready. Lin Yuan had told her to bring the Fae to the Creator Guild, promising that he would treat it there. Lin Yuan tells his Faes that because of this, they are headed straight to the Creator Guild. Genius asks him why he didn't just let the mother and daughter come to the mountain, but Lin Yuan reminds him that he was the one complaining about the pressure on the mountain. Lin Yuan adds that he also wants to use the opportunity to see how the Creators Guild works in the capital. Meanwhile, at the Creator Guild, the mother and daughter are already there, but they are nervous about entering the guild. One of the staff members showed up talking to the two rudely, telling them that there is a free program running for a couple of days so they are free to go in. The two thank him for the assistance and head in. Meanwhile, Rue is busy drinking like it is his last day on Earth, and one of the staff members tells him that he shouldn't be drinking because he hasn't even treated anyone during the whole free program. He lets him know that it would be bad if Du finds out. Instead of listening to the dude, Rue hurls the cup and the drink at him, asking him what would happen if Du finds out. He starts boasting about his grandfather again while saying he is the strongest young creator alive. Rue is pissed at how he got treated by Du because he believes that he dragged him to the Moon Mountain to disgrace him. Rue starts raging about how Du and the others were always bowing heads to him in the past whenever they wanted to see him, but everything has changed. He tells the dude that he doesn't care about the free clinic because the guild has lost its aura, but he believes that his family still has some dignity left. After he is done raging, he tells the dude that he is right about one thing, and he decides that it is time for him to put on a show. Before leaving the room, he tells the poor dude to clean the room and change his consultation room. Rue steps outside to find the redhead lady and her daughter arguing with one of the staff members about their fae. The dude tells them to wait for whoever they booked an appointment with, but the lady concludes that they are all useless if they can't heal something so simple. Rue then walks up to them to take a look. The lady already believes that Rue is going to be of help, and she even tells him that she has a pack of revival soil that they can use. However, Rue tells her that the fae's essence has already been damaged, so there is nothing that can be done to it. Rue asks her which idiot told her that the fae could still be healed, and the lady replies that the person who told her is not an idiot. She mentions that the person is around the same age as Rue. Rue hears this and gets triggered again, talking about how he is the strongest young creator. So if he says the fae can't be healed, it definitely cannot be healed. The lady mentions that she is not doubting Rue, but she lets him know that the fae is her daughter's lifeline. Rue gets angry and demands that the two be thrown out of the guild, and if they dare to resist, they should be banned for 1 year. The staff apologized, saying he was told that they had an appointment. He then turns to the two telling them that they have to leave, but the lady lets the dude know that they are not lying about their appointment. Just as things are about to get more serious, Lin Yuan shows up, telling the staff member that he is the creator they are waiting for. The redhead lady rushes over to greet Lin Yuan while addressing him as master. Lin Yuan apologizes for being late, and he tells them that they have already reserved a room for them, so they should just go there. Rue is about to get angry, but notices that the Empress's imprint is not on Lin Yuan's badge yet, which means he is not her disciple. Rue makes fun of Lin Yuan, saying that when he stayed back the day before, he thought he had been chosen as the Empress's disciple, but it appears that Lin Yuan didn't even make the cut. Rue knows he can't touch Tao, but he can certainly deal with Lin Yuan, who is a nobody. Rue then points to his badge, talking about how creators with real backing have family faction crests on their badges. Rue has a bunch of them on his badge compared to Lin Yuan, who has none, and Rue mocks him with this, saying he doesn't deserve to be called a master. The redhead lady is worried, but Lin Yuan assures her that it is fine, and he tells her to follow him. As they reach the cultivation room, Lin Yuan tells them to wait for him outside, promising that he is going to heal the fae. The staff member calls Rue's attention to this, but Rue tells him not to worry because Lin Yuan is welcome to try since they are currently running a free clinic. Rue is waiting for Lin Yuan to fail, so he can use this to strip him of his creator's badge. In the cultivation room, Lin Yuan is already healing the fae, and he is surprised that he's even faster than before. After he is done healing the fae, he still decides to evolve it to Silver Tier since it is one step away from evolving. On the outside, the ladies are praying that it works, but Rue urges them not to think there is a chance that Lin Yuan would be able to save the plant. Moments later, Lin Yuan steps outside with the restored fae in a vase. Even the lady is completely blown away that she didn't almost recognize her own fae. The moment Rue sees this, he completely loses his mind because it starts to dawn on him that Lin Yuan might actually be more talented than him. He immediately concludes that there is no way he is allowing Lin Yuan to roam free because he is an ultimate threat to him. The people who witnessed this happen are completely blown away, and they start talking among themselves. They praise Lin Yuan's talent while using the opportunity to trash-talk Rue, who believes that he is the strongest young creator. Rue freaks out, and he yells at the staff, telling them to get the mother and daughter out because they are just there to cause trouble. However, the staff members can't even make a move, reminding Rue that Lin Yuan is also a 2-star creator. Rui loses it when he hears the dude comparing him to Lin Yuan, and he kicks the dude to the ground. He even attacks Lin Yuan from behind, mocking him for trying to play hero. Lin Yuan instinctively reacts and kicks the dude in the tummy. Rui crashes to his knees in pain and shock because he doesn't believe that Lin Yuan actually has what it takes to hit him back. He starts yelling at Lin Yuan, asking him if he knows who his grandfather is. Lin Yuan is not even concerned with what he is saying because he is left wondering how he was able to react to Rui in an instant. It dawns on him that the silver stamen, honey, and the treasures the Empress has been feeding him are working. The staff members walk up to Rui asking him if he is fine, but he is pissed and he orders that they call the security because someone has started a fight inside the guild. Just then, Du shows up asking Rui if he's lost his mind. Rui screams at Du, telling him that he was attacked by Lin Yuan and they must be punished, but Du tells everyone watching to disperse. Du turns to the redhead lady and her daughter, apologizing for what happened. He tells her that they are going to compensate her with a mid-grade spirit material, and the lady assures him that this is enough. Du turns to Rui, telling him that he has started a fight inside the guild more times than he can count, so he should be the one getting punished, not anyone else. Rui is left speechless when he hears this, and right before his very eyes, Du escorts Lin Yuan away while promising to always be of help to him. Rui goes crazy because he believes that everything Lin Yuan is currently enjoying should be his. Just then, an attendant shows up to tell Rui that his grandfather is coming out of seclusion. Rui wastes no time going to his grandpa's chambers to greet him and welcome him back. He congratulates his grandfather on a successful seclusion, but the old man asks him how he knows that it was successful. Rui replies that he believes it was a success because his hair has turned black. Wu then mentions that the spin goo has advanced from 4th molt to 5th molt, which basically means the 10 years he spent weren't a waste. Rui congratulates Wu with a smile, and deep down, he is having the best of times because his grandpa is back and no one would dare look down on him again. Rui then mentions that he wasn't able to become the Empress's disciple, and Wu asks him why this happened because he was presented by the Creator Guild that hyped him up and even gave him a title as a 2-star creator. With this, Wu isn't expecting Rui to fail, and Rui agrees with his old man. He adds that Tao also lost, and when it was his turn, they made a nobody from the countryside the judge. When Wu hears this, he immediately figures out that he is talking about Lin Yuan, who was presented by Ling. Rui confirms this, saying Lin Yuan is just a small-time Fei shop owner. Wu then asks Rui if the Empress has chosen Lin Yuan as her disciple already, but Rui says no, revealing that Lin Yuan's badge doesn't carry the Empress's crest. Wu then asks if Du tried to intercede for him, but he mentions that Du even supported Lin Yuan when he kicked him downstairs some minutes ago. Wu berates Rui for not being able to handle Lin Yuan, who was 2 stars just like him. Rui claims that he could have, but Du was the one who shielded him. Wu is mad when he hears this, and he punches the ground in annoyance because he can't believe that Du treated Rui with such disrespect when he was the one who invited him to take a position at the Capital Creator Guild. Realizing that Wu is already getting mad, Rui decides to add more fuel to the fire. Rui tells Wu that Lin Yuan is quite talented, but this only gets Wu mad because he is prepared to make sure Lin Yuan doesn't get to use the talent. Since Wu believes that the Empress hasn't taken Lin Yuan in as her disciple yet, he decides that he is going to eliminate him. He plans to make it look like an accident which no one would be able to complain about. Later on, Lin Yuan is at the northern outskirts of the royal capital after leaving the guild on a wind rider that Du specifically provided for him. Du had treated him to a nice drink at the guild before letting him go. Lin Yuan admits that the view from above is really nice, and Genius's curiosity forces him to start dragging the controls with Lin Yuan because he wants to know how it feels. Suddenly, an attack comes at them out of nowhere, immediately ruining their little playtime to let them know that things are about to go south. The bird gets hit so hard that it starts dropping at an alarming rate, and Lin Yuan knows that shouting wouldn't even help his case. Meanwhile, the attackers who turn out to be Wu and Rui are standing in the distance watching the bird crash down really fast. Rui is disappointed that Wu wasn't able to finish them off in one shot, and he tells Rui that the bird made it difficult for him. Lin Yuan finally crashes to the ground, and he realizes that the bird used its wings to shield them, causing it to take the hit head-on. Lin Yuan tries to heal the bird, but Genius tells him that the bird is already dead. Lin Yuan is in the middle of this when Wu and his arrogant grandson show up on the scene. Rui mocks Lin Yuan, telling him that he is so bad that he couldn't even handle a wind rider dove. Rui tells him that the bird is pretty expensive, and there is no way he is going to be able to afford it. Just then, Wu puts up a barrier, and Lin Yuan asks him what his plan is. Rui tells him that they only want to witness his impressive creation skills. Wu teases him, saying he wants to know the prodigy that was produced by the Federation. Lin Yuan already itemizes genius in his glasses form, and he can clearly see that Wu has no good intentions toward him. Rui then whips out one of his Fey, which is basically a T-Rex, but has a paralytic poison. Rui doesn't know that Lin Yuan can see all the data on his Fey, and Lin Yuan urges Sound to make sure she doesn't get caught by the lizard's claws and scales. The lizard makes the first move, dashing toward them while hurling poisonous scales at them. Lin Yuan tells Sound to use turbulence to block the scales. Sound is able to repel the attack, and while Rui is still thinking of his next move, Lin Yuan orders Sound to hit the barrier. Sound hits the barrier with all she has, but it doesn't leave a dent in it. Wu teases Lin Yuan, asking him if he is avoiding a duel with Rui, and he lets Lin Yuan know that he already sealed the space to make sure nothing can interfere. Rui also taunts Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan assures him that he has taken some training from the Empress, so he is not entirely weak. In fact, he believes that the Empress is going to be disappointed in him if he can't stand his ground. The lizard makes it move again, and Lin Yuan tells Sound to aim for its eyes. However, this doesn't do anything to the lizard because the difference in level is too high since the lizard is a silver tier Fey. Lin Yuan dodges the lizard's charge before heading straight for Rui. Rui laughs this off, telling Lin Yuan that he is wide open from behind, but he still decided to charge straight at him. However, Lin Yuan has another plan, and he tells Sound to use turbulence on him. By doing this, Lin Yuan directs the lizard's poison toward Rui himself. He crashes to the ground in fear, but before he is swallowed up by the poison, he is saved by his grandfather. Wu teases Lin Yuan, telling him that to show him what he can do and not rely on tricks. Lin Yuan figures out that Wu is still scared of the Empress, which is why he hasn't killed him outright. Since this is the case, Lin Yuan decides that he is just going to force Wu to drop his own barrier, but he knows that hitting his Fey won't do. He decides that going after Rui will do the trick for him. Seeing Lin Yuan running at him again, Rui mocks him, telling him that the same trick won't work on him twice. Rui's lizard chases Lin Yuan down from behind, but Lin Yuan has another trick up his sleeve, and he unleashes Redthorn. Redthorn appears from the locked space and grabs the lizard, restraining it with his vines. With this, Lin Yuan turns to Wu, telling him that he can clearly see that he's won, which is a testament to his skills, so there is nothing else to test again. Wu commends him for how he's trained his source species, but lets him know that the match is not over yet. Just then, Redthorn starts losing himself, and Lin Yuan wonders what is going on. Rui lets him know that Redthorn is knocked down thanks to the lizard's venom. This is when Lin Yuan finally realizes that the lizard has venomous claws, and just a slash from this will cause the toxin to slowly spread. Rui mentions that he is surprised that a shopkeeper like him has a source species, but after seeing it, he can't let him go again. Rui tries to attack Lin Yuan with his spine goo, but Lin Yuan calls on Sound for help. Sound emerges in a flash and knocks the spine goo to the ground, shocking Rui. However, Sound didn't do this alone, but managed to merge with the goldfish to provide support. Rui is surprised that Lin Yuan actually has a Fey that restores aura, and he admits that he underestimated Lin Yuan. He then whips out another Fey, and this time around, it is a silver rank scorpion. Seeing how Lin Yuan has been handling the fight, he has to admit that he is remarkable, and he finally understands why the Empress wants him. However, he doesn't really care about all of these, as he is planning to make sure that he never reaches his full potential. Meanwhile, at the glorious Moon Hall, the Empress is still busy following recipe books in an attempt to cook something delicious for her disciple. Back in the barrier, Rui feeds his scorpion something to make it more energetic and hungry for the fight. He lets Lin Yuan know that once the scorpion finishes the food, it is coming for him. Lin Yuan takes this seriously, and he yells at Sound, telling her to use Sonic Spike to stop whatever the scorpion is trying to do. However, all of her spikes were deflected. Rui mocks him as it appears that his buff only boosts his attacks once, and he decides to show Lin what he is capable of. Lin Yuan tries to analyze the situation, and he wonders if Rui is going to bring out other Fays to help, but he is glad that the scorpion doesn't have ranged attacks. His fear comes true when he is suddenly attacked from behind, and this is when he realizes that Rui has one more combat Fey. Lin Yuan manages to dodge and knows Redthorn is the one who can help him turn the battle around. Lin Yuan urges Redthorn to hold on, but everything is not looking good for Redthorn. Rui mocks Lin Yuan, telling him that Redthorn is about to be consumed by the lizard. However, Lin Yuan believes in his Fey, and he activates a healing sequence to help Redthorn push out the parasite nesting inside him. Since Lin Wan is busy healing Redthorn, Rue wants to use the opportunity to take him down, but Lin Wan orders Sound to use her Daybreak skill to provide cover. She does this, creating a bright light that disrupts Rue's vision. Thanks to Sound's cover, Lin Wan is able to fully heal Redthorn, and he pushes the parasite out of his body. However, Rue still believes that pushing the parasite out would have weakened Rethorn, so he tells the lizard to finish him off. Surprisingly, Redthorn spills a yellowish corrosive liquid on the tea, Rex causing it to crash to the ground. Lin Yuan then tells Rue that Redthorn's saliva is mixed with a paralysis effect, so the lizard basically can't use its skills anymore. However, Rue tells Lin Yuan that he still has no chance because while he was busy healing Redthorn, the spiny goo is about to fully charge the scorpion, and once it does, it is over. Lin Wan realizes that the level gap between them is crazy, and Sound can't even do anything to the phase. However, he decides to bank on the fact that Rue lacks combat experience, and he tells Sound to get close to Rue as much as she can. He also tells Redthorn to get ready for his signal. Sound charges toward Rue, but he is confident that he is protected because even though his lizard can't use skills anymore, it can still move, and there is nothing the bird can do. Before she reaches Rue, Lin Wan tells Sound to use the Daybreak skill again, assuring her that this is the last one. Sound puts all of her strength into this, and once Rue covers his eyes to block the light, Lin Wan orders Redthorn to grow really big. Lin Wan tells him not to waste the opportunity that Sound gave him, and Lin Wan supports Redthorn with spiritual energy to help him go berserk. Redthorn's attack goes directly for Rue, but seeing that his grandson is about to die, Wu steps in to save him. Lin Yuan exhausts all of his spiritual energy, and he crashes to the ground alongside his face. Lin Yuan coughs up blood, and the spirit trapping box the Empress gave him falls off his neck. The moment this happens, the Empress, who was busy cooking, receives a red alert. Rue yells at his grandfather telling him that he shouldn't have interfered because he was just about to win. However, Wu lets him know that he was about to lose, and he is disappointed that he can't even deal with a newly promoted 2-star creator. Wu mentions that the whole thing could have been framed as an accident between two junior creators, but he has managed to force his hand into cleaning up his mess. Wu then turns to Lin Yuan, telling him that he does have talent, and if he had met him earlier, he would have taken him in as a disciple to train him carefully. He lets him know that he has no personal grudge against him, but everything has to make way for the greater good of his family. Lin Yuan smiles, saying he doesn't know about his plan, but he has done everything he can. Just then, Wu notices a crack in the barrier, and it dawns on him that Lin Yuan forced him to save Rue because he knew he would be distracted, which would cause him to slightly lose control over the barrier. It was during this time that Lin Wan struck the barrier with an object to crack the barrier. Wu freaks out, but at the same time, he knows that he can't let Lin Wan live any longer. Just as he is about to finish Lin Wan off, the Empress's voice echoes from above asking, "Wu, how dare he come close to her disciple?" With the Empress's arrival, a giant cold moon appears in the sky overshadowing everything. One of the 5-star creators, Zhujun, is playing a game when he spots the moon, and he immediately figures out that it is the Empress. With the moon up in the sky, Zhujun realizes that something big is about to happen. At the same time, outside the hall of the chief of the Spirit Suppression Division, Su Jin and Dong spot the moon, and they know that something crazy is about to happen because the moon even looks bigger than the one that appeared 10 years ago. The chief of the bureau doesn't waste time before heading in the Empress's direction. Back on the battlefield, Lin Yuan thanks the Empress, but the Empress tells him to rest and circulate his spirit energy, so his injuries can heal. Rue is surprised that the Empress actually came to help Lin Yuan, and he believes that the badge was just a trap. Rue stupidly decides that he just has to kill Lin Yuan with the hope that his grandfather would help him mediate afterward. He unleashes his Spingu, but the Empress vaporizes it without even flinching. The Empress turns to him in anger, expressing her shock that he still has the guts to make a move even though she is already there. Rue is expecting his grandfather to stand up and fight for him, but to his surprise, Wu runs forward to bow to the Empress, begging her. The Empress grabs Wu with her power, chipping his life away little by little. Wu begs the Empress to at least leave some part of Rue's body so he can be buried. This is when the gravity of the situation dawns on Rue that he is done for because his grandfather is always negotiating for his dead body. Rue tries to put the blame on Lin Wan while repeating the same stupid line that he is the strongest creator. But before he can even finish it, the Empress one-shots him. The Empress then turns her attention back to Wu, whom she is killing little by little. Wu screams out in pain, begging the Empress to forgive his shortcomings. While this is ongoing, the Empress's rabbit shows up to give Lin Yuan a carrot to eat, which instantly restores his energy. As Wu's pain continues, he begs the Empress, assuring her that he is going to devote the rest of his life to serving her. However, the Empress tells him that she doesn't need someone like him. All she wants is for him to die under the moonlight, and this is when Wu realizes that there is no hope for him again. Suddenly, Zhu Jun appears on the scene, saving Wu from the Empress's wrath. Zhu Jun urges the Empress to show a bit of mercy because the main culprit is already dead. The Empress still goes after Wu, but Zhu Jun helps Wu dodge the attack. The Empress then asks Zhu Jun if he intends to stop her, and Zhu Jun nervously urges the Empress to show mercy on his behalf because Wu might have offended her, but he is still a 4-star creator. The Empress yells at Zhu Jun, telling him that Wu was the one who tried to kill her disciple. She straight up threatens Zhu Jun, telling him that he might lose his disciple and everything close to him if he intends to go up against her. Zhu Jun calmly replies, telling the Empress that every peak 4-star creator is an asset to the Radiance Federation. The Empress asks him what sort of asset has rotted beyond use, and she tells Zhu Jun that it might finally be time for him to clean out the bad eggs. Zhu Jun turns to Lin Yuan, telling him that Wu behaved toward him rudely, but his grandson is now dead, and he himself has lost an arm. Zhu Jun tells Lin Yuan to let everything end there, promising him that he can have Wu compensate him with treasures, while promising to never offend him again. Lin Yuan is totally confused about Zhu Jun's tone, since he doesn't even know if he's pleading with him or threatening him. The Empress cuts in before Lin Yuan can answer, telling Zhu Jun that her disciple is not looking for treasures because her own wealth is enough for him. The Empress tells Zhu Jun that Wu is rotten wood that has to be cut away because there is no hope that it will come out good again. Zhu Jun then bows his head, saying he has to congratulate the Empress on obtaining such a brilliant disciple. Just then, the chief of the Suppression Bureau shows up, and she is surprised at what Wu has been reduced to. She asks the Empress if she is now calm after what she's done to Wu, but the Empress throws a jab at her, telling her that her anger level is totally up to her while telling her that she has better things to do at the Bureau instead of showing up because of trivial matters. The chief then calls the Empress by her real name, Shui, telling her that she is no longer a child because she is a 5-star creator who is the pillar of the Federation. So rewards and punishments must be distinguished. The chief tells the Empress that as it stands, she has punished Wu enough. Lin Yuan is completely blown away because he is surrounded by powerhouses. The Empress loses her cool, and her eyes start to grow brighter as she mentions that they don't even know the full story, but they are trying to pin the blame on her, as if she were an old thief while Wu is an innocent victim. The Empress is about to unleash hell when a fae belonging to the Iron Prison emerges from underneath. The chief of the Bureau recognizes the fae's owner, and it turns out that he is from the royal court. The Iron Prison is a big dude clad in golden armor, and he grabs Wu off the ground, telling the Empress that the chief, is right. At the royal court, the Emperor is asked if sending the Iron Prison is the wise decision because this is only going to make the Empress even angrier. The king then replies that the Iron Prison is the only one he can send because no one else would have even the slightest chance at surviving. The king's envoy spots the Empress's moon and says she is really pissed and ready to kill. He believes that even the Iron Prison will pay with his life if he dares to cross the Empress, and he decides to head over to stop the whole problem. Back on the battlefield, Wu starts begging Iron Prison to save him, saying he knows he is wrong, but he promises that he would gladly hand over his wealth to him as long as he lives. The Iron Prison then tells Wu that he is only protecting him because the royal court ordered it, not because of whatever stupid benefit he wanted to offer him. The Empress then makes her stance known, telling them that she is not going to back off peacefully because anyone who dares touch her disciple has only one path, which is death. The shockwave from her aura alone knocks Lin Yuan out, and the Iron Prison tells the Empress that he has to take Wu away by royal decree. The Iron Prison says Wu's aura has been damaged already, so he has received enough punishment. However, this only pisses the Empress off, and she dares the Iron Prison to try to take Wu away if he can. The Iron Prison believes that the Empress wouldn't dare kill him because the only way to stop him is to kill him. He decides to gamble everything on it, but the moment the Empress notices that he is trying to leave, she unleashes a powerful attack that barely misses the Iron Prison. Yi and Zhu Jun immediately figure out that the Empress has grown even stronger from the last time they saw her in action. The Empress then asks the Iron Prison again if he is going to leave Wu behind or not. The Iron Prison is barely holding on with his barrier, but he tells the Empress that he can't comply. The Empress unleashes another attack, and the other two realize that the Iron Prison is about to be killed. They quickly step in to help maintain his barrier, and the moment the Empress sees this, she concludes that they have decided to gang up on her. He urges the Empress not to be stubborn, and while Yi is still trying to negotiate with her, the iron prison tries to leave, so he urges the other two to cover him. However, this only makes the Empress angrier, and she unleashes some really scary fae that have even taken humanoid shape. The iron prison is trapped, and the other two are blown away when they realize that the Empress's skill has already ascended to the second mythic realm. The Empress tells Zhu Jun that she is pretty sure his own skill has upgraded to the second mythic realm as well, so he shouldn't try to play a fool with her. The Empress taps into her full seriousness mode, telling them that she is not going to hold back since they have decided to fight her all together. Just then, the king's envoy, Asura, shows up, urging the Empress to stop. The Empress asks him if he's trying to stop her too. However, Asura tells her to remember what happened 10 years ago, which is why she went into seclusion. He also adds that Lin Yuan is almost at his limit after being hit repeatedly by her mythic shock waves. Cicada suggests that she exercise caution because of her disciple. The Empress finally takes in a deep breath and she descends to the ground, saying she is willing to back off because of what happened years ago. The Empress says Wu's crime deserves death, but since all of them are hell-bent on stopping her, she has decided to change the sentence to imprisonment. She says Wu has to be imprisoned within the cleansing sin pod, and he must never leave unless he dies. The Empress grabs the unconscious Lin Yuan off the floor, but before she leaves, she lets the chief of the bureau know that Lin Yuan's parents are agents who died during the dimensional rift outbreak 10 years ago. The chief is shocked to hear this, and the Empress scolds the chief, asking her if she has ever at any point decided to take care of the children of bureau agents, who sacrificed themselves fighting on behalf of the Federation. When the Empress returns to the mansion, Kangyu bows to the Empress, apologizing for what happened, telling her that she is to blame. However, the Empress tells Kangyu that it is not her fault but her own because she arrogantly believed that taking in a disciple would not attract external interference. The Empress admits that she underestimated how greedy people are. And just then, Lin wakes up calling the Empress his master while saying he is also to blame because he was weak. The Empress turns around in shock, asking Lin Yuan to repeat what he just called her, and Lin Yuan stands up to address her as master. The Empress almost loses her mind from excitement, and the first thing she does is to change Lin Yuan's badge and give him one that carries her insignia. She also tells him to take the moon token, which will help him gather materials on his own whenever he wants to because he's already said he wants to grow on his own. In addition, she has retrieved the spirit trapping box that he lost during the battle. In fact, she has a lot to dump on him while telling Kangyu to quickly inform everyone within the Federation that she now has a disciple. Lin Yuan is completely overwhelmed by the Empress's kindness. He can't believe that the Empress literally took on 3 powerhouses just to show how angry she was, and this tells him that the Empress really cares for him. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan knows that it is going to be easier for him to evolve his face. Meanwhile, Meng informs Tao of what happened to Rue, and Tao is not surprised because he knows how arrogant he is. He assures Meng that he doesn't have any ill intentions toward Lin Yuan because he even wants them to meet to have a drink. In fact, he is looking forward to meeting Lin Yuan during the selection for the 100 Radiants. Later on in the locked space, one of the cocoons finally hatches, and a purple butterfly comes out. Lin Yuan tells Genius and Sound that the first hurdle for the butterfly to climb is spreading its wings. Fortunately, it does this, showing that it is actually healthy. Lin Yuan wonders why it is purple, and Genius mentions that there is a possibility that it is the blue-purple flash butterfly, which he has read about in archives. Using the True Data skill, Lin Yuan gets the info on the butterfly and realizes that it has the silent scale powder skill. Genius lets him know that this powder can only be burned away by fire and nothing else. Lin Yuan then forms a contract with the butterfly, and he admits that the effect of the butterfly's skill is strong. Once the contract is formed, it gains a bunch of skill and immediately evolves to bronze. Out of the skills provided, Lin Yuan goes with Scale Powder Halo because it enhances the control effect of the base skill, Silent Scale Powder, and together with Silent Scale Powder, it doubles crowd control. Genius confirms this, saying Scale Powder Halo allows him to control the target first. And even if the target recovers, they are not going to escape Silent Scale Powder. Lin Yuan then tells the two that their overall ability is growing. They have the Jasmine Lily, which is at Bronze 10, the Goldfish, which is at Bronze 10, and the new Butterfly, which is also at Bronze 10. Genius then asks him why everyone is stuck at Bronze 10, and Lin Yuan explains that their levels are tied to Mobius's advancement. It is only after all of them evolve to Silver rank that Mobius will also upgrade to Silver rank. However, Lin Yuan plans to meet their breed evolution conditions while they are still bronze rank because according to Ling, he must push them towards fantasy rank before they reach gold tier. This is basically why he is not upgrading their levels, and Genius just admits that the field of evolution is quite deep. Not long after this, Lin Yuan runs into Kang Yu, who addresses him as young master before telling him that the Empress is asking for him. Lin Yuan tells Kang Yu that he can't allow her to call him, but she reminds him that he is the Empress's disciple, which makes him the young master of the palace, so he deserves it. Kang Yu tells Lin Yuan that the Empress wants to assign a Dao protector to him. After moving back and forth on what Kang Yu should call him, he finally agrees that she calls him Young Lord. Talking about the Dao protector, they are someone who swears to watch over the growth of the younger. Lin Yuan wonders if he is really ready to accept such a powerful figure. When he finally gets to where the Empress is waiting, she introduces him to his Dao protector, the Bloodbath Mother, a Lord-class Myth 1 spirit beast. She is pretty arrogant, and she lets Lin Yuan know that she is not going to move a muscle unless he is on the verge of death. Lin Yuan is only concerned about the fact that the lady is a Lord-class beast, and she asks Lin Yuan if he has never heard of the Lord-class, which ranks above the Diamond rank. Seeing how arrogant she is, the Empress appears behind her to call her to order. She panics, telling Lin Yuan that his master is going to explain whatever he needs to know for him. The Empress then tells Lin Yuan that the Diamond rank isn't the limit because beyond it is the Lord class. She mentions that Lord-class beasts generate domains based on their exclusive traits, and the moonlight that filled the sky when she was pissed earlier was the power of her cold moon halo will domain. The Empress then asks Lin Yuan if he knows how spirit beasts evolve into fantasy breeds, and Lin Yuan explains what Ling told him. The Empress tells him that he is correct, but this isn't the only way for a spirit beast to become a fantasy breed. She mentions that without a contractor, a diamond rank is the limit for spirit beasts. But if they can raise their quality to legendary grade while still at diamond rank, they have a chance to comprehend a will rune and then fuse with the rune to evolve into a fantasy breed. Basically, only by reaching the fantasy breed's 5th molt can the beast get the chance to evolve from diamond rank to lord class. Lin Yuan asks if this isn't going to take an enormous amount of time, and the Bloodbath Mother confirms this. She mentions that the gap between the lord class and the diamond rank is as vast as heaven and earth, so they cannot even be compared. However, when one is advancing to Lord class, they must undergo a life and death situation, and she was saved by the Empress, which is why she owes her a favor. She is pissed that she is forced to become Lin Yuan's Dao protector when she is supposed to be working her way toward myth. Lin Yuan is surprised to hear that the Empress helped her, but the Empress tries to be humble, claiming that the Bloodbath Mother is just exaggerating. The Bloodbath Mother then decides that it is time to swear the oath. She unleashes her aura, and Lin Yuan is overwhelmed because it feels like he is being swallowed up by a river of blood. The Bloodbath Mother then swears the oath, and once it is done, she transforms into her little spider form. The Bloodbath Mother talks about how she is repaying a favor, but the Empress tells her to consider herself enjoying a favor from her because she gave her the honor of protecting her disciple. Lin Yuan greets the Bloodbath Mother, telling her that he is going to be in her care, but she tells him not to disturb her because she's already told him that she is not going to make any move unless he is about to die. She attaches herself to the pendant around Lin Yuan's neck and urges him to meditate on her rune, promising that it will do him a lot of good. Lin Yuan checks it out and realizes that it is a rule rune which has a commanding presence. The Empress confirms this, telling him that this rune is going to help him comprehend will runes in the future. She mentions that the younger generations have always found it difficult to comprehend will runes, but the leader of the Radiance 100 has 3 will runes. When Lin Yuan hears this, he realizes that he finally has the strength to compete for the Radiance 100 because he also has 3 runes. Later on, the 2 maids are going about their business when Lin Yuan shows up saying he wants materials from the storehouse. The lustful maid, who is interested in Lin Yuan, asks him what he needs, promising that she is going to help him get everything. Lin Yuan hasn't even finished saying the things that he wants when she dashes off to the storehouse to help him get them. The other calm maid then tells Lin Yuan that the rest of the things he ordered are ready. Lin Yuan collects the materials and thanks her for the help because he finally has what he needs to evolve genius and sound to legend. Just then, the maid coughs, and Lin Yuan spots traces of blood on her mouth, which shows that she is sick. Lin Yuan realizes that her essence is damaged, and he gives her a material that will help her slowly repair the damage that has been done to her essence. As Lin Yuan walks away, the maid bows to him, thanking him for the help. Meanwhile, the Bloodbath Mother jumps in to offer her opinion, telling Lin Yuan that he shouldn't have helped the maid because she has to learn to survive on her own. Since she is a freaking spider, she believes that the law of the survival of the fittest overrides everything else, but Lin Yuan tells her that there are things that stand above any law. Lin Yuan tells the spider that the reason he helped the maid is to let her know that she wasn't wrong to have chosen the path. When Lin Yuan returns to his room, he realizes that his master has prepared food for him again, just like she usually does. Lin Yuan ends up merging everything together for the jasmine lily to help her evolve. However, hours later, the lily hasn't evolved, and Lin Yuan realizes that the progress is too slow, and he decides to take the process into the locked space. 5 days later, he had upgraded the jasmine lily to legendary quality after so much hard work. He then fuses it with the will rune, causing it to mutate. The lily gave up part of its diversification potential and pushed its current genetic template toward perfection. This basically means every vine on the lily's body can release healing energy, which essentially means the lily can heal an entire group instead of the usual single healing procedure. In fact, the lily is so broken that it can even help regrow severed limbs. Genius and the others are blown away by these changes, and they start fighting to evolve. However, Lin Yuan urges Genius and Sound to chill out, assuring them that it is going to be their own turn very soon. By the 23rd day, Genius and Sound have not yet evolved because Lin Yuan is focusing on the others. After 2 months of evolving his phase in seclusion, Lin Yuan finally steps out and his master commends him, telling him that he has achieved a nice feat for his age. Lin Yuan then tells the Empress that he plans to train in the Endless Forest and pick up the materials he needs while he is there. After this, Lin Yuan departs, and the Empress watches him fly off into the distance. The Empress burst into tears, telling Kangyu that it is hard for her to watch her disciple leave. However, she tells Kangyu to make sure Lin Yuan doesn't lack anything. On their way, Genius asks Lin Yuan where they are headed this time around, and Sound reminds him that she hasn't streamed in a while. Lin Yuan mentions that he is heading to the Starweb Guild Alliance where he can form a temporary party to take missions and train at the same time. Sound reminds him of his identity, and Genius mentions that he is going to handle this with his new skill, Silver Ash. Upon arriving at the guild, Genius transforms into a V-shaped mask to cover Lin Yuan's face to make sure he is not recognized. Lin Yuan registers himself under another name, Ink, and claims that he is a one-star creator. After the registration, he realizes that there are several other parties recruiting players, and all of these excite Lin Yuan because he and his face have been itching for action for a while.